Section 0 of A Guide to Modern Cookery, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marian Cervassi. A Guide to Modern Cookery, Part 1, by Auguste ESCOFFIER. Translated by James B. Herndon, Jr. Preface. If the art of cookery in all its branches were not undergoing a process of evolution, and if its canons could be once and forever fixed, as are those of certain scientific operations and mathematical procedures, the present work would have no raison d'être, inasmuch as there already exist several excellent culinary textbooks in the English language. But everything is so unstable in these times of progress at any cost, and social customs and methods of life alter so rapidly, that a few years now suffice to change completely the face of usages which at their inception bade fair to outlive the age, so enthusiastically were they welcomed by the public. In regard to the traditions of the festal board, it is but 20 years ago since the ancestral English customs began to make way before the newer methods, and we must look to the great impetus given to traveling by steam traction and navigation in order to account for the gradual but unquestionable revolution. In the wake of the demand came the supply. Palatial hotels were built, sumptuous restaurants were opened, both of which offered their customers luxuries undreamt of theretofore in such establishments. Modern society contracted the habit of partaking of light suppers in these places, after the theatres of the metropolis had closed, and the well-to-do began to flock to them on Sundays, in order to give their servants the required weekly rest. And since restaurants allow of observing and of being observed, since they are eminently adapted to the exhibiting of magnificent dresses, it was not long before they entered into the life of Fortune's favourites. But these new-fangled habits had to be met by novel methods of cookery, better adapted to the particular environment which they were to be practised. The admirable productions popularized by the old masters of the culinary art of the preceding century did not become the light and more frivolous atmosphere of restaurants, were, in fact, ill-suited to the brisk waiters and their customers who only had eyes for one another. The pompous splendor of those bygone dinners, served in the majestic dining halls of manors and palaces by liveried footmen, was part and parcel of the etiquette of courts and lordly mansions. It is eminently suited to state dinners, which are in sooth veritable ceremonies, possessing their ritual, traditions, and one might even say their high priests. But it is a mere hindrance to the modern rapid service. The complicated and sometimes heavy menus would be unwelcome to the hypercritical appetites so common nowadays. Hence the need of a radical change not only in the culinary preparations themselves, but in the arrangements of the menus and the service. Circumstances ordained that I should be one of the movers in this revolution, and that I should manage the kitchens of 2 establishments which have done most to bring it about. I therefore venture to suppose that a book containing a record of all the changes which have come into being in kitchen work, changes whereof I am in a great part author, may have some chance of a good reception at the hands of the public, i.e., at the hands of those very members of it who have profited by the changes I refer to. For it was only with the view of meeting the many and persistent demands for such a record that the present volume was written. I had at first contemplated the possibility of including only new recipes in this formulary, but it should be borne in mind that the changes that have transformed kitchen procedure during the last 25 years could not all be classed under the head of new recipes. For, apart from the fundamental principles of the science, which we owe to Carême, and which will last as long as cooking itself, Scarcely one old-fashioned method has escaped the necessary new molding required by modern demands. For fear of giving my work an incomplete appearance, therefore, I had to refer to these old-fashioned practices and to include among my new recipes those of the former which most deserved to survive. But it should not be forgotten that in a few years, judging from the rate at which things are going, the publication of a fresh selection of recipes may become necessary. I hope to live long enough to see this accomplished, in order that I may follow the evolution, started in my time, and add a few more original creations to those I have already had the pleasure of seeing adopted, despite the fact that the discovery of new dishes grows daily more difficult. But novelty is the universal cry, novelty by hook or by crook. It is an exceedingly common mania among people of inordinate wealth to exact incessantly new or so-called new dishes. Sometimes the demand comes from a host whose luxurious table has exhausted all the resources of the modern cook's repertory, and who, having partaken of every delicacy and often had too much of good things, anxiously seeks new sensations for his blasé palate. Anon, we have a hostess, anxious to outshine friends with whom she has been invited to dine, and whom she afterwards invites to dine with her. Novelty! It is the prevailing cry. It is imperiously demanded by everyone. For all that, the number of alimentary substances is comparatively small, the number of their combinations is not infinite, and the amount of raw material placed either by art or by nature at the disposal of a cook does not grow in proportion to the whims of the public. What feats of ingenuity have we not been forced to perform, at times, in order to meet our customers' wishes? Those only who have had charge of a large modern kitchen can tell the tale. Personally, I have ceased counting the nights spent in the attempt to discover new combinations when, completely broken with the fatigue of a heavy day, my body ought to have been at rest. Yet, the chef who has had the felicity to succeed in turning out an original and skillful preparation approved by his public and producing a vogue cannot, even for a time, claim the monopoly of his secret discovery, or derive any profit therefrom. The painter, sculptor, writer, and musician are protected by law. So are inventors. But the chef has absolutely no redress for plagiarism on his work. On the contrary, the more the latter is liked and appreciated, the more will people clamor for his recipes. Many hours of hard work perhaps underlie his latest creation, if it have reached the desired degree of perfection. He may have forfeited his recreation and even his night's rest, and have labored without a break over his combination, and, as a reward, he finds himself compelled, morally at least, to convey the result of his study to the first person who asks, and who very often subsequently claims the invention of the recipe, to the detriment of the real author's chances and reputation. This frantic love of novelty is also responsible for many of the difficulties attending the arrangement of menus, for very few people know what an arduous task the composing of a perfect menu represents. The majority, even of those who are accustomed to receptions and the giving of dinners, suppose that a certain routine alone is necessary, together with some culinary practice, in order to write a menu, and few imagine that a good deal more is needed than the mere inscription of courses upon a slip of pasteboard. In reality, the planning of these alimentary programs is among the most difficult problems of our art, and it is in this very matter that perfection is so rarely reached. In the course of more than 40 years' experience as a chef, I have been responsible for thousands of menus, some of which have since become classical, and have ranked among the finest served in modern times, and I can safely say that in spite of the familiarity such a period of time ought to give one with the work, the setting up of a presentable menu is rarely accomplished without lengthy labor and much thought, and for all that the result is not always to my satisfaction. From this it may be seen how slender are the claims of those who, without any knowledge of our art, and quite unaware of the various properties belonging to the substances we use, pretend to arrange a proper menu. However difficult the elaboration of a menu may be, it is but the first, and by no means the only difficulty which results from the rapidity with which meals are served nowadays. The number of dishes set before the diners being considerably reduced, and the dishes themselves having been deprived of all the advantages which their sumptuous decorations formerly lent them, they must recover, by means of perfection and delicacy, sufficient in the way of quality to compensate for their diminished bulk and reduced splendor. They must be faultless in regard to quality. They must be savory and light. The choice of the raw material, therefore, is a matter demanding vast experience on the part of the chef, for the old French adage which says that "la sauce fait passer le poisson" has long since ceased to be true, and if one do not wish to court disapprobation, often well earned, the fish should not be in the slightest degree inferior to its accompanying sauce. While on the subject of raw material, I should like, en passant, to call attention to a misguided policy which seems to be spreading in private houses and even in some commercial establishments. I refer to the custom which, arising as it doubtless does from a mistaken idea of economy, consists of entrusting the choice of kitchen provisions to people unacquainted with the profession, and who, never having used the goods which they have to buy, are able to judge only very superficially of their quality or real value, and cannot form any estimate of their probable worth after the cooking process. If economy were verily the result of such a policy, none would object to it. But the case is exactly the reverse, for in the matter of provisions, as in all commercial matters, the cheapest is the dearest in the end. To obtain good results, good material in a sufficient quantity must be used, and in order to obtain good material, the latter should be selected by the person who is going to use it, and who knows its qualities and properties. Amphitrions who set aside these essential principles may hope in vain to found a reputation for their tables. It will be seen that the greater part of the titles in this work have been left in French. I introduced, or rather promulgated, this system because, since it is growing every day more customary to write menus in French, it will allow those who are unacquainted with the language to accomplish the task with greater ease. Moreover, many of the titles, especially those of recent creations, are quite untranslatable. As the index, however, is in English, and in every case the order number of each recipe accompanies the number of the page where it is to be found, no confusion can possibly arise. I have also allowed certain French technical terms, for which there exist no English equivalents, to remain in their original form, and these will be found explained in a glossary at the end of the book. I preferred to do this rather than strain the meaning of certain English words in order to fit them to a slightly unusual application, and in so doing I only followed a precedent which has been established on a more or less large scale by such authors of English books on French cooking as Francatelli, Goffet, Ranhofer, etc. But the example for such verbal adoptions was set long ago in France, where sporting and other terms, for which no suitable native words could be found, were borrowed wholesale from the English language and Gallicized. It is therefore not unreasonable to apply the principle to terms in cookery which, though plentiful and varied in France, are scarce in this country. To facilitate the reading of the recipes, all the words which are not in common use, and of which the explanation will be found in the glossary, are italicized in the text. In concluding this preface, which, I fear, has already overreached the bounds I intended for it, I should like to thank those of my lady clients as well as many English epicures whose kind appreciation has been conducive to the writing of this work. I trust they will favor the latter with the generous consideration of which they have so frequently given the author valuable proofs, and for which he is glad of an opportunity of expressing his deep gratitude. End of Section 0. Recording by Marian, Cervassi.
Section number 1 of A Guide to Modern Cookery, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by JaneySpeaks. A Guide to Modern Cookery, Part 1, by Auguste ESCOFFIER. Translated by James B. Herndon, Jr. Part 1. Fundamental Elements of Cooking. Chapter 1. Fond de cuisine. Before undertaking the description of the different kinds of dishes whose recipes I purpose giving in this work, it will be necessary to reveal the groundwork whereon these recipes are built. And although this has already been done again and again, and is wearisome in the extreme, a textbook on cooking that did not include it would be not only incomplete, but in many cases incomprehensible. Notwithstanding the fact that it is the usual procedure in matters culinary to insist upon the importance of the part played by stock, I feel compelled to refer to it at the outset of this work and to lay even further stress upon what has already been written on the subject. Indeed, stock is everything in cooking, at least in French cooking. Without it, nothing can be done. If one's stock is good, what remains of the work is easy. If, on the other hand, it is bad or merely mediocre, it is quite hopeless to expect anything approaching a satisfactory result. The workman mindful of success, therefore, will naturally direct his attention to the faultless preparation of his stock, and in order to achieve this result, he will find it necessary not merely to make use of the freshest and finest goods, but also to exercise the most scrupulous care in their preparation, for in cooking, care is half the battle. Unfortunately, no theories, no formulae, and no recipes, however well written, can take the place of practical experience in the acquisition of a full knowledge concerning this part of the work, the most important, the most essential, and certainly the most difficult part. In the matter of stock, it is, above all, necessary to have a sufficient quantity of the finest materials at one's disposal. The master or mistress of a house who stints in this respect thereby deliberately forfeits his or her right to make any remark whatsoever to the chef concerning his work, for let the talent or merits of the latter be what they may, they are crippled by insufficient or inferior material. It is just as absurd to exact excellent cooking from a chef whom one provides with defective or scanty goods, as to hope to obtain wine from a bottled decoction of logwood. The principal kinds of fond de cuisine, foundation sauces, and stocks. The principal kinds of fond de cuisine are: 1. Ordinary and clarified consommes. 2. The browned stock or estouffade, game stocks, the bases of thickened gravies and of brown sauces. 3. White stock, basis of white sauces. 4. Fish stock. 5. The various essences of poultry, game, fish, etc., the complements of small sauces. 6. The various glazes for meat, game, and poultry. 7. The basic sauces: Espagnole, velouté, béchamel, tomato, and hollandaise. 8. The savory jellies or aspics of old-fashioned cooking. To these kinds of stock, which, in short, represent the buttresses of the culinary edifice, must now be added the following preparations, which are, in a measure, the auxiliaries of the above. 1. The roux, the cohering element in sauces. 2. The mirepoix and matignon, aromatic and flavoring elements. 3. The Court-Bouillons and the blancs. 4. The various stuffings. 5. The Marinades. 6. The various garnishes for soups, for Relevees, for Entrees, etc. D'Uxelles, Duchesse, Dauphine, pâté à choux, frying batters, various salpicons, profiteroles, royaux œufs, filets, diablotins, pastés, etc. 1. Ordinary or white consommé. Quantities for making 4 quarts: 3 pounds of shin of beef, 3 pounds of lean beef, 1½ pounds of fowls' carcasses, 1 pound of carrots, 1/2 pound of turnips, 3/4 pound of leeks and 1 stick of celery, 1/4 pound of parsnips, 1 medium-sized onion with a clove stuck in it. Preparation: put the meat into a stock pot of suitable dimensions after having previously strung it together. Add the poultry carcass, 5 quarts of water, and 1/2 ounce of gray salt. Place the stock pot on a moderate fire in such a manner that it may not boil too quickly, and remember to stir the meat from time to time. Under the influence of the heat, the water gradually reaches the interior of the meat, where, after having dissolved the liquid portions, it duly combines with them. These liquid portions contain a large proportion of albumen, and as the temperature of the water rises, this substance has a tendency to coagulate. It also increases in volume and, by virtue of its lightness, escapes from the water and accumulates on the surface in the form of scum. Carefully remove this scum as it forms and occasionally add a little cold water before the boil is reached in order that, the latter being retarded, a complete expulsion of the scum may be effected. The clearness of the consommé largely depends upon the manner in which this skimming has been carried out. Then the vegetable garnishing is added. The scum from these is removed, as in the previous case, and the edge of the stock pot should be carefully wiped to the level of the fluid so as to free it from the deposit which has been formed there. The stock pot is then moved to a corner of the fire where it may continue cooking slowly for 4 or 5 hours. At the end of this time, it should be taken right away from the fire, and after 1/2 pint of cold water has been added to its contents, it should be left to rest a few minutes with a view to allowing the grease to accumulate on the surface of the liquid, whence it must be carefully removed before the consommé is strained. This last operation is effected by a means of a very fine strainer placed on top of a white tureen, clean and wide, which should then be placed in a draught to hasten the cooling of the consommé. The tureen should not on any account be covered, and this more particularly in summer, when rapid cooling is a precautionary measure against fermentation. Remarks upon the different causes which combine to influence the quality of a consommé. It will be seen that I have not made any mention in the above formula of the meat and the vegetables which have helped to make the consommé, my reason being that it is preferable to remove them from the stock pot only after the broth has been strained, so as not to run the risk of disturbing the latter. The quality of the meat goes a long way towards settling the quality of the consommé. In order that the latter be perfect, it is essential that the meat used should be that of comparatively old animals, whose flesh is well set and rich in flavor. This is a sine qua non, and the lack of meat coming from old animals in England accounts for the difficulty attaching to the making of good consommé and savory sauces in this country. Cattle in England are killed at an age varying from 3 to 4 years at the most. The meat thus obtained has no equal for the purpose of roasts and grills, and anything approaching it is rarely met with on the continent. But when this same meat is used for boiling or braising, it does not contain enough juice or flavor to yield a satisfactory result. This shortcoming is furthermore aggravated by a fault that many commit who are employed in the making of consommes and stock. The fault in question consists in cooking the bones simultaneously with the meat. Now, to extract that gelatinous element from bone which produces the mellowness characteristic of all good consommes, it is necessary that the gelatigenous bodies should be cooked for 12 hours at least, and even after that time has elapsed they are still not entirely spent. On the continent, the quality of the meat easily compensates for this technical error, but such is certainly not the case in England, where 5 hours stewing only results in a flat and insipid consommé. I therefore believe that, in the case of either consommé or stock, the formulae of which I shall give later, it would be advisable for the bones to stew at least 12 hours, and this only after they have been well broken up, while the quantity of water used should be so calculated as to suffice exactly for the immersion of the meat that must follow. The contents of this first stock pot should include half of the vegetables mentioned, and the consommé thus obtained, after having been strained and cooled, will take the place of the water in the recipe in accordance with the directions I have given above. The uses of white consommé. White consommé is used in the preparation of clarified consommes, in which case it undergoes a process of clarifying, the directions for which will be given later. It also serves as the liquor for thick soups, poached fowls, etc. It must be limpid, as colorless as possible, and very slightly salted, for whatever the use may be for which it is intended, it has to undergo a process of concentration. 2. The preparation of clarified consommé for clear soups. Quantities for making 4 quarts. 5 quarts of ordinary consommé, 1 1/2 pounds of very lean beef, the white of an egg, 1 fowl's carcass, roasted if possible. First, mince the beef and pound it in a mortar with the fowl's carcass and the white of an egg, adding a little cold white consommé. Put the whole into a tall, narrow, and thick-bottomed stew pan. Then gradually add the cold white broth from which all grease has been removed, that the whole may be well mixed. Then the stew pan may be put on the fire and its contents thoroughly stirred for fear of their burning at the bottom. When boiling point is reached, move the stew pan to a corner of the fire so that the soup may only simmer, for anything approaching the boil would disturb the contents. A good hour should be enough to properly finish the consommé, and any longer time on the fire would be rather prejudicial than the reverse, as it would probably impair the flavor of the preparation. Now, carefully remove what little grease may have collected on the surface of the consommé, and strain the latter through muslin into another clean stew pan. It is now ready for the addition of the garnishes that are to form part of it, which I shall enumerate in due course. Remarks upon clarifications. For clarified consommes, even more than for the ordinary kind, it is eminently advisable that the meat should be that of old animals. Indeed, it is safe to say that 1 pound of meat coming from an animal of 8 years will yield much better consommé than 2 pounds would coming from a fattened animal of about 3 or 4 years. The consommé will be stronger, mellower, and certainly more tasty, as the flesh of young animals has absolutely no richness of flavor. It will be seen that I do not refer to any vegetable for the clarification. If the white consommé has been well carried out, it should be able to dispense with all supplementary flavoring, and the customary error of cooks being rather to overdo the quantity of vegetables, even to the extent of disguising the natural aroma of the consommé, I prefer to entirely abandon the idea of vegetable garnishes in clarifications, and thus avoid a common stumbling block. 3. Chicken consommé. White chicken consommé is prepared in exactly the same way as ordinary white consommé. There need only be added to the meat, the quantity of which may be lessened, an old hen or a cock, slightly colored on the spit or in the oven. For the clarification, the quantity of roast fowl carcasses used may be increased, provided the latter be not too fat. The process, however, is the same as in the clarification of ordinary consommes. The color of chicken consommé should be lighter than that of the ordinary kind, namely a light amber yellow, limpid and warm. 4. Fish consommé. These consommes are rarely used, for Lenten soups with a fish basis are generally thick soups, for the preparation of which the fish fumé, whereof I shall give the formula later, formula number 11, should avail. Whenever there is no definite reason for the use of an absolutely Lenten consommé, it would be advisable to resort to one of the ordinary kind, and to finish off the same by means of a good fish essence extracted from the bones of a sole or whiting. An excellent consommé is thus obtained, more palatable and less flat than the plain fish consommé. If, however, one were obliged to make a plain fish consommé, the following procedure should be adopted. Clarification of fish consommé. Quantities for making 4 quarts. 4 1/2 quarts of ordinary fish fumé having a decided taste. 1/2 pound of good fresh caviar or pressed caviar. Mode of procedure. Pound the caviar and mix the resulting pulp with the cold fish fumé. Put the whole into a saucepan, place it on the open fire, and stir with a spatula until the contents reach the boil. Then move the saucepan to a corner of the fire and let the consommé simmer gently for 20 minutes, after which strain it through muslin with great caution and keep it well covered and in the warmth so as to prevent the formation of a gelatinous film on the surface. Fish consommes are greatly improved by the addition of such aromatics as saffron or curry, both of which considerably add to their quality. 5. Game consommé. The necks, breasts, and shoulders of venison and of hare, old wild rabbits, old pheasants, and old partridges may be used in the production of game consommes. An ordinary consommé may likewise be made, in which half the beef can be replaced by veal, and to which may be added, while clarifying, a succulent game essence. This last method is even preferable when dealing with feathered game, but in either case it is essential that the meat used should be half roasted beforehand in order to strengthen the fumé. The formula that I give below must therefore only be looked upon as a model, necessarily alterable according to the resources at one's disposal, the circumstances, and the end in view. Quantities for making 4 quarts of plain game consommé. 3 pounds of neck, shoulder, or breast of venison. 1½ pounds of hare trimmings. 1 old pheasant or 2 partridges. 4 ounces of sliced carrots, browned in butter. ½ pound of mushrooms, likewise browned in butter. 1 medium-sized leek and 2 sticks of celery. 1 bunch of herbs with extra thyme and bay leaves. 1 onion, oven browned, with 2 cloves stuck into it. Liquor, 5 1/2 quarts of water. Seasoning, 1 ounce of salt and a few peppercorns, these to be added 10 minutes previous to straining the consommé. Time allowed for cooking, 3 hours. Mode of procedure: proceed in exactly the same way as for ordinary consommes, taking care only to half roast the meat, as I pointed out above, before putting it in the stew pan. The clarification of game consommes. The constituents of the clarification of game consommes vary according to the kind of consommé desired. If it is to have a partridge flavor, 1 partridge should be allowed for each quart of the consommé, whereas if its flavor is to be that of the pheasant, half an old pheasant will be required per each quart of the liquid. Lastly, in the case of plain game consommes, 1 pound of lean venison, hare, or wild rabbit should be allowed for each quart of the required consommé. Mode of procedure: whatever be the kind of game used, the latter must be thoroughly boned and the meat well pounded, together with the white of an egg, per 4 quarts of consommé. About 2 ounces per quart of dried mushrooms should now be added if they can be procured, while the bones and the remains or carcasses of game should be browned in the oven and completely drained of all grease. The whole can now be mixed with the cold game consommé. The clarification is then put over an open fire, stirring incessantly the while, and as soon as the boil is reached, the saucepan must be moved to a corner of the fire, where its contents may gently boil for 3/4 of an hour. The fat should then be removed and the consommé strained through muslin, after which cover up until wanted. 6. Special consommés for suppers. The consommés whose formulae I have just given are intended more particularly for dinners. They are always finished off by some kind of garnish, which, besides lending them an additional touch of flavor, gives them their special and definite character when they are served up in the diner's plate. But the case is otherwise with the consommés served for suppers. These, being only served in cups, either hot or cold, do not allow of any garnishing, since they are to be drunk at table. They must therefore be perfect in themselves, delicate and quite clear. These special consommés are made in a similar manner to the others, though it is needful to slightly increase the quantity of meat used for the clarification, and to add to that clarification the particular flavor mentioned on the menu, to wit, a few stalks of celery, if the consommé is a celery one, a small quantity of curry, if the consommé is given as à l'Indienne, or a few old roast partridges, if it is to be termed consommé au fumé de perdreau, and so on. The means by which one may vary the aroma of consommés are legion, but it is highly important, what aroma soever be used, that the latter be not too pronounced. It ought only to lend a distinctive and, at the same time, subtle finish to the consommé, which, besides sharpening the latter, should increase its succulence. When the consommé is served cold, it ought to have the qualities of an extremely light and easily melting jelly, barely firm, but when it is too liquid, it rarely gives that sensation of perfection and succulence to the palate of the consumer which the latter expects. When too firm and too gelatinous, it is positively disagreeable. Therefore, if it is to be relished, it should be just right in respect of consistency. End of section 1. Recording by JaneySpeaks, who can be found at JaneySpeaks.com. Section number 2 of A Guide to Modern Cookery, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by JaneySpeaks. A Guide to Modern Cookery, Part 1, by Auguste ESCOFFIER. Translated by James B. Herndon, Jr. 7. Brown stock or estouffade. 4 pounds of shin of beef, flesh and bone. 4 pounds of shin of veal, flesh and bone. Half a pound of lean raw ham. Half a pound of fresh pork rind, rinsed in tepid water. 3/4 pound of minced carrots, browned in butter. 3/4 pound of minced onions, browned in butter. 1 faggot, containing a little parsley, a stick of celery, a small sprig of thyme, and a bay leaf. Preparation. Bone and string the meat and keep it in readiness for the morrow. Break the bones as finely as possible, and, after having besprinkled them with a little stock fat, brown them in an oven. Also stir them repeatedly. When they are slightly browned, put them in a conveniently large saucepan with the carrots, the onions, and the faggot. Add 5 quarts of cold water and put the saucepan on an open fire to boil. As soon as the boil is reached, skim carefully. Wipe the edge of the saucepan, put the lid half on, and allow the stock to cook gently for 12 hours. Then roughly remove the fat, pass the liquid through a sieve, and let it cool. This being done, put the meat in a saucepan just large enough to hold it. Brown it a little in some stock fat, and clear it entirely of the latter. Add half a pint of the prepared stock, cover the saucepan, and let the meat simmer on the side of the fire until the stock is almost entirely reduced. Meanwhile, the meat should have been repeatedly turned, that it may be equally affected throughout. Now pour the remainder of the stock, prepared from bones, into the saucepan, bring the whole to the boil, and then move the saucepan to a corner of the fire for the boiling to continue very slowly and regularly with the lid off. As soon as the meat is well cooked, the fat should be removed from the stock, and the latter should be strained or rubbed through a sieve, after which it should be put aside to be used when required. Remarks relative to the making of brown stock. Instead of stringing the meat after having boned it, if time presses, it may be cut into large cubes before browning. In this case, 1 hour and a half would suffice to cook it and to extract all of its juice. Whether brown or white, stock should never be salted, because it is never served in its original state. It is either reduced in order to make glazes or sauces, in which case the concentration answers the purpose of seasoning, or else it is used to cook meat, which must be salted before being cooked, and which, therefore, imparts the necessary salt to its surrounding liquor. Brown stock ought to be the color of fine burnt amber, and it must be transparent. It is used in making meat glazes after reduction, also to moisten meat for braising, and to prepare brown sauces. 8. Brown game stock. There is no difference between the game consommes and game stock, or, otherwise stated, ordinary game consomme and brown game stock are one and the same thing. The distinction lies in the ultimate use of this preparation. It is clarified, as we have shown, Formula 5, if it be intended for a clear soup, and it is used in its original state if it is to be used for a thick game soup, for a sauce, or for reducing. 9. Brown veal stock. Brown veal stock requires the same quantities of shin and trimmings of veal as white veal stock, Formula 10. The time allowed for cooking is, however, a little shorter, and this operation may be completed within 8 hours. This stock is mostly used as the liquor for poultry and poêled game, while it may also serve in the preparation of thickened veal stock. Being quite neutral in taste, it lends itself to all purposes and readily takes up the aroma of the meat with which it may happen to be combined. It is admirably suited to the poaching of quails, and nothing can supplant it in this particular. 10. White stock, veal, and poultry stock. Quantities for making 4 quarts. 8 pounds of shin of veal, or lean and fresh veal trimmings. 1 or 2 fowls' carcasses, raw if they are handy. 12 ounces of carrots. 6 ounces of onions stuck with a clove. 5 1/2 quarts of cold water. 4 ounces of leeks strung with a stick of celery. 1 faggot, including 1 ounce of parsley and 1 bay leaf. Preparation. Bone the shins, string the meat, break up the bones as small as possible, and put them in a stew pan with the water. Place on an open fire, allow to boil, skim carefully, and then move to a side of the fire to cook very gently for 5 hours. At the end of this time, put the stock into another stew pan, add the meat and the vegetables, add water if necessary to keep the quantity of liquid at 5 quarts. Let it boil and allow it to cook slowly for another 3 hours, after which remove all grease from the stock, pass the latter through a fine strainer or a colander, and put it aside until wanted. Remarks upon white stock. One should contrive to make this stock as gelatinous as possible. It is therefore an indispensable measure that the bones be well broken up and cooked for at least 8 hours. Veal never yields such clear stock as beef. Nevertheless, the consommé obtained from veal should not be turbid. It must, on the contrary, be kept as clear and as white as possible. Poultry stock is made by adding 2 old fowls to the above veal stock, and these should be put into the liquor with the meat. Fish stock. 11. White fish stock. Quantities for making 4 quarts. 4 pounds of trimmings and bones of sole or whiting. 1/2 pound of sliced blanched onions. 2 ounces of parsley, root or stalks. 1/2 bottle of white wine. Preparation. Butter the bottom of a thick, tall stew pan. Put in the blanched onions and the parsley stalks, and upon these aromatics lay the fish remains. Add the juice of a lemon, cover the stew pan, put it on the fire, and allow the fish to exude its essence, jerking the pan at intervals. Moisten in the first place with the white wine. Then, with the lid off, reduce the liquid to about half. Now add 4 quarts of cold water, bring to the boil, skim, and then leave to cook for 20 minutes only on a moderate fire. The time allowed is ample for the purpose of extracting the aromatic and gelatinous properties contained in the bones, and a more protracted stewing would only impair the savor of the stock. Remarks upon white fish stock. The formula which I give above diverges considerably from that commonly used, For, as a rule, fish stock is diluted far too much and is stewed for much too long a time. I have observed that fish stock may be greatly improved by rapid cooking, and it was this consideration that led me to dilute it scantily so as to avoid prolonged reduction. It is likewise necessary to remember that in order to make perfect fish stock, only the sole or whiting should be used. In a case of emergency, however, i.e., if the supply of the latter were to run short, a quarter of their weight of brill bones might be added to them, but all other kinds of fish should be avoided in the preparation. 12. Fish stock with red wine. This stock is comparatively rarely used because, in practice, it is naturally obtained in the cooking of the fish itself, as, for instance, in the case of the matelotes. Be this as it may, with the recent incursion of a custom which seems to demand ever more and more the serving of fish without bones, the following formula will be worthy of interest, as it is likely that its need will henceforth be felt with increasing urgency. Fish fumé with red wine may be prepared from all fresh-water fish, as well as from the remains of sole, whiting, chicken turbot, and brill. It is generally better, however, to have recourse to the bones and remains of that fish which happens to be constituting the dish, that is to say, the bones and trimmings of sole in a stock for fillet of sole, the bones and trimmings of a chicken turbot in a fumé for chicken turbot, and so on. The preparatory formula remains the same, whatever the kind of fish used may be. Quantities for making 4 quarts of fumé with red wine. 4 pounds of bones, heads, and trimmings of the fish to be served. 3/4 pound of minced white onions. 3 ounces of parsley stalks. 2 bay leaves. 4 small sprigs of thyme, and 4 cloves of garlic. 2 bottles of red wine, and 5 pints of water. Mode of procedure. Put all the above-mentioned ingredients in a thick and tall stew pan, boil, skim carefully, and allow to cook 20 to 30 minutes on a moderate fire. Then strain the stock through a colander into a tureen to be used when required. Remarks upon fish stock with red wine. This stock stands reduction far better than white fish stock. Nevertheless, I urge the advisability of trying to obtain the required quantity without reduction. In its preparation, one may use some mushroom parings, as in the case of white stock, if these are handy, and they will be found to lend an agreeable flavor to the fish fumé. 13. Various essences. As their name implies, essences are stock which hold a large proportion of a substance's aroma in a concentrated form. They are, in fact, ordinary stock, only less diluted, with the idea of intensifying the flavor of the treated ingredients. Hence, their utility is nil if the stock which they are intended to finish has been reasonably and judiciously treated. It is infinitely simpler to make savory and succulent stock in the first place than to produce a mediocre stock and finally complete it by a specially prepared essence. The result in the first instance is better, and there is economy of time and material. The most one can do is to recommend, in certain circumstances, the use of essences extracted from particularly well-flavored products, as, for instance, mushrooms, truffles, morels, and celery. But it would be well to remember that, 9 times out of 10, it is preferable to add the product itself to the stock during the preparation of the same than to prepare essences. For this reason, I do not think it necessary to dilate upon the subject of essences, the need of which should not be felt in good cooking. 14. Various glazes. The various glazes of meat, fowl, game, and fish are merely stock reduced to the point of viscosity. Their uses are legion. Occasionally they serve in decking dishes with a brilliant and unctuous coating which makes them sightly. At other times they may help to strengthen the consistence of a sauce or other culinary preparation, while again they may be used as sauces proper after they have been correctly creamed or buttered. Glazes are distinguished from essences by the fact that the latter are only prepared with the object of extracting all the flavor of the product under treatment, whereas the former are, on the contrary, constituted by the whole base of the substance itself. They therefore have not only its savor, but also its succulence and mellowness, whereby they are superior to the essences, and cooking can but be improved by substituting them for the latter. Nevertheless, many chefs of the old school do not permit the use of glazes in culinary preparations, or rather they are of the opinion that each cooking operation should produce them on its own account, and thus be sufficient unto itself. Certainly the theory is correct when neither time nor cost is limited, but nowadays the establishments are scarce where these theories may be applied, and indeed, if one does not make an abuse of glazes, and if they be prepared with care, their use gives excellent results, while they lend themselves admirably to the very complex demands of modern customs. 15. Meat glaze. Meat glaze is made by reducing brown stock, Formula 7, in a large stew pan upon an open fire. As often as the stock is appreciably reduced during ebullition, it may be transferred to smaller stew pans, taking care to strain it through muslin at each change of stew pan. The glaze may be considered sufficiently reduced when it evenly veneers a withdrawn spoon. The fire used for reducing should gradually wane as the concentration progresses, and the last phase must be effected slowly and on a moderate fire. When it is necessary to obtain a lighter and clearer glaze, the brown veal stock, Formula number 9, should be reduced instead of the estouffade. 16. Poultry glaze. Reduce the poultry base indicated in Formula 10 and proceed in exactly the same way as for meat glaze, Formula 15. 17. Game glaze. Use the game base, Formula 8, and proceed as for meat glaze, Formula 9. 18. Fish glaze. This glaze is used less often than the preceding ones. As it is only used to intensify the savor of sauces, it is sufficient for this purpose to prepare a white fish stock, Formula 11, which may be diluted with the stock already prepared, and which may be reduced according to the requirements. The name of fish fumé or fish essence is given to this preparation. Its flavor is more delicate than that of fish glaze, which it replaces with advantage. End of section number 2. Recording by JaneySpeaks, who can be found at JaneySpeaks.com.
Section 3 of A Guide to Modern Cookery, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. A Guide to Modern Cookery, Part 1 by Auguste ESCOFFIER. Translated by James B. Herndon, Jr. Chapter 2. The Leading Warm Sauces. Warm sauces are of two kinds, the leading sauces, also called mother sauces, and the small sauces, which are usually derived from the first named, and are generally only modified forms thereof. Cooking stock only includes the leading sauces, but I shall refer to the small hot sauces and the cold sauces at the end of the auxiliary stock. Experience, which plays such an important part in culinary work, is nowhere so necessary as in the preparation of sauces, for not only must the latter flatter the palate, but they must also vary in savour, consistence, and viscosity, in accordance with the dishes they accompany. By this means, in a well-ordered dinner, each dish differs from the preceding ones and from those that follow. Furthermore, sauces must, through the perfection of their preparation, obey the general laws of a rational hygiene, wherefore they should be served and combined in such wise as to allow of easy digestion by the frequently disordered stomachs of their consumers. Carême was quite justified in pluming himself upon the fact that, during his stay at the English court, his master, the Prince Regent, had assured him that he, Carême, was the only one among those who had served His Highness whose cooking had been at all easy of digestion. Carême had grasped the essential truth that the richer the cooking is, the more speedily do the stomach and palate tire of it. And indeed it is a great mistake to suppose that in order to do good cooking it is necessary to be prodigal in one's use of all things. In reality, practice dictates fixed and regular quantities, and from these one cannot diverge without upsetting the hygienic and sapid equilibrium on which the value of a sauce depends. The requisite quantities of each ingredient must, of course, be used, but neither more nor less, as there are objections to either extreme. Any sauce whatsoever should be smooth, light, without being liquid, glossy to the eye, and decided in taste. When these conditions are fulfilled, it is always easy to digest, even for tired stomachs. An essential point in the making of sauces is the seasoning, and it would be impossible for me to lay sufficient stress on the importance of not indulging in any excess in this respect. It too often happens that the insipidness of a badly made sauce is corrected by excessive seasoning. This is an absolutely deplorable practice. Seasoning should be so calculated as to be merely a complementary factor, which, though it must throw the savour of dishes into relief, may not form a recognizable part of them. If it be excessive, it modifies and even destroys the taste peculiar to every dish, to the great detriment of the latter and of the consumer's health. It is therefore desirable that each sauce should possess its own special flavour, well defined, the result of the combined flavours of all its ingredients. If, in the making of sauces, one allowed oneself to be guided by those principles which are the very foundation of good cookery, the general denunciation of sauces by the medical faculty would be averted, and this denunciation no sauce deserves, if it be carefully prepared conformably with the laws prescribed by practice and its resulting experience. The roux. The roux being the cohering element of leading sauces, it is necessary to reveal its preparation and constituents before giving one's attention to the latter. 3 kinds of roux are used, namely brown roux for brown sauces, pale roux for veloute or cream sauces, and white roux for white sauces and béchamel. 19. Brown roux. Quantities for making about 1 pound: 8 ounces of clarified butter, 9 ounces of best quality flour. Preparation. Mix the flour and butter in a very thick stewpan and put it on the side of the fire or in a moderate oven. Stir the mixture repeatedly so that the heat may be evenly distributed throughout the whole of its volume. The time allowed for the cooking of brown roux cannot be precisely determined, as it depends upon the degree of heat employed. The more intense the latter, the speedier will be the cooking, while the stirring will of necessity be more rapid. Brown roux is known to be cooked when it has acquired a fine light brown colour, and when it exudes a scent resembling that of the hazelnut, characteristic of baked flour. It is very important that brown roux should not be cooked too rapidly. As a matter of fact, among the various constituent elements of flour, the starch alone acts as the cohering principle. This starch is contained in little cells which tightly constrain it, but which are sufficiently porous to permit the percolation of liquid and fatty substances. Under the influence of moderate heat and the infiltered butter, the cells burst through the swelling of the starch, and the latter thereupon completely combines with the butter to form a mass capable of absorbing 6 times its own weight of liquid when cooked. When the cooking takes place with a very high initial heat, the starch gets burned within its shriveled cells, and swelling is then possible only in those parts which have been least burned. The cohering principle is thus destroyed, and double or treble the quantity of roux becomes necessary in order to obtain the required consistency. But this excess of roux in the sauce chokes it up without binding it, and prevents it from despumating or becoming clear. At the same time, the cellulose and the burnt starch lend a bitterness to the sauce of which no subsequent treatment can rid it. From the above, it follows that, starch being the only one from among the different constituents of flour which really effects the coherence of sauces, there would be considerable advantage in preparing roux either from a pure form of it, or from substances with kindred properties, such as fecula, arrowroot, etc. It is only habit that causes flour to be still used as the cohering element of roux, and indeed the hour is not so far distant when the advantages of the changes I propose will be better understood, changes which have been already recommended by Favre in his dictionary. With a roux well made from the purest starch, in which case the volume of starch and butter would equal about half that of the flour and butter of the old method, and with strong and succulent brown stock, a Spanish sauce or espagnole may be made in 1 hour, and this sauce will be clearer, more brilliant, and better than that of the old processes, which needed 3 days at least to despumate. 20. Pale roux. The quantities are the same as for brown roux, but cooking must cease as soon as the colour of the roux begins to change, and before the appearance of any colouring whatsoever. The observations I made relative to brown roux concerning the cohering element apply also to pale roux. 21. White roux. Same quantities as for brown and pale roux, but the time of cooking is limited to a few minutes, as it is only needful in this case to do away with the disagreeable taste of raw flour, which is typical of those sauces whose roux has not been sufficiently cooked. 22. Brown sauce or espagnole. Quantities required for 4 quarts. 1 pound of brown roux dissolved in a tall thick saucepan with 6 quarts of brown stock or estouffade. Put the saucepan on an open fire and stir the sauce with a spatula or a whisk, and do not leave it until it begins to boil. Then remove the spatula and put the saucepan on a corner of the fire, letting it lean slightly to one side with the help of a wedge, so that boiling may only take place at one point, and that the inert principles thrown out by the sauce during despumation may accumulate high up in the saucepan, whence they can be easily removed as they collect. It is advisable during despumation to change saucepans twice or even 3 times, straining every time, and adding a quart of brown stock to replace what has evaporated. At length, when the sauce begins to get lighter, and about 2 hours before finally straining it, 2 pounds of fresh tomatoes, roughly cut up, should be added, or an equivalent quantity of tomato puree, and about 1 pound of mirepoix, prepared according to formula number 228. The sauce is then reduced so as to measure 4 quarts when strained, after which it is poured into a wide tureen and must be kept in motion until quite cool, lest a skin should form on its surface. The time required for the despumation of an espagnole varies according to the quality of the stock and roux. We saw above that 1 hour sufficed for a concentrated stock and starch roux, in which case the mirepoix and the tomato are inserted from the first. But much more time is required if one is dealing with a roux whose base is flour. In the latter case, 6 hours should be allowed, provided one have excellent stock and well-made roux. More often than not, this work is done in 2 stages, thus: after having despumated the espagnole for 6 or 8 hours the first day, it is put on the fire the next day with half its volume of stock, and it is left to despumate a few hours more before it is finally strained. Summing up my opinion on this subject, I can only give my colleagues the following advice, based upon long experience. 1. Only use strong, clear stock with a decided taste. 2. Be scrupulously careful of the roux, however it may be made. By following these 2 rules, a clear, brilliant, and consistent espagnole will always be obtained in a fairly short time. 23. Half glaze. This is the espagnole sauce, having reached the limit of perfection by final despumation. It is obtained by reducing 1 quart of espagnole and 1 quart of first-class brown stock until its volume is reduced to 9/10 of a quart. It is then put through a strainer into a bain-marie of convenient dimensions, and it is finished away from the fire with 1/10 of a quart of excellent sherry. Cover the bain-marie, or slightly butter the top to avoid the formation of a skin. This sauce is the base of all the smaller brown sauces. 24. Lenten espagnole. Practical men are not agreed as to the need of Lenten espagnole. The ordinary espagnole being really a neutral sauce in flavour, it is quite simple to give it the necessary flavour by the addition of the required quantity of fish fumé. It is only, therefore, when one wishes to conform with the demands of a genuine Lent sauce that a fish espagnole is needed. And certainly in this case nothing can take its place. The preparation of this espagnole does not differ from that of the ordinary kind, except that the bacon is replaced by mushroom parings in the mirepoix, and that the sauce must be despumated for only 1 hour. This sauce takes the place of the ordinary espagnole for Lenten preparations in every case where the latter is generally used, in gratin, in the Genevoise sauce, etc. 25. Ordinary velouté sauce. Quantities required for 4 quarts. 1 pound of pale roux, Formula 20. 5 quarts of white veal stock, Formula 10. Dissolve the roux in the cold white veal stock and put the saucepan containing this mixture on an open fire, stirring the sauce with a spatula or whisk so as to avoid its burning at the bottom. Add 1 ounce of table salt, a pinch of nutmeg and white powdered pepper, together with 1/4 pound of nice white mushroom parings if these are handy. Now boil and move to a corner of the fire to despumate slowly for 1½ hours, at the same time observing the precautions advised for ordinary espagnole, Formula 22. Strain through muslin into a smaller saucepan, add 1 pint of white stock, and despumate for another ½ hour. Strain it again through a tammy or a sieve into a wide tureen and keep moving it with a spatula until it is quite cold. I am not partial to garnishing velouté sauce with carrots, an onion with a clove stuck into it and a faggot, as many do. The stock should be sufficiently fragrant of itself, without requiring the addition of anything beyond the usual condiments. The only exception I should make would be for mushroom parings, even though it is preferable, when possible, to replace these by mushroom liquor. But this is always scarce in kitchens where it is used for other purposes, wherefore it is often imperative to have recourse to parings in its stead. The latter may not, however, be added to the stock itself, as they would blacken it, hence I advise their addition to the velouté during its preparation. 26. Velouté de volaille. This is identical with ordinary velouté, except that instead of having white veal stock for its liquor, it is diluted with white poultry stock. The mode of procedure and the time allowed for cooking are the same. 26a. Fish velouté. Velouté is the base of various fish sauces whose recipes will be given in Part 2. Prepare it in precisely the same way as poultry velouté, but instead of using poultry stock, use very clear fish fumé and let it despumate for 20 minutes only. See fish fumé No. 11. 27. Allemande sauce or thickened velouté. Allemande sauce is not, strictly speaking, a basic sauce. However, it is so often resorted to in the preparation of other sauces that I think it necessary to give it after the velouté, from which it is derived. Quantities required for 1 quart. The yolks of 5 eggs, 1 pint of cold white stock, 1 quart of velouté, well despumated, half the juice of a lemon, 1/4 pint of mushroom liquor. Mode of procedure. Put the various ingredients in a thick-bottomed sauté pan and mix them carefully. Then put the pan on an open fire and stir the sauce with a metal spatula lest it burn at the bottom. When the sauce has been reduced to about 1 quart, add 1/3 pint of fresh cream to it and reduce further for a few minutes. It should then be passed through a fine strainer into a tureen and kept moving until quite cold. Prepared thus, the Allemande sauce is ready for the preparation of the smaller sauces. Butter must only be added at the very last moment, for if it were buttered any earlier it would most surely turn. The same injunction holds good with this sauce when it is to be served in its original state. It should then receive a small addition of cream and be buttered so that it may attain its required delicacy. But this addition of butter and cream ought only to be made at the last moment and away from the fire. When a thick sauce has any fat substance added to it, it cannot be exposed to a higher temperature than 140 degrees Fahrenheit without risking decomposition. 28. Béchamel sauce. Quantities required for 4 quarts. 1 pound of white roux, 4½ quarts of boiling milk, half a pound of lean veal, 2/3 of an ounce of salt, 1 pinch of mignonette and grated nutmeg and a small sprig of thyme, 1 minced onion. Preparation. Pour the boiling milk on the roux, which should be almost cold, and whisk it well so as to avoid lumps. Let it boil, then cook on the side of the fire. Meanwhile, the lean veal should have been cut into small cubes and fried with butter in a saucepan, together with the minced onion. When the veal has stiffened without becoming coloured, it is added to the béchamel, together with salt and the other aromatics. Let the sauce stew for about 1 hour in all, and then pass it through a tammy into a tureen. Butter the top lest a crust should form. When béchamel is intended for Lenten preparations, the veal must be omitted. There is another way of making the sauce. After having boiled the milk, the seasoning and aromatics should be added. The saucepan is then covered and placed on a corner of the stove so as to ensure a thorough infusion. The boiling milk must now be poured onto the roux, which has been separately prepared, and the sauce should then cook for 1/4 of an hour only. 29. Tomato sauce. Quantities required for 4 quarts. 5 ounces of salted breast of pork, rather fat. 6 ounces of carrots cut into cubes. 6 ounces of onions cut into cubes. 1 bay leaf and 1 small sprig of thyme. 5 ounces of flour. 2 ounces of butter, half an ounce of salt, 1 ounce of sugar, a pinch of pepper. 10 pounds of raw tomatoes, or 4 quarts of same, mashed. 2 quarts of white stock. Preparation. Fry the pork with the butter in a tall, thick-bottomed saucepan. When the pork is nearly melted, add the carrots, onions, and aromatics. Cook and stir the vegetables, then add the flour, which should be allowed to cook until it begins to brown. Now put in the tomatoes and white stock, mix the whole well, and set to boil on an open fire. At this point add the seasoning and a crushed clove of garlic. Cover the saucepan and place in a moderate oven, where it may cook for 1½ hours. At the end of this time the sauce should be passed through a sieve or tammy, and it should boil while being stirred. Finally, pour it into a tureen and butter its surface to avoid the formation of a skin. Remarks. A purée of tomatoes is also used in cookery. It is prepared in precisely the same fashion, except that the flour is omitted and only 1 pint of white stock is added. 30. Hollandaise sauce. Quantities required for 1 quart. 1½ pounds of butter, the yolks of 6 eggs, 1 pinch of mignonette pepper and 1/4 ounce of salt, 3 tablespoonfuls of good vinegar. Preparation. Put the salt, the mignonette, the vinegar, and as much water in a small saucepan, and reduce by 3/4 on the fire. Move the saucepan to a corner of the fire or into a bain-marie, and add a spoonful of fresh water and the yolks. Work the whole with a whisk until the yolks thicken and have the consistence of cream. Then remove the saucepan to a tepid place and gradually pour the butter on the yolks while briskly stirring the sauce. When the butter is absorbed, the sauce ought to be thick and firm. It is brought to the correct consistence with a little water, which also lightens it slightly, but the addition of water is optional. The sauce is completed by a drop of lemon juice, and it is rubbed through a tammy. Remarks. The consistence of sauces whose processes are identical with those of the Hollandaise may be varied at will. For instance, the number of yolks may be increased if a very thick sauce is desired, and it may be lessened in the reverse case. Also, similar results may be obtained by cooking the eggs either more or less. As a rule, if a thick sauce be required, the yolks ought to be well cooked and the sauce kept almost cold in the making. Experience alone, the fruit of long practice, can teach the various devices which enable the skilled worker to obtain different results from the same kind and quality of material. End of section 3.
Section 4 of A Guide to Modern Cookery, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. A Guide to Modern Cookery, Part 1 by Auguste ESCOFFIER. Translated by James B. Herndon, Jr. Chapter 3, Part 1. The Small Compound Sauces. In order that the classification of the small sauces should be clear and methodical, I divide them into 3 parts. The first part includes the small brown sauces. The second deals with the small white sauces and those suited to this part of the classification, while the third is concerned with the English sauces. The small brown sauces, 31. Sauce bigarade. This sauce is principally used to accompany braised and polled ducklings. In the first case, the duckling's braising stock, being thickened, constitutes a sauce. In the second case, the stock is clear, and the procedure in both cases is as follows. 1. After having strained the braising stock, completely remove its grease and reduce until it is very dense. Strain it once more through muslin, twisting the latter. Then, in order to bring the sauce to its normal consistence, add the juice of 6 oranges and 1 lemon per quart of sauce. Finish with a small piece of lemon and orange rind, cut regularly and finely, julienne fashion, and scalded for 5 minutes. 2. Strain the poelling stock for duck or ducks through linen. Entirely remove the grease and add 4 pieces of caramel sugar dissolved in 1 tablespoonful of vinegar per 1/2 pint of stock, the juice of the oranges and the lemon and the julienne of rinds, as for the braised duckling sauce indicated above. 32. Sauce bordelaise. Put into a vegetable pan 2 ounces of very finely minced shallots, 1/2 pint of good red wine, a pinch of mignonette pepper, and bits of thyme and bay. Reduce the wine by 3/4 and add 1/2 pint of half glaze. Keep the sauce simmering for half an hour. Despumate it from time to time and strain it through linen or a sieve. When dishing it up, finish it with 2 tablespoonfuls of dissolved meat glaze, a few drops of lemon juice, and 4 ounces of beef marrow, cut into slices or cubes, and poached in slightly salted boiling water. This sauce may be buttered to the extent of about 3 ounces per pint, which makes it smoother, but less clear. It is especially suitable for grilled butcher's meat. 33. Chasseur sauce, Escoffier's method. Peel and mince 6 medium-sized mushrooms. Heat 1/2 ounce of butter and as much olive oil in a vegetable pan. Put in the mushrooms and fry the latter quickly until they are slightly browned. Now add a coffee spoonful of minced shallots and immediately remove half the butter. Pour 1/2 pint of white wine and 1 glass of liqueur brandy into the stew pan. Reduce this liquid to half, and finish the sauce with 1/2 pint of half glaze, 1/4 pint of tomato sauce, and 1 tablespoonful of meat glaze. Set to boil for 5 minutes more, and complete with a teaspoonful of chopped parsley. 34. Brown chaud-froid sauce. Put 1 quart of half-glaze into a sauté pan with 1/5 pint of truffle essence. Put the pan on an open fire and reduce its contents. While making same, absorb 1 1/2 pints of jelly, the latter being added to the sauce in small quantities. The degree of reduction in this sauce is a good third, but to be quite certain, a test of its consistence may be made by allowing it to cool a little. After the reduction, carefully taste and rectify the seasoning if necessary. Mix a little Madeira or port with the sauce away from the fire and strain through muslin or preferably through a Venetian hair sieve. Stir the sauce now and then while it cools until it is sufficiently liquid, and at the same time consistent enough to coat immersed solids evenly with a film of sauce. Its use will be explained among the formulae of the different kinds of chaud-froid. 35. Varieties of the chaud-froid sauce. For ducks, prepare the sauce as above, adding to it, for the prescribed quantity, 1/2 pint of duck fumé obtained from the carcasses and remains of roast duckling, and finish it away from the fire with the juice of 4 oranges and a heaped tablespoonful of orange rind cut finely, julienne fashion, and scalded for 5 minutes. For feathered game, treat the chaud-froid sauce as indicated in number 34, adding 1/2 pint of the fumé of the game, constituting the dish, in order to lend it that game's characteristic taste. Observe the same precaution for the cooling. For fish, proceed as in number 34, but 1. Substitute the espagnole of fish for the half-glaze. 2. Intensify the first espagnole with 1/2 pint of very clear fish essence. 3. Use Lenten jelly instead of meat jelly. Remarks upon the use of chaud-froid sauces. The chaud-froid sauce may be prepared beforehand, and when it is wanted it need only be gently melted without heating it in the least. It ought simply to be made sufficiently liquid to give a good coating to substances immersed in it. 36. Devil's sauce. Put in a vegetable pan 2 ounces of sliced shallots and 1/3 pint of white wine. Reduce the latter to 2/3, add 1/2 pint of half-glaze, reduce to 2/3, season strongly with cayenne pepper, and strain through muslin. This sauce may be served with grilled fowls or pigeons. It also forms an excellent accompaniment to redished meat, which needs a spicy sauce. 37. Escoffier deviled sauce. This sauce, which may be bought ready-made, is admirably fitted to accompany grilled fish and grills in general. In order to make it ready, all that is needed is to add its own volume of fresh butter to it, the latter being previously well softened, so as to ensure its perfect mixture with the sauce. 38. Genevoise sauce. Heat 2 ounces of butter in a stewpan. Insert 1 pound of mirepoix, number 228, without bacon. Slightly brown, add 2 pounds of head of salmon and remains or bones of fish, and stew with lid on for 20 minutes. Let the stewpan lean slightly to one side so that the butter may be drained. Moisten with 1 bottle of excellent red wine. Reduce the latter by half. Add 1 pint of Lenten Espagnole and allow to cook gently for half an hour. Rub the sauce through a sieve, pressing it so as to extract all the essence. Let it rest a while. Carefully remove the fat which has risen to the surface, and add 1 liqueur glass of burnt brandy, 1/2 pint of red wine, and as much fish fumet. Boil again, then move stewpan to the side of fire to despumate for 1½ hours. Frequently remove what the ebullition causes to rise to the surface, this second period of cooking being only to ensure the purification of the sauce. If the ebullition has been well effected, the sauce should reach the proper degree of reduction and despumation at the same moment of time. It is then strained through muslin or tammy, and it is finished at the last minute with a few drops of anchovy essence and 4 ounces of butter per quart of sauce. Nota bene. The Genevoise sauce, like all red wine sauces, may be served without being buttered. It is thus clearer and more slightly in color, but the addition of butter in small quantities makes it mellower and more palatable. 38a. Remarks on red wine sauces. In the general repertory of cooking, we also have, in the way of red wine sauces, the Bourguignon, Matelote, and red wine sauces, which are closely allied to the Genevoise and only differ from it in details of procedure. The Bourguignon sauce is composed of red wine accompanied by aromatics, and reduced by half. In accordance with ordinary principles, it is thickened by means of 3 ounces of manied butter per quart of reduced wine. This sauce is buttered with 4 ounces of butter per quart, and is especially regarded as a domestic preparation for poached, molded, and hard-boiled eggs. Matelote sauce is made from Court-Bouillons with red wine which has been used for cooking fish. This Court-Bouillon, with the mushroom parings added, is reduced by 2/3 and thickened with 1 pint of Lenten Espagnole per pint of the reduced Court-Bouillon. This sauce should be reduced by 1/3, strained through a tammy, and finished by means of 2 ounces of butter and a little cayenne per pint of sauce. The red wine sauce resembles the 2 preceding ones insofar as it contains mirepoix browned in butter and diluted with red wine. The wine is reduced by half, thickened by a pint of Lenten Espagnole per pint of the reduction, and the sauce is despumated for about 20 minutes. It is strained through a tammy and finished, when ready, by a few drops of anchovy essence, a little cayenne, and 2 ounces of butter per pint of sauce. 39. Grand Veneur sauce. Take 1 pint of poivrade sauce, number 49, and boil it, adding 1 pint of game stock to keep it light. Reduce the sauce by a good 1/3. Remove it from the fire and add 4 tablespoonfuls of red currant jelly. When the latter is well dissolved, complete the sauce by 1/4 pint of cream per pint of sauce. This sauce is the proper accompaniment for joints of venison. 40. Italian sauce. Ordinary Italian sauce. Put into a stewpan 6 tablespoonfuls of Duxelles, see number 223. 2 ounces of very lean cooked ham, cut very finely, Bernoise fashion, and 1 pint of half-glazed tomate. Boil for 10 minutes and complete at the moment of dishing up with 1 teaspoonful of parsley, chevril, and tarragon minced and mixed. Lenten Italian sauce. Same preparation, only 1, omit the ham, and 2, substitute Lent Espagnole combined with fish fumé made from the fish for which the sauce is intended, for half-glaze with tomatoes. 41. Thickened gravy. Boil 1 pint of poultry or veal stock, according to the nature of the dish the gravy is intended for. Thicken this sauce by means of 3/4 ounce of fécula, diluted cold with a little water or gravy, and pour this leason into the boiling gravy, being careful to stir briskly. The thickened gravy with the veal stock base is used for choicest pieces of butcher's meat. That with the poultry stock base is for fillet of poultry. 42. Veal gravy tomate. Add to 1 pint of veal stock 2 ounces of puree and 1/4 pint of tomato juice, and reduce by 1/5. Strain the gravy through linen. This gravy is for butcher's meat. 43. Lyonnaise sauce. Finely mince 2 ounces of onions and brown them slightly in 2 ounces of butter. Moisten with 1/4 pint of white wine and as much vinegar. Almost entirely reduce the liquid. Add 1½ pints of clear half-glaze and set to cook slowly for half an hour. Rub the sauce through a tammy. Nota bene. The onion may be left in the sauce or not, according to the preparation for which it is intended and the taste of the consumer. 44. Madeira sauce. Put 1 1/3 pints of half-glaze into a sauté pan and reduce it on a brisk fire to a stiff consistence. When it reaches this point, take it off the fire and add 1/5 pint of Madeira to it, which brings it back to its normal consistence. Rub through a tammy and keep it warm without allowing it to boil. 45. Marrow sauce. Follow the proportions as indicated under Sauce Bordelaise, number 32, for the necessary quantity of this sauce, the marrow sauce being only a variety of the Bordelaise. Finish it with 6 ounces per quart of beef marrow cut into cubes, poached and well drained, and 1 teaspoonful of chopped parsley, scalded for a second. If the sauce is to accompany vegetables, finish it away from the fire with 3 ounces of butter, and then add the cubes of marrow and the parsley. 46. Pignon sauce. Take the necessary amount of poivrade sauce prepared according to formula number 49 and let it boil. Now for 1 pint of sauce, prepare an infusion of juniper berries with 1/4 pint of water and 2 ounces of concassed berries, 1 ounce of grilled fir apple kernels, and 1 ounce of raisins, stoned and washed, and left to soak in tepid water for about an hour. Finish the sauce, when dishing up, by adding the infusion of juniper berries strained through linen, the grilled kernels, the soaked raisins, and 1/8 pint of Madeira wine. The sauce is specially suited to joints of venison. 47. Périgueux sauce. Prepare a sauce madère, as explained in number 44, and add to the half glaze, to be reduced, half its volume of very strong veal stock, and keep it a little denser than usual. Finish this sauce by adding 1/6 pint of truffle essence and 3 ounces of chopped truffles per quart of Madeira sauce. It is used for numerous small entrees, tambal, hot pâté, and so on. 48. Piquante sauce. Put into a vegetable pan 2 ounces of minced shallots, 1/4 pint of vinegar, and as much white wine. Reduce the liquid by a good half, and add 1 pint of half glaze. Set the sauce to boil and despumate it for half an hour. At the last moment finish it, away from the fire, with 2 ounces of gherkins, 1 ounce of capers, and a teaspoonful of chervil, parsley, and tarragon, mixed. All the ingredients to be finely chopped. This sauce generally accompanies grilled or boiled pork and cold meat redished and minced, which needs spicy flavoring. 49. Ordinary poivrade sauce. 1. Heat 2 ounces of butter in a stew pan and insert 1 pound of raw mirepoix, number 228. Fry the vegetables until they are well browned. Moisten with 1/4 pint of vinegar and 1/2 pint of marinade, formula 169. Reduce to 2/3. Add 1 pint of espagnole sauce and cook for 3/4 of an hour. 10 minutes before straining the sauce, put in a few crushed peppercorns. If the pepper were put in the sauce earlier, it might make it bitter. 2. Pass the sauce through a strainer, pressing the aromatics. Add a further 1/2 pint of marinade and despumate for 1/4 of an hour, keeping it simmering the while. Strain again through tammy and finish the sauce, when ready for dishing, with 2 ounces of butter. This sauce is suitable for joints marinated or not. 50. Poivrade sauce for venison. Fry with 2 ounces of butter and 2 ounces of oil, 1 pound of raw mirepoix, number 228, to which are added 4 pounds of well-broken bones and ground game trimmings. When the whole is well browned, drain the grease away and dilute with 1 pint of vinegar and 1 pint of white wine. Reduce this liquid by 3/4, then add 3 quarts of game stock and a quart of espagnole sauce. Boil, cover the saucepan, and put into a moderate oven, where it should stay for at least 3 hours. At the end of this time, take out the saucepan and pour its contents into a fine sieve placed over a tureen. Press the remains so as to expel all the sauce they hold, and pour the sauce into a tall, thick saucepan. Add enough game stock and marinade, mix in equal parts to produce 3 quarts in all of sauce, and gently reduce the latter while despumating it. As it diminishes in volume, it should be passed through muslin into smaller saucepans, and the reduction should be stopped when only a quart of sauce remains. Nota bene. This sauce, like red wine sauces, may be served as it stands. It is brilliant, clear, and perhaps more slightly thus, but the addition of a certain quantity of butter, 4 ounces per quart, makes it perfectly mellow and admirably completes its fragrance. 51. Provençal sauce. Peel, remove the seeds, press, and concasse 12 medium tomatoes. Heat in a sauté pan 1/5 pint of oil until it begins to smoke a little. Insert the tomatoes, seasoned with pepper and salt. Add a crushed garlic clove, a pinch of powdered sugar, 1 teaspoonful of chopped parsley, and allow to melt gently for half an hour. In reality, true Provençal is nothing but a fine fondue of tomatoes with garlic. 52. Robert sauce. Finely mince a large onion and put it into a stew pan with butter. Fry the onion gently and without letting it acquire any color. Dilute with 1/3 pint of white wine, reduce the latter by 1/3, add 1 pint of half glaze, and leave to simmer for 20 minutes. When dishing up, finish the sauce with 1 tablespoonful of meat glaze, 1 teaspoonful of mustard, and 1 pinch of powdered sugar. If, when finished, the sauce has to wait, it should be kept warm in a bain-marie, as it must not boil again. This sauce, of a spicy flavor, is best suited to grilled and boiled pork. It may also be used for a mince of the same meat. 53. Escoffier Robert sauce. This sauce may be bought ready-made. It is used either hot or cold. It is especially suitable for pork, veal, poultry, and even fish, and is generally used hot with grills after the equivalent of its volume of excellent brown stock has been added to it. It may also be served cold to accompany cold meat. 54. Rouennaise sauce. Prepare a Bordelaise sauce according to formula number 32. The diluent of this sauce must be an excellent red wine. For 1 pint of sauce, pass 4 raw duck's livers through a sieve. Add the resulting puree to the Bordelaise, and heat the latter for a few minutes in order to poach the liver. Be careful, however, not to heat the sauce too much nor too long, lest the liver be cooked. Serve this sauce with duckling à la Rouennaise. 55. Salmi sauce. The base of this sauce, which rather resembles the coulis, is unchangeable. Its diluent only changes according to the kind of birds or game to be treated, and whether this game is to be considered ordinary or Lenten. Cut and gently brown in butter 5 ounces of mirepoix, formula 228. Add the skin detached from the limbs and the chopped carcass of the bird under treatment, and moisten with 1 pint of white wine. Reduce the latter to 2/3, add 1/2 pint of half glaze, and boil gently for 3/4 of an hour. Pass through a strainer, while pressing upon the carcass and the aromatics with the view of extracting their quintessence, and thin the coulis thus obtained by means of 1/2 pint of game stock or mushroom liquor, if the game be Lenten. Now despumate for about 1 hour, finally reduce the sauce, bring it to its proper consistency with a little mushroom liquor and truffle essence, rub it through tammy, and butter it slightly at the last moment. 56. Tortue sauce. Boil 1/2 pint of veal stock, adding a small sprig of sage, sweet marjoram, rosemary, basil, thyme, and as much bay, 2 ounces of mushroom parings, and 1 ounce of parsley. Cover and allow to infuse for half an hour. 2 minutes before straining the infusion, add 4 concassed peppercorns. After straining through fine linen, add 1/2 pint of half-glaze and as much tomato sauce away from the fire, with 4 tablespoonfuls of sherry, a little truffle essence, and a good pinch of cayenne. Nota bene: as this sauce must be spicy, the use of cayenne suggests itself, but great caution should be observed as there must be no excess of this condiment. 57. Venison sauce. Prepare a poivrade sauce for game, as explained in number 50. Finish this sauce with 2 tablespoonfuls of red currant jelly, previously dissolved, and mix with 5 tablespoonfuls of fresh cream per pint of sauce. This addition of cream and red currants must be made away from the fire. Serve this sauce with big ground game. Small white and compound sauces. 58. American sauce. This sauce consists of lobster prepared à l'américaine. See number 939. As it generally accompanies a fish, the meat of the lobster or lobsters which have served in its preparation is sliced and used as the garnish of the fish. 59. Anchovy sauce. Put into a small stewpan 1 pint of unbuttered Normande sauce, number 99, and finish it away from the fire with 3 ounces of anchovy butter and 1 ounce of anchovy fillets, washed, well sponged, and cut into small pieces. 60. Aurore sauce. Into 1/2 pint of boiling velouté, put the same quantity of very red tomato puree, number 29, and mix the two. Let the sauce boil a little, pass it through a tammy, and finish, away from the fire, with 3 ounces of butter. 61. Lenten Aurore sauce. This sauce is made like the preceding one, that is, with the same quantities of velouté and tomato puree, replacing ordinary velouté by fish velouté. 62. Béarnaise sauce. Put into a small stewpan 1 teaspoonful of chopped shallots, 2 ounces of chopped tarragon stalks, 3 ounces of chervil, some mignonette pepper, a pinch of salt, and 4 tablespoonfuls of vinegar. Reduce the vinegar by 2/3, take off the fire, let the stewpan cool a little, and add to this reduction the yolks of 5 eggs. Now put the stewpan on a low fire and gradually combine with the yolks 6 ounces of melted butter. Whisk the sauce briskly so as to ensure the cooking of the yolks, which alone, by gradual cooking, effect the lesion of the sauce. When the butter is combined with the sauce, rub the latter through tammy and finish it with a teaspoonful of chervil parings and chopped tarragon leaves. Complete the seasoning with a suspicion of cayenne. This sauce should not be served very hot, as it is really a mayonnaise with butter. It need only be tepid, for it would probably turn if it were overheated. Serve it with grilled butcher's meat and poultry. 63. Béarnaise sauce with meat glaze, otherwise Valois sauce or Foyot sauce. Prepare a Béarnaise sauce as explained in number 62. Combine it with 3 tablespoonfuls of dissolved pale meat glaze, which may be added in small quantities at a time. Serve it with butcher's meat. 64. Béarnaise tomate sauce or Choron sauce. Proceed in exactly the same way as for Béarnaise number 62. When the sauce is made and rubbed through tammy, finish it with 1/3 pint of very red tomato puree. In this case, the final addition of chervil and tarragon should not be made. This is proper to tournedos choron, but it may accompany grilled poultry and white butcher's meat. 65. Bercy sauce. Heat 2 ounces of chopped shallots, moisten with 1/2 pint of white wine and as much fish fumé, or, when possible, the same quantity of fish liquor, the latter being, of course, that of a fish similar to the one the sauce is to accompany. Reduce to a good third, add 1/3 pint of velouté, let the sauce boil some time, and finish it, away from the fire, with 4 ounces of butter, added by degrees, a few drops of fish glaze, half the juice of a lemon, and 1 ounce of chopped parsley. Served with medium-sized poached fish. 66. Butter sauce. Mix 2 ounces of sifted flour with 2 ounces of melted butter. Dilute with 1 quart of boiling water, salted to the extent of 1/4 ounce per quart. Stir briskly to ensure a perfect leason, and do not allow to boil. Add immediately the yolks of 6 eggs, mixed with 1/4 pint of cream, and the juice of half a lemon. Rub through a tammy, and finish the sauce with 5 ounces of best fresh butter. Be careful that the sauce does not boil after it has been thickened. 67. Bonne foi sauce, or white Bordelaise sauce. Put in a stewpan 2 ounces of minced shallots and 1/2 pint of Graves, Sauterne, or any other excellent white Bordeaux. Reduce the white wine almost entirely, add 1/4 pint of velouté, let it simmer 20 minutes, and rub it through a tammy. Finish it, away from the fire, with 6 ounces of butter and a little chopped tarragon. Serve it with grilled fish and grilled white meat. 68. Caper sauce. This is a derivative of the butter sauce described under number 66, and there need only be added 2 tablespoonfuls of capers per pint of sauce. It frequently accompanies boiled fish of all kinds. End of section 4. Reading by Malone. Section 5 of A Guide to Modern Cookery, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. A Guide to Modern Cookery, Part 1 by Auguste ESCOFFIER. Translated by James B. Herndon, Jr. Chapter 3, Part 2. The Small Compound Sauces. 69. Cardinal Sauce. Boil 1 pint of béchamel, to which add 1/2 pint of fish fumé and a little truffle essence, and reduce by 1/4. Finish the sauce, when dishing up, with 3 tablespoonfuls of cream and 3 ounces of very red lobster butter, number 149. This sauce is poured over the fish. 70. Mushroom sauce. If this be intended for poultry, add 1/5 pint of mushroom liquor and 8 ounces of button mushroom heads, turned or channeled and cooked, to 1 pint of very stiff Allemande sauce. If it be intended for fish, Take 1 pint of fish velouté, thickened with the yolks of 4 eggs, and finish it with mushroom liquor, as above. The sauce that I suggest for poultry may also be used for fish, after adding the necessary quantity of fish fumé. 71. Chateaubriand sauce. Put 1 ounce of chopped shallots, a sprig of thyme, and a bit of bay, 1 ounce of mushroom parings, and 1/4 pint of white wine into a stew pan. Reduce the wine almost entirely. Add 1/2 pint of veal gravy, and reduce again until the liquid only measures 1/4 pint. Strain through muslin, and finish the sauce away from the fire with 4 ounces of butter maître d'hôtel, No. 150, to which may be added a little chopped tarragon. Serve with grilled fillet of beef, otherwise Chateaubriand. 72. White chaud-froid sauce. Boil 1 pint of velouté in a stewpan, and add 3/4 pint of melted white poultry jelly. Put the stewpan on an open fire, reduce the sauce by 1/3, stirring constantly the while, and gradually add 1/2 pint of very fresh cream. When the sauce has reached the desired degree of consistency, rub it through a tammy, and stir it frequently while it cools, for fear of a skin forming on its surface, for if this happened it would have to be strained again. When dishing up, this sauce should be cold, so that it may properly coat immersed solids, and yet be liquid enough to admit of the latter being easily steeped into it. 73. Ordinary chaud-froid sauce. Proceed exactly as above, substituting Allemande sauce for the velouté, and reducing the quantity of cream to 1/4 pint. Observe the same precautions while cooling. 74. Chaud-froid sauce à l'aurore. Prepare a white chaud-froid, No. 72. The same may be colored by the addition of fine red tomato puree, more or less to match the desired shade, or by an infusion of paprika, according to the use for which it is intended. This last product is preferable when not too deep a shade is required. 75. Chaud-froid sauce au vert pré. Add to the velouté of the white chaud-froid sauce, at the same time as the jelly, an infusion prepared thus. Boil 1/4 pint of white wine, and add to it 1 pinch of Chevreul's stalks, a similar quantity of tarragon leaves, chives, and parsley leaves. Cover, allow infusion to proceed away from the fire for 10 minutes, and strain through linen. Treat the sauce as explained, and finish with spinach green, No. 143. The shade of the sauce must not be too pronounced, but must retain a pale green. The coloring principle must therefore be added with caution and in small quantities, until the correct shade is obtained. Use this sauce for chaud-froid of fowl, particularly that kind distinguished as printanier. 76. Lent chaud-froid sauce. Proceed as for white chaud-froid, using the same quantities and taking note of the following modifications. 1. Substitute fish velouté for ordinary velouté. 2. Substitute white fish jelly for poultry jelly. Remarks. I have adopted the use of this ordinary chaud-froid sauce for the glazing of fillet and escalope of fish and shellfish, instead of cleared mayonnaise, formerly used, which had certain inconveniences, not the least being the oozing away of the oil under the shrinkage of the gelatin. This difficulty does not obtain in any ordinary chaud-froid, the definite and pronounced flavor of which is better than that of the cleared mayonnaise. 77. Escoffier cherry sauce. This sauce may be bought ready-made. Like the Roberts sauce, it can be served hot or cold. It is an excellent adjunct to venison, and even to small ground game. Saddle of venison with this sauce constitutes one of the greatest dainties that an epicure could desire. 78. Chivry sauce. In 1/2 pint of boiling poultry stock, put a large pinch of chevril pluche, tarragon, and parsley leaves, a head of young pimpernel. The qualification here is very important, for this aromatic plant grows bitter as it matures, and a good pinch of chives. Cover up, and let infusion proceed for 10 to 12 minutes. Then add the liquid, strained through linen, to 1 pint of velouté. Boil, reduce by a quarter, and complete it with 2 ounces of green butter, No. 143. Chivry sauce is admirably suited to boiled or poached poultry. 79. Cream sauce. Boil 1 pint of béchamel sauce, and add 1/4 pint of cream to it. Reduce on an open fire until the sauce has become very thick, then pass through tammy. Bring to its normal degree of consistency by gradually adding, away from the fire, 1/4 pint of very fresh cream and a few drops of lemon juice. Serve this sauce with boiled fish, poultry, eggs, and various vegetables. 80. Shrimp sauce. Boil 1 pint of fish velouté, or failing this, béchamel sauce, and add to it 1/4 pint of cream and 1/4 pint of very clear fish fumé. Reduce to 1 pint and finish the sauce, away from the fire, with 2 ounces of shrimp butter, No. 145, and 2 ounces of shelled shrimp's tails. 81. Curry sauce. Slightly brown the following vegetables in butter: 12 ounces of minced onions, 1 ounce of parsley roots, 4 ounces of minced celery, a small sprig of thyme, a bit of bay, and a little mace. Sprinkle with 2 ounces of flour and a teaspoonful of curry pepper. Cook the flour for some minutes without letting it acquire any color, and dilute with 1½ pints of white stock. Boil, cook gently for 3/4 of an hour, and rub through a tammy. Now heat the sauce, remove its grease, and keep it in the bain-marie. Serve this sauce with fish, shellfish, poultry, and various egg preparations. Nota bene, this sauce is sometimes flavored with coconut milk in the proportion of 1/4 of the diluent. 82. Diplomate sauce. Take 1 pint of Normande sauce, prepared according to No. 99, and finish it with 2 ounces of lobster butter and 3 tablespoonfuls of lobster meat, and truffles cut into small regular tubes. 83. Herb sauce. Prepare 1 pint of white wine sauce, No. 111. Finish it away from the fire with 3 ounces of shallot butter, a tablespoonful of parsley, chervil, tarragon, and chives, chopped and mixed. Serve the sauce with boiled or poached fish. 84. Gooseberry sauce. Prepare 1 pint of butter sauce, formula number 66. Meanwhile, put 1 pound of green gooseberries into a small copper saucepan containing boiling water. Boil for 5 minutes, then drain the gooseberries and put them in a little stewpan with 1/2 pint of white wine and 3 ounces of powdered sugar. Gently cook the gooseberries, rub them through a tammy, and add the resulting pulp to the butter sauce. This sauce is excellent with grilled mackerel and the poached fillets of that fish. 85. Hungarian sauce. Gently fry in butter, without coloring, 2 tablespoonfuls of chopped onions seasoned with table salt and 1/2 teaspoonful of paprika. Moisten with 1/4 pint of white wine, add a small faggot, reduce the wine by 2/3 and remove the herbs. Finish with 1 pint of ordinary or Lenten velouté, according to the use for which the sauce is intended, and boil moderately for 5 minutes. Then rub the sauce through a tammy, and complete it with 2 ounces of butter. Remember, this sauce should be of a tender pink shade, which it must owe to the paprika alone. It forms an ideal accompaniment to choice morsels of lamb and veal, eggs, poultry, and fish. 86. Oyster sauce. Take 1 pint of Normande sauce, finish it as directed in that recipe, and complete it with 1/4 pint of reduced oyster liquor, strained through linen, and 12 poached and trimmed oysters. 87. Ivory sauce, or Albufeire sauce. Take the necessary quantity of supreme sauce, prepared as explained in number 105A. Add to this 4 tablespoonfuls of dissolved pale meat glaze per quart of sauce, in order to lend the latter that ivory white tint which characterizes it. Serve this sauce chiefly with poultry and poached sweetbread. 88. Joinville sauce. Prepare 1 pint of Normande sauce, number 99, as given in the first part of its formula, and complete it with 2 ounces of shrimp butter and 2 ounces of crayfish butter. If this sauce is to accompany a fish à la Joinville, which includes a special garnish, it is served as it stands. If it is served with a large boiled ungarnished fish, 1 ounce of very black truffles, cut julienne fashion, should be added. As may be seen, Joinville sauce differs from similar preparations in the final operation, where crayfish and shrimp butter are combined. 89. Maltese sauce. To the Hollandaise sauce given under number 30, add, when dishing up, the juice of 2 blood oranges, these late-season oranges being especially suitable for this sauce, and 1/2 coffee spoonful of grated orange rind. Maltese sauce is the finest for asparagus. 90. Marinière sauce. Take the necessary quantity of Bercy sauce, number 65, and add, per pint of sauce, 1/4 pint of mussel liquor, and a leason composed of the yolks of 3 eggs. Serve this with small poached fish, and more particularly with mussels. 91. Mornay sauce. Boil 1 pint of béchamel sauce with 1/4 pint of the fumée of that fish which is to constitute the dish. Reduce by a good quarter, and add 2 ounces of Gruyère and 2 ounces of grated Parmesan. Put the sauce on the fire again for a few minutes, and ensure the melting of the cheese by stirring with a small whisk. Finish the sauce away from the fire with 2 ounces of butter added by degrees. 92. Mousseline sauce. To a Hollandaise sauce, prepared as explained, number 30, add, just before dishing up, 1/2 pint of stiffly whipped cream per pint of sauce. 93. Mousseuse sauce. Scald and wipe a small vegetable pan, and put into it 1/2 pound of stiffly manied butter, properly softened. Season this butter with table salt and a few drops of lemon juice, and whisk it while gradually adding 1/3 pint of cold water. Finish with 2 tablespoonfuls of very firm whipped cream. This preparation, though classified as a sauce, is really a compound butter, which is served with boiled fish. The heat of the fish alone suffices to melt it, and its appearance is infinitely more agreeable than that of plain melted butter. 94. Mustard sauce. Take the necessary quantity of butter sauce and complete it, away from the fire, with 1 tablespoonful of mustard per pint of sauce. Nota bene. If the sauce has to wait, it must be kept in a bain-marie, for it should not on any account boil. It is served with certain small grilled fish, especially fresh herrings. 95. Nantua sauce. Boil 1 pint of bechamel sauce, add 1/2 pint of cream, and reduce by 1/3. Rub it through a tammy, and finish it with a further addition of 2 tablespoonfuls of cream, 3 ounces of very fine crayfish butter, and 1 tablespoonful of small shelled crayfish's tails. 96. Newburgh sauce. First method, with raw lobsters. Divide a 2-pound lobster into 4 parts. Remove its creamy parts, pound them finely with 2 ounces of butter, and put them aside. Heat in a sauté pan 1½ ounces of butter and as much oil, and insert the pieces of lobster, well seasoned with salt and cayenne. Fry until the pieces assume a fine red color. Entirely drain away the butter, and add 2 tablespoonfuls of burnt brandy and 1/3 pint of marsala or old sherry. Reduce the wine by 2/3, and wet the lobster with 1/3 pint of cream and 1/2 pint of fish fumé. Now add a faggot, cover the sauté pan, and gently cook for 25 minutes. Then drain the lobster on a sieve, remove the meat and cut it into cubes, and finish the sauce by adding the creamy portions put aside from the first. Boil so as to ensure the cooking of these latter portions. Add the meat, cut into cubes, and verify the seasoning. Nota bene. The addition of the meat to the sauce is optional. Instead of cutting it into cubes, it may be stewed and displayed on the fish constituting the dish. 97. Second method, with cooked lobster. The lobster, having been cooked in a Court-Bouillons, shell the tail and slice it up. Arrange these slices in a sauté pan, liberally buttered at the bottom. Season them strongly with salt and cayenne, and heat them on both sides so as to effect the reddening of the skin. Immerse, so as to cover, in a good sherry, and almost entirely reduce same. When dishing up, pour on to the slices a leason composed of 1/3 pint of fresh cream and the yolks of 2 eggs. Gently stir, away from the fire, and roll the saucepan about until the leason is completed. Originally, these two sauces, like the American, were exclusively composed of and served with lobster. They were one with the two very excellent preparations of lobster which bear their name. In its two forms, lobster may only be served at lunch, many people with delicate stomachs being unable to digest it at night. To obviate this serious difficulty, I have made it a practice to serve lobster sauce with filet or mousseline of sole, adding the lobster as a garnish only, and this innovation proved most welcome to the public. By using such condiments as curry and paprika, excellent varieties of this sauce may be obtained, which are particularly suited to sole and other white Lenten fish. In either of these cases, it is well to add a little rice à l'indienne to the fish. 98. Noisette sauce. Prepare a Hollandaise sauce according to the recipe under number 30. Add 2 ounces of hazelnut butter at the last moment. Serve this with salmon, trout, and all boiled fish in general. 99. Normande sauce. Put in a sauté pan 1 pint of fish velouté, 3 tablespoonfuls of mushroom liquor, as much oyster liquor, and twice as much sole fumé, the yolks of 3 eggs, a few drops of lemon juice, and 1/4 pint of cream. Reduce by a good third on an open fire. Season with a little cayenne, rub through a tammy, and finish with 2 ounces of butter and 4 tablespoonfuls of good cream. This sauce is proper to filet of sole à la Normande, but it is also frequently used as the base of other small sauces. 100. Oriental sauce. Take 1 pint of American sauce, season with curry, and reduce to a third. Then add, away from the fire, 1/4 pint of cream per pint of sauce. Serve this sauce in the same way as American sauce. 101. Poulette sauce. Boil for a few minutes 1 pint of sauce allemande, and add 6 tablespoonfuls of mushroom liquor. Finish, away from the fire, with 2 ounces of butter, a few drops of lemon juice, and 1 teaspoonful of chopped parsley. Use this sauce with certain vegetables, but more generally with sheep's trotters. 102. Ravigote sauce. Reduce by half 1/4 pint of white wine and half as much vinegar. Add 1 pint of ordinary velouté. Boil gently for a few minutes, and finish with 1½ ounces of shallot butter and 1 teaspoonful of chèvre, tarragon, and chopped chives. This sauce accompanies boiled poultry and certain white abats. 103. Regency sauce. If this sauce is to garnish poultry, boil 1 pint of Allemande sauce with 6 tablespoonfuls of mushroom essence and 2 tablespoonfuls of truffle essence. Finish with 4 tablespoonfuls of poultry glaze. If it is to garnish fish, substitute for the Allemande sauce some fish velouté thickened with egg yolks, and the essences of mushroom and truffle as above. Complete with some fish essence. 104. Soubise sauce. Stew in butter 2 pounds of finely minced onions, scalded for 3 minutes and well dried. This stewing of the onions in butter increases their flavor. Now add 1/2 pint of thickened béchamel. Season with salt and a teaspoonful of powdered sugar. Cook gently for half an hour, rub through a tammy, and complete the sauce with some tablespoonfuls of cream and 2 ounces of butter. 105. Soubise sauce with rice. The same quantity as above of minced onions, scalded and well drained. Garnish the bottom and the sides of a tall, medium stew pan with some thin rashers of fat bacon. Insert the onions, together with 1/4 pound of Carolina rice, 1 pint of white consommé, a large pinch of powdered sugar, and the necessary salt. Cook gently in the front of the oven for 3/4 of an hour. Then pound the onions and rice in a mortar. Rub the resulting puree through a tammy, and finish with cream and butter as in the preceding case. Nota bene. This sauce, being more consistent than the former, is used as a garnish just as often as a sauce. 106. Soubise sauce tomate. Prepare a soubise in accordance with the first of the two above formulae, and add to it 1/3 of its volume of very red tomato puree. Remarks. 1. The soubise is rather a coulis than a sauce. That is, its consistence must be greater than that of a sauce. 2. The admixture of béchamel in soubise is preferable to that of rice, seeing that it makes it smoother. If in certain cases rice is used as a cohering element, it is in order to give the soubise more stiffness. 3. In accordance with the uses to which it may be put, the soubise tomate may be finely seasoned either with curry or paprika. 106a. Suprême sauce. The salient characteristics of suprême sauce are its perfect whiteness and consummate delicacy. It is generally prepared in small quantities only. Preparation. Put 1½ pints of very clear poultry stock and 1/4 pint of mushroom cooking liquor into a sauté pan. Reduce to 2/3. Add 1 pint of poultry velouté. Reduce on an open fire, stirring with the spatula the while, and combine 1/2 pint of excellent cream with the sauce, this last ingredient being added little by little. When the sauce has reached the desired consistence, strain it through a sieve, and add another 1/4 pint of cream and 2 ounces of best butter. Stir with a spoon from time to time, or keep the pan well covered. 107. Venetian sauce. Put into a stew pan 1 tablespoonful of chopped shallots, 1 tablespoonful of chèvre, and 1/4 pint of white wine and tarragon vinegar, mixed in equal quantities. Reduce the vinegar by 2/3. Add 1 pint of white wine sauce, number 111. Boil for a few minutes, rub through a tammy, and finish the sauce with a sufficient quantity of herb juice, number 183, and 1 teaspoonful of chopped chèvre and tarragon. This sauce accompanies various fish. 108. Villeroy sauce. Put into a sauté pan 1 pint of Allemande sauce, to which have been added 2 tablespoonfuls of truffle essence and as much ham essence. Reduce on an open fire and constantly stir until the sauce is sufficiently stiff to coat immersed solids thickly. 109. Villeroy Soubise sauce. Put into a sauté pan 2/3 pint of Allemande sauce and 1/3 pint of Soubise purée, Formula 105. Reduce as in the preceding case, as the uses to which this is put are the same. Now, according to the circumstances and the nature of the solid it is intended for, a few teaspoonfuls of very black chopped truffles may be added to this sauce. 110. Villeroy tomate sauce. Prepare the sauce as explained under number 108, and add to it the third of its volume of very fine tomato puree. Reduce in the same way. Remarks. 1. Villeroy sauce, of whatever kind, is solely used for the coating of preparations said to be à la Villeroy. 2. The Villeroy tomate may be finely seasoned with curry or paprika, according to the preparation for which it is intended. 111. White wine sauce. The three following methods are employed in making it. 1. Add 1/4 pint of fish fumet to 1 pint of thickened velouté and reduce by half. Finish the sauce away from the fire with 4 ounces of butter. Thus prepared, this white wine sauce is suitable for glazed fish. 2. Almost entirely reduce 1/4 pint of fish fumet. To this reduction add the yolks of 4 eggs, mixing them well in it, and follow with 1 pound of butter, added by degrees, paying heed to the precautions indicated under Sauce Hollandaise No. 30. 3. Put the yolks of 5 eggs into a small stewpan and mix them with 1 tablespoonful of cold fish stock. Put the stewpan in a bain-marie and finish the sauce with 1 pound of butter, meanwhile adding from time to time, and in small quantities, 6 tablespoonfuls of excellent fish fumet. The procedure in this sauce is, in short, exactly that of the Hollandaise, with this distinction that here fish fumet takes the place of the water. Hot English sauces. 112. Apple sauce. Quarter, peel, core, and chop 2 pounds of medium-sized apples. Place these in a stewpan with 1 tablespoonful of powdered sugar and a bit of cinnamon and a few tablespoonfuls of water. Cook the whole gently with lid on, and smooth the puree with a whisk when dishing up. Serve this sauce lukewarm with duck, goose, roast hare, and so on. 113. Bread sauce. Boil 1 pint of milk and add 3 ounces of fresh white bread crumb, a little salt, a small onion with a clove stuck in it, and 1 ounce of butter. Cook gently for about 1/4 of an hour. Remove the onion, smooth the sauce with a whisk, and finish it with a few tablespoonfuls of cream. This sauce is served with roast fowl and roast feathered game. 114. Celery sauce. Clean 6 stalks of celery, only use the hearts. Put them in a sauté pan, wholly immerse in consommé, add a faggot and 1 onion, and a clove stuck in it, and cook gently. Drain the celery, pound it in a mortar, then rub it through a tammy and put the puree in a stewpan. Now thin the puree with an equal quantity of cream sauce and a little reduced celery liquor. Heat it moderately, and if it has to wait, put it in a bain-marie. This sauce is suited to boiled or braised poultry. It is excellent and has been adapted in French cookery. 115. Cranberry sauce. Cook 1 pint of cranberries with 1 quart of water in a stewpan and cover the stewpan. When the berries are cooked, drain them in a fine sieve through which they are strained. To the puree thus obtained add the necessary quantity of their cooking liquor, so as to make a somewhat thick sauce. Sugar should be added according to the taste of the consumer. The sauce is mostly served with roast turkey. It is to be bought ready-made, and if this kind be used, it need only be heated with a little water. 116. Fennel sauce. Take 1 pint of butter sauce, number 66, and finish it with 2 tablespoonfuls of chopped fennel, scalded for a few seconds. This is principally used with mackerel. 117. Egg sauce with melted butter. Dissolve 1/4 pound of butter and add to it the necessary salt, a little pepper, half the juice of a lemon, and 3 hard-boiled eggs, hot and cut into large cubes, also a teaspoonful of chopped and scalded parsley. 118. Scotch egg sauce. Make a white roux with 1½ ounces of butter and 1 ounce of flour. Mix in 1 pint of boiling milk, season with salt, white pepper, and nutmeg, and boil gently for 10 minutes. Then add 3 hot hard-boiled eggs cut into cubes, the whites and the yolks. This sauce usually accompanies boiled fish, especially fresh haddocks and fresh and salted cod. 119. Horseradish or Albert sauce. Rasp 5 ounces of horseradish and place them in a stew pan with 1/4 pint of white consommé. Boil gently for 20 minutes and add a good 1/2 pint of butter sauce, as much cream, and 1/2 ounce of breadcrumb. Thicken by reducing on a brisk fire and rub through tammy. Then thicken with the yolks of 2 eggs, and complete the seasoning with a pinch of salt and pepper, and a teaspoonful of mustard dissolved in a tablespoonful of vinegar. Serve this sauce with braised or roast beef, especially fillets. 119A. Parsley sauce. This is the butter sauce, number 66, to which is added, per pint, a heaped teaspoonful of freshly chopped parsley. 120. Reform sauce. Put into a small stew pan and boil 1 pint of half-glazed sauce and 1/2 pint of ordinary poivrade sauce. Complete with a garnish composed of 1/2 ounce of gherkins, 1/2 ounce of hard-boiled white of an egg, 1 ounce of salted tongue, 1 ounce of truffles, and 1 ounce of mushrooms, all these to be cut julienne fashion and short. This sauce is for mutton cutlets when these are à la réforme. End of section 5. Reading by Malone.
Section 6 of A Guide to Modern Cookery, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joanne Rochon. A Guide to Modern Cookery, Part 1, by Auguste ESCOFFIER. Translated by James B. Herndon, Jr. Chapter 4. Cold Sauces and Compound Butters. 121. Aioli sauce or Provence butter. Pound 1 ounce of garlic cloves as finely as possible in a mortar and add the yolk of 1 raw egg, a pinch of salt, and 1/2 pint of oil, letting the latter gradually fall in a thread and wielding the pestle meanwhile, so as to effect a complete amalgamation. Add a few drops of lemon juice and cold water to the sauce as it thickens, these being to avoid its turning. Should it decompose while in the process of making, or when made, The only thing to be done is to begin again with the yolk of an egg. 122. Andalouse sauce. Take the required quantity of mayonnaise sauce, No. 126, and add it to the quarter of its volume of very red and concentrated tomato puree, and finally add 2 ounces of capsicum cut finely, julienne fashion, per pint of sauce. 123. Bohemian sauce. Put in a bowl 1/4 pint of cold bechamel, the yolks of 4 eggs, a little table salt and white pepper. Add a quart of oil and 3 tablespoonfuls of tarragon vinegar. Proceeding as for the mayonnaise, finish the sauce with a tablespoonful of mustard. 124. Genoa sauce. Pound in a mortar and make into a smooth, fine paste 1 ounce of pistachios and 1 ounce of fir apple kernels, or if these are not available, 1 ounce of sweet almonds. Add 1/2 tablespoonful of cold bechamel. Put this paste into a bowl, add the yolks of 6 eggs, a little salt and pepper, and finish the sauce with a quart of oil, the juice of 2 lemons, and proceed as for the mayonnaise. Complete with 3 tablespoonfuls of pure herbs prepared with equal quantities of chervil, parsley, tarragon, and fresh pimpernel scalded for 1 minute. Cool quickly. Press so as to expel the water and pass through a fine sieve. Serve this sauce with cold fish. 125. Grabici sauce. Crush in a basin the yolks of 6 hard-boiled eggs and work them into a smooth paste, together with a large tablespoonful of French mustard, the necessary salt, a little pepper, and make up the sauce with 1 pint of oil. Complete with 1 dessertspoonful of parsley, chervil, and tarragon, chopped and mixed, as many capers and gherkins evenly mixed, and the hard-boiled whites of 3 eggs, cut short, julienne fashion. This sauce is chiefly used with cold fish. 126. Mayonnaise sauce. Put in a basin the yolks of 6 raw eggs, after having removed the cores. Season them with 1/2 ounce of table salt and a little cayenne pepper. Gradually pour 1/5 pint of vinegar on the yolks while whisking them briskly. When the vinegar is absorbed, add 1 quart of oil, letting the latter trickle down in a thread, constantly stirring the sauce meanwhile. The sauce is finished by the addition of the juice of a lemon and 3 tablespoonfuls of boiling water, the purpose of the latter being to ensure the coherence of the sauce and to prevent its turning. Mayonnaise is prepared in this way is rather liquid, but it need only be left to rest a few hours in order to thicken considerably. Unless it be exposed to too low a temperature, the mayonnaise prepared as above never turns and may be kept for several days without the fear of anything happening to it. Merely cover it to keep the dust away. Remarks. In the matter of sauces, there exist endless prejudices which I must attempt to refute. 1. If the sauce forms badly, or not at all, the reason is that the oil has been added too rapidly at first, before the addition of the vinegar, and that its assimilation by the yolks has not operated normally. 2. It is quite an error to suppose that it is necessary to work over ice or in a cold room. Cold is rather deleterious to the mayonnaise, and is invariably the cause of this sauce turning in winter. In cold season, The oil should be slightly warmed, or at least kept at the temperature of the kitchen, though it is best to make it in a moderately warm place. 3. It is a further error to suppose that the seasoning interferes with the making of the sauce, for salt in solution rather provokes the cohering force of the yolks. Causes of the disintegration of the mayonnaise: 1. The too rapid addition of the oil at the start. 2. The use of congealed or too cold an oil. 3. Excess of oil in proportion to the number of yolks, the assimilating power of an egg being limited to 2 1/2 ounces of oil if the sauce is to be made some time in advance, and 3 ounces if it is to be used immediately. Means of bringing the turned mayonnaise back to its normal state: put the yolk of an egg into a basin with a few drops of vinegar and mix the turned mayonnaise in it, little by little. If it be a matter of only a small quantity of mayonnaise, 1/2 a coffeespoonful of mustard can take the place of the egg yolk. Finally, with regard to acid seasoning, a whiter sauce is obtained by the use of lemon juice instead of vinegar. 127. Cleared mayonnaise sauce. Take the necessary quantity of mayonnaise and gradually add to it, per 1 1/2 pints of the sauce, 1/2 pint of cold and rather firm melting aspic jelly, Lenten or ordinary, according to the nature of the products for which the sauce is intended. Remarks: it is this very mayonnaise, formerly used almost exclusively for coating Entrees and cold Relevees of fish, filleted fish, escallops, and common and spiny lobster, and c, which I have allowed the Lenten chaud froid, see remarks number 76, to supersede. 128. Whisked mayonnaise. Put into a copper basin or other bowl 3/4 pint of melted jelly, 2/3 pint of mayonnaise, 1 tablespoonful of tarragon vinegar, and as much rasped and finely chopped horseradish. Mix up the whole. Place the utensil on ice and whisk gently until the contents get very frothy. Stop whisking as soon as the sauce begins to solidify, for it must remain almost fluid so as to enable it to mix with the products for which it is intended. This sauce is used principally for vegetable salads. 129. Ravigote sauce or vinaigrette. Put into a bowl 1 pint of oil, 1/3 pint of vinegar, a little salt and pepper, 2 ounces of small capers, 3 tablespoonfuls of fine herbs, comprising some very finely chopped onion, as much parsley, and half as much chervil, tarragon, and chives. Mix thoroughly. The ravigote accompanies calf's head or foot, sheep's trotters, and c. 2 or 3 tablespoonfuls of the liqueur with which its accompanying solids have been cooked, i.e., calf's head or sheep's trotters, liqueur, and c, are often added to this sauce when dishing up. 130. Remoulade sauce. To 1 pint of mayonnaise, add 1 large tablespoonful of mustard, another of gherkins, and yet another of chopped and pressed capers, 1 tablespoonful of fine herbs, parsley, chervil, and tarragon, all chopped and mixed, and a coffeespoonful of anchovy essence. This sauce accompanies cold meat and poultry, and more particularly common and spiny lobster. 131. Green sauce. Take the necessary quantity of thick mayonnaise and spicy seasoning, and add to these, per 1 pint of sauce, 1/3 pint of herb juice, prepared as indicated hereafter, number 132. This is suitable for cold fish and shellfish. 132. Vincent sauce. Prepare and carefully wash the following herbs: 1 ounce each of parsley, chervil, tarragon, chives, sorrel leaves, and fresh pimpernel, 2 ounces of watercress, and 2 ounces of spinach. Put all these herbs into a copper bowl containing salted boiling water. Boil for 2 minutes only. Then drain the herbs in a sieve and immerse them in a basin of fresh water. When they are cold, they are once more drained until quite dry. Then they must be finely pounded with the yolks of 8 hard-boiled eggs. Rub the puree thus obtained through a sieve first, then through tammy. Add 1 pint of very stiff mayonnaise to it, and finish the sauce with a dessertspoonful of Worcestershire sauce. Cold English sauces. 133. Cambridge sauce. Pound together the yolks of 6 hard-boiled eggs, the washed and dried fillets of 4 anchovies, a teaspoonful of capers, a dessertspoonful of chervil, tarragon, and chives mixed. When the whole forms a fine paste, add 1 tablespoonful of mustard, 1/5 pint of oil, 1 tablespoonful of vinegar, and proceed as for a mayonnaise. Season with a little cayenne. Rub through tammy, applying pressure with a spoon, and place the sauce in a bowl. Stir it a while with a whisk to smooth it, and finish it with 1 teaspoonful of chopped parsley. It is suited to cold meats in general. In fact, it is an anglicised version of Vincent sauce. 134. Cumberland sauce. Dissolve 4 tablespoonfuls of red currant jelly, to which are added 1/5 pint of port wine, 1 teaspoonful of finely chopped shallots, scalded for a few seconds and pressed, 1 teaspoon of small pieces of orange rind, and as much lemon rind, cut finely, julienne fashion, scalded for 2 minutes, well drained and cooled, the juice of an orange and that of half a lemon, 1 teaspoonful of mustard, a little cayenne pepper, and as much powdered ginger. Mix the whole well. Serve this sauce with cold venison. 135. Gloucester sauce. Take 1 pint of very thick mayonnaise and complete it with 1/5 pint of sour cream with the juice of a lemon added, and combine with the mayonnaise by degrees 1 teaspoonful of chopped fennel and as much Worcester sauce. Serve this with all cold meats. 136. Mint sauce. Cut finely, julienne fashion, or chop 2 ounces of mint leaves. Put these in a bowl with a little less than 1 ounce of white cassonade or castor sugar, 1/4 pint of fresh vinegar, and 4 tablespoonfuls of water. Special sauce for hot or cold lamb. 137. Oxford sauce. Make a Cumberland sauce according to number 134, with this difference, that the julienne of orange and lemon rinds should be replaced by rasped or finely chopped rinds, and that the quantities of the same should be less, i.e. 2/3 of a teaspoonful of each. 138. Horseradish sauce. Dilute 1 tablespoonful of mustard with 2 tablespoonfuls of vinegar in a basin and add 1 pound of finely rasped horseradish, 2 ounces of powdered sugar, a little salt, 1 pint of cream, and 1 pound of breadcrumb steeped in milk and pressed. Serve this sauce very cold. It accompanies boiled and roast joints of beef. Compound butters for grills and for the completion of sauces. With the exception of those of the shellfish order, the butters, whose formula I am about to give, are not greatly used in kitchens. Nevertheless, in some cases, as for instance in accentuating the savour of sauces, they answer a real and useful purpose, and I therefore recommend them, since they enable one to give a flavour to the derivatives of the velouté and béchamel sauces, which these could not acquire by any other means. With regard to shellfish butters, and particularly those of the common and spiny lobster and the crayfish, experience has shown that when they are prepared with heat, that is to say by melting in a bain-marie, a quantity of butter which has been previously pounded with the shellfish remains, and afterwards strained through muslin into a basin of iced water where it has solidified. They are of a finer colour than the other kind and quite free from shell particles. But the heat, besides dissipating a large proportion of their delicacy, involves considerable risk, for the slightest neglect gives the above preparation quite a disagreeable taste. To obviate these difficulties, I have adopted a system of 2 distinct butters, one which is exclusively colorific and prepared with heat, and the other which is prepared with all the creamy parts, the trimmings, and the remains of common and spiny lobsters without the shells, pounded with the required quantity of fresh butter and passed through a sieve. The latter is used to complete sauces, particularly those with a béchamel base, to which it lends a perfect savour. I follow the same procedure with shrimp and crayfish butters, sometimes substituting for the butter good cream, which I find absorbs the aromatic principles perhaps better than the former. With the above method, it is advisable to pass the butter or the cream through a very fine sieve first, and afterwards through tammy, so as to avoid small particles of the pounded shell being present in the sauce. 139. Bercy butter. Put into a small stew pan 1/4 pint of white wine and 1 ounce of finely chopped shallots, scalded a moment. Reduce the wine by 1/2 and add 1/2 pound of butter softened into a cream, 1 teaspoonful of chopped parsley, 2 ounces of beef marrow cut into cubes, poached in slightly salted water and well drained, the necessary table salt, and when dishing up, a little ground pepper and a few drops of lemon juice. This butter must not be completely melted, and it's principally served with grilled beef. 140. Savoury or ravigote butter. Put into a small saucepan of salted boiling water 6 ounces of chervil, parsley, tarragon, fresh pimpernel, and chives in equal quantities, and 2 ounces of chopped shallots. Boil quickly for 2 minutes. Drain. Cool in cold water. Press in a towel to completely remove the water and pound in a mortar. Now add 1/2 pound of half melted butter. Mix well with the puree of herbs and pass through tammy. This butter is used to complete chivry sauce and other sauces that contain herb juices, such as the Venetian and C. 140A. Chateaubriand butter. Reduce by 2/3 4/5 pint of white wine containing 4 chopped shallots, fragments of thyme and bay, and 4 ounces of mushroom parings. Add 4/5 pint of veal gravy. Reduce the whole to half, rub it through tammy, and finish it away from the fire with 8 ounces of Maître d'Hôtel butter, No. 150, and a half tablespoon of chopped tarragon. 141. Colbert butter. Take 1 pound of Maître d'Hôtel butter, No. 150, and add 6 tablespoonfuls of dissolved pale meat glaze and 1 teaspoonful of chopped tarragon. Serve this sauce with fish prepared à la Colbert. 142. Red colouring butter. Put on to a dish any available remains of shellfish, and having thoroughly emptied and well dried them in the oven, pound them until they form a fine powder and add their weight of butter. Put the whole into a saucepan and melt in a bain-marie, stirring frequently the while. When the butter is quite clarified, strain it through muslin, twisting the latter over a tureen of iced water in which the strained butter solidifies. Put the congealed butter in a towel, press it heavily so as to expel the water, and keep cool in a small bowl. Remarks: a very fine and decided red colour is obtained by using paprika as a condiment for sauces intended for poultry and certain butcher meats, in accordance with the procedure I recommend for the Hongrois. But only the very best quality should be used, that which is mild and at the same time produces a nice pink colour without entailing any excess of the condiment. Among the various kinds of paprika on the market, I can highly recommend that of Messrs. Kotangi, which I have invariably found satisfactory. 143. Green colouring butter. Peel, wash, and thoroughly shake so as to get rid of every drop of water 2 pounds of spinach. Pound it raw, and then press it in a strong towel, twisting the latter so as to extract all the vegetable juice. Pour this juice into a sauté pan, let it coagulate in a bain-marie, and pour it onto a serviette stretched over a bowl in order to drain away the water. Collect the remains of the colouring substance on the serviette, making use of a palette knife for the purpose, and put these into a mortar. Mix with half their weight of butter, strain through a sieve or a tammy, and put aside to cool. This green butter should in all cases take the place of the green liquid found on the market. 144. Various coulisses. Finely pound shrimp and crayfish shells, and combine these with the available creamy parts and spawn of the common and spiny lobsters. Add 1/4 pint of rich cream per pound of the above remains and strain, first through a fine sieve and then through tammy. The coulis is prepared just in time for dishing up and serves as a refining principle for certain fish sauces. 145. Shrimp butter. finely pound any available shrimp remains. Add to these their weight of butter and strain through tammy. Place in a bowl and put aside in the cool. 146. Shallot butter. Put 8 ounces of roughly minced shallots in the corner of a clean towel and wash them quickly in boiling water. Cool and press them heavily. Then pound them finely with their own weight of fresh butter and strain through tammy. This butter accentuates the savour of certain sauces such as Bercy, ravigote, and c. 147. Crayfish butter. Pound very finely the remains and shells of crayfish cooked in mirepoix. Add their weight of butter and strain through a fine sieve and again through tammy, so as to avoid the presence of any shell particles. This latter precaution applies to all shellfish butters. 148. Tarragon butter. Quickly scald and cool 8 ounces of fresh tarragon, drain and press in a towel. Pound in a mortar and add them to 1 pound of butter, strain through tammy, and put aside in the cool if it's not to be used immediately. 149. Lobster butter. Reduce to a paste in the mortar the spawn, shell, and creamy parts of lobster. Add their equal in weight of butter and strain through tammy. 150. Butter à la Maître d'Hôtel. First manie, then soften into a cream 1/2 pound of butter. Add a tablespoonful of chopped parsley, a little salt and pepper, and a few drops of lemon juice. Serve this with grills in general. 151. Manied butter. Mix until perfectly combined 4 ounces of butter and 3 ounces of sifted flour. This butter is made immediately before the time of dishing up and is used for quick leasons like the mate lotes and c. The sauce to which manied butter has been added should not boil if this can possibly be avoided, as it would thereby acquire a very disagreeable taste of raw flour. 151. A. Melted butter. This preparation is used principally as a fish sauce, should consist of butter, only just melted, and combined with a little table salt and a few drops of lemon juice. It should therefore be prepared only at the last minute, for should it wait and be allowed to clarify, besides losing its flavour, it will be found to disagree with certain people. 152. Butter à la Meunier. Put into a frying pan the necessary quantity of butter and cook it gently until it has acquired a golden tint and exudes a slight smell of nut. Add a few drops of lemon juice and pour on the fish under treatment, which should have been previously sprinkled with concussed parsley. This butter is proper to fish à la Meunier and is always served on the fish. 153. Montpellier butter. Put into a saucepan containing boiling water equal quantities of watercress, leaves, parsley, chervil, chives, and tarragon, 6 ounces in all, 1 1/2 ounce of chopped shallots, and 1/2 ounce of spinach leaves. Boil for 2 minutes, then drain, cool, press in a towel to expel water, and pound in a mortar with 1 tablespoonful of pressed capers, 4 ounces of gherkins, a garlic clove, and the fillets of 4 anchovies, well washed. Mix this paste with 1½ pounds of butter. Then add the yolks of 3 boiled eggs and 2 raw eggs, and finally pour in, by degrees, 2/5 pint of oil. Strain through a fine sieve or through tammy. Put the butter into a basin and stir it well with a wooden spoon so as to make it smooth. Season with table salt and a little cayenne. Use this butter to deck large fish such as salmon and trout, but it is also used for smaller pieces and slices of fish. Remarks: when this butter is specifically prepared to form a coat on fish, the oil and the egg yolks are omitted and only butter is used. 154. Black butter. Put into a frying pan the necessary amount of butter and cook it until it has assumed a brown colour and begins to smoke. At this moment, add a large pinch of concussed parsley leaves and spread it immediately over the object to be treated. Hazelnut butter. Put 8 ounces of shelled hazelnuts for a moment in the front of the oven in order to slightly grill their skins and make them more easily removable. Now crush the nuts in a mortar until they form a paste, and add a few drops of cold water with a view to preventing their producing any oil. Add their equivalent in weight of butter and rub through tammy. 156. Pistachio butter. Put into boiling water 8 ounces of pistachios and keep them on the side of the fire until the peel may be easily removed. Drain, cool in cold water, clean the pistachios, and finely pound while moistening them with a few drops of water. Add 2 ounces of butter and pass through tammy. 157. Printanier butter. These butters are made from all early season vegetables such as carrots, French beans, peas, and asparagus heads. When dealing with green vegetables, cook quickly in boiling water, drain, dry, pound with their weight of butter, and rub through tammy. With carrots, mince, cook with consommé, sugar, and butter until the diluent is quite reduced. After cooling, they are pounded with their own weight of butter and rubbed through tammy. End of section 6. Recording by Joanne Rochon. Section 7 of A Guide to Modern Cookery, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joanne Rochon. Chapter 5. Savoury Jellies or Aspics. Jellies are to cold cookery what consommes and stock are to hot. If anything, the former are perhaps more important, for a cold entree, however it may be in itself, is nothing without its accompanying jelly. In the recipes which I give hereafter, I have made a point of showing how melting jellies may be obtained, i.e., served in a sauce boat simultaneously with the cold comestible, or actually poured over it when the latter lies in a deep dish, a common custom nowadays. This method of serving cold entrees, which I inaugurated at the Savoy Hotel with the Supreme Divolet Jeanette, is the only one which allows the serving of a jelly in a state of absolute perfection. Nevertheless, If a more solid jelly were required, either for the decking of cold dishes or for a moulded entree, there need only be added to the following formula a few gelatin leaves, more or less, according to the required firmness of the jelly. But it should be not forgotten that the greater the viscosity of the jelly, the less value will the same possess. The various uses of jellies are dealt with in Part 2 of this work, where the formulas of their divers accompanying dishes will also appear. 158. Ordinary Aspics. Stock for the ordinary aspic. Quantities for making 4 quarts. 4 pounds of strung knuckle of veal, 3 calves' feet boned and blanched, 3 pounds of strung knuckle of beef, 1 pound of fresh pork rind, blanched and with the fat removed, 3 pounds of veal bones well broken up. Mode of procedure. Put the meats in a very clean and well-tinned stock pot or stew pan. Add 8 quarts of cold water, boil and skim after the manner indicated under number 1. Having well skimmed the stock, add 1 ounce of salt. Put it on the side of the fire and let it boil gently for 4 hours. Then remove the meat, taking care not to disturb the stock. Carefully remove the fat and garnish with 1/2 pound of carrots, 6 ounces of onions, 2 ounces of leeks, a stick of celery, and a large faggot. Put the whole back onto the fire and cook gently for a further 2 hours. Strain through a sieve into a very clean basin and leave to cool. Clarification of aspic. When the stock, prepared according to the above directions, has cooled, the grease that is formed on its surface should be removed. Then pour off gently into a stew pan of convenient size in such a way as to prevent the deposit at the bottom of the basin from mixing with the clear liquor. Test the consistence of the aspic. When it should be found that the quantities given above have proved sufficient to form a fairly firm jelly. If, however, this be not the case, a few leaves of gelatin steeped in cold water should be added, being careful not to overdo the quantity. Now add to the stock 2 pounds of lean beef, first minced, then pounded together with the white of an egg, a little chervil and tarragon, and a few drops of lemon juice. Place the saucepan on an open fire, stir its contents with a spatula until the liquid begins to boil, remove it from the fire, and place it on the side of the stove, where it may boil gently for half an hour. At the end of this time, take the saucepan off the fire and remove what little grease has formed on the aspic while cooking. Strain through a serviette stretched and fastened across the legs of an overturned stool, and let the aspic fall into a basin placed between the legs. Ascertain whether the liquid is quite clear, and if, as frequently happens, this be not the case, what has already been strained should once more be passed through the serviette, renewing the operation until the aspic becomes quite transparent. Flavouring the aspic. The aspic obtained, as above, is limpid, has an agreeable savour, and is the colour of fine amber. It now only requires flavouring according to the tastes of the consumer and the purpose for which it is intended. For this operation it should be allowed to become quite tepid, and the following quantities of choice wine are added to it, viz. If the wine is of a liqueur kind, such as sherry, marsala, Madeira, etc., 1/5 pint per quart. If it is another kind of wine, for example, champagne, hock, etc., 1/4 pint per quart. The wine used should be very clear, free from any deposit, and as perfect as possible in taste. 159. Chicken aspic. The quantities of meat are the same as for ordinary aspic. There need only be added to it either 2 oven-browned hens or their equivalent in weight of roasted fowl carcasses and poultry giblets, if these are handy. It is always better, however, to prepare the stock with the hens and giblets, and to keep the carcasses for the clarification. This clarification follows the same rules as that of the ordinary aspic, except that a few roasted fowl carcasses, previously well freed from fat, are added to it. In the case of this particularly delicate aspic, it is more than ever necessary not to overdo the amount of gelatin. It should be easily soluble to the palate in order to be perfect. 160. Game aspic. Prepare this aspic stock in exactly the same way as that of ordinary aspic, only substitute game, such as deer, roebuck, doe, or hare, or wild rabbit, previously browned in the oven, for the beef. When possible, also add this to the stock a few old specimens of feathered game, such as partridges or pheasants, that are too tough for other purposes, and which suit admirably here. The clarification changes according to the different flavours which are given to the aspic. If it is not necessary to give it a special characteristic, it should be prepared with the meat of that ground game which happens to be the most available at the time, adding to the quantity used roast carcasses of feathered game, the respective amounts of both ingredients being the same as for ordinary aspic. If, on the other hand, the aspic is to have a well-defined flavour, the meat used for the clarification should naturally be that producing the flavour in question, i.e., either partridge or pheasant or hazel hen, etc. Some aspics are greatly improved by being flavoured with a small quantity of old brandy, rather than use an inferior kind of this ingredient. However, I should advise its total omission from the aspic. Without aromatization, the aspic, though imperfect, is passable, but aromatized with bad brandy, it is invariably spoiled. Lenten aspics. 161. Fish aspic with white wine. The stock for this aspic is prepared in precisely the same manner as fish stock No. 1. The stewpan need not, however, be buttered previous to the insertion of the onions, parsley stalks, and fish bones. If the aspic is not required to be quite white, a little saffron may be added to it, as the aroma of this condiment blends so perfectly with that of the fish. When the stock is prepared, its consistence should be tested and rectified, if necessary, by means of gelatin. The quantity of this substance should on no account exceed 8 leaves per quart of aspic, and, at the risk of repeating myself, I remind the reader that the less gelatin is used, the better the aspic will be. The clarification should be made with fresh caviar if possible, but pressed caviar is also admirably suited to this purpose. The quantities are the same as for the clarification of fish consommé No. 4. In flavouring white fish aspics, either dry champagne or a good Bordeaux or Burgundy may be used. Take care, however, 1. That the wine used be of unquestionably good quality. 2. That it be only added to the aspic when the latter is already cold and on the point of coagulating, as this is the only means of preserving all the aroma of the wine. Finally, in certain cases, a special flavour may be obtained by the use of crayfish, which are cooked as for bisque, then pounded and added to the fish stock number 11, 10 minutes before straining it. A proportion of 4 little crayfish bisque per quart of aspic is sufficient to secure an excellent aroma. 162. Fish aspic with red wine. This aspic stock is the Court-Bouillons with red wine number 165, which is served in cooking the fish for which the aspic is intended. This fish is generally either trout or salmon, sometimes also, but less commonly, a carp or a pike. This stock must first of all have its grease thoroughly removed. It should then be poured carefully away, reduced if necessary, and the required quantity of gelatin added. This cannot be easily determined, as all gelatins are not alike, and the stock may have contracted a certain consistence from its contact with the fish. One can, therefore, only be guided by testing small quantities cooled in ice, but care should be taken that the aspic be not too firm. The clarification of this aspic is generally made with white of an egg, in the proportion of 1 white per quart. The white, half whisked, is added to the cold stock, and the latter is put over an open fire and stirred with a spatula. As soon as it boils, the aspic is poured through a serviette fixed on the legs of an overturned stool. The first drippings of the fluid are put back onto the serviette if they do not seem clear, and this operation is repeated until the required clearness is obtained. It almost invariably happens that either during cooking of the fish or during the clarification, the wine loses its colour through the precipitation of the colouring elements derived from the tannin. The only way of overcoming this difficulty is to add a few drops of liquid carmine or vegetable red. But in any case, it is well to remember that the colour of red wine aspic must never be deeper than sombre pink. End of section 7. Recording by Joanne Rochon. Section 8 of A Guide to Modern Cookery, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joanne Rochon. Chapter 6. The Court-Bouillons and the Marinades. 163. Court-Bouillon with vinegar. Quantities required for 5 quarts. 5 quarts of water, 3/4 pounds of carrots, 1/2 pint of vinegar, 1 pound of onions, 2 ounces of grey salt, a little thyme and bay, 1/2 ounce of peppercorn, 2 ounces of parsley stalks. Preparation: put into a saucepan the water, salt, and vinegar, the minced carrots and onions, and the parsley, thyme, and bay gathered into a bunch. Boil, allow to simmer for 1 hour, rub through tammy, and put aside until wanted. Remarks: put the peppercorns into the court bouillon only 12 minutes before straining the latter. If the pepper were in for too long a time, it would give a bitterness to the preparation. This rule applies to the formula that follow, in which the use of peppercorns is also required. This court-bouillon is principally used for cooking trout and salmon, as well as for various shellfish. 164. Court-bouillon with white wine. Quantities required for 2 quarts. 1 quart of white wine, 1 large faggot, 1 quart of water, 1/2 ounce of grey salt, 3 ounces of minced onions, a few peppercorns. Preparation. This is the same as for the court-bouillon with vinegar, except that it's boiled for half an hour and is strained through tammy. Remarks. If the court-bouillon has to be reduced, the quantity of salt should be proportionately less. This preparation is principally used for poaching freshwater fish. 165. Court-bouillon with red wine. Use the same quantities as for court-bouillon with white wine, taking care: 1. To replace white wine by excellent red wine. 2. To add 4 ounces of minced carrots. 3. To apportion the wine and water in the ratio of 2/3 to 1/3. Preparation. The same as that of the former, with the same time for boiling. Remarks. If the court-bouillon is to be reduced, the salt should be less accordingly. When the court-bouillon with red wine is to constitute an aspic stock, fish fumé with enough gelatin takes the place of the water. The use of court-bouillon with red wine are similar to those of the white wine kind. 166. Plain court-bouillon. The quantity of the court-bouillon is determined by the size of the piece which it is to cover. It is composed of cold salt water, the salt amounting to a little less than 1/2 ounce per quart of water, 1/4 pint of milk per quart of water, and 1 thin slice of peeled lemon in the same proportion. The fish is immersed while the liqueur is cold. The latter is very slowly brought to the boil, and as soon as this is reached, the receptacle is moved to the side of the fire, where the cooking of the fish is completed. This court-bouillon, which is used with larger pieces of turbot and brill, is never prepared beforehand. 167. Special court-bouillon or blanc. This preparation is a genuine court-bouillon, though it's not used in cooking fish. The quantities required for 5 quarts of this court-bouillon are: a little less than 2 ounces of flour, the juice of 3 lemons or 1/8 pint of good vinegar, 1½ ounces of grey salt, 5 quarts of cold water. Gradually mix the flour and the water, add the salt and the lemon juice and pass through a strainer. Set to boil and stir the mixture the while in order to prevent the flour from precipitating. As soon as the boil is reached, immerse the objects to be treated. These are usually calf's head or foot previously blanched, sheep's trotters, cock's kidneys or combs, or such vegetables as salsify, cardoon, etc. Remarks upon the use of court-bouillon. 1. Court-bouillon must always be prepared in advance for all fish, the time for poaching which is less than half an hour, except turbots and brills. 2. When a fish is of such a size as to need more than half an hour's poaching, proceed as follows. Place under the drainer of the fish kettle the minced carrots and onions and the faggot. Put the fish on the drainer, and cover it with water and vinegar or white wine in accordance with the kind of court bouillon wanted and the quantity required. Add the salt, boil, and keep the court bouillon gently simmering for a period of time fixed by the weight of the fish. The time allowed for poaching the latter will be given in their respective formula. 3. Fish, when whole, should be immersed in cold court bouillon, when sliced in the same liqueur, boiling. The exception to this rule are small trout, bleu, and shellfish. 4. If fish be cooked in short liqueur, the aromatics are put under the drainer, and the liquid elements of the selected court bouillons, as for example that with red or white wine, are so calculated as to cover only 1/3 of the solid body. Fish cooked in this way should be frequently basted. 5. Court bouillon for ordinary and spiny lobsters should always be at full boiling pitch when these are immersed. The case is the same for small or medium fish, bleu. 6. Fish which is to be served cold, also shellfish, should be cooled in the court bouillon itself. The cooking period is consequently curtailed. Marinades and brines. Marinades play but a small part in English cookery, venison or other ground game being generally preferred fresh. However, in the event of its being necessary to resort to these methods of preparation, I shall give 2 formulae for venison and 2 for mutton. The use of the marinade for venison is very much debated. Certainly, it is often desirable that the fibre of those meats that come from old specimens of the deer and boar species be softened, but there is no doubt that what the meat gains in tenderness it loses in flavour. On the whole, therefore, it would be best to use only those joints which come from young beasts. In the case of the latter, the marinade may well be dispensed with. It would add nothing to the savour of a haunch of venison, such as may be got in England, while it would be equally ineffectual in the case of the roebuck or hare. A summary treatment of these two with raw marinade may well be adopted, as also for deer. Court bouillons and marinades. 67. As for cooked marinade, its real and only use lies in the fact that during stormy summer weather it enables one to pre-serve meat, which would otherwise have to be wasted. It may, moreover, be used for braised venison, but this treatment of game is very uncommon nowadays. 168. Cooked marinade for venison. Quantities required for 5 quarts. 1/2 pound of minced carrots, 1 faggot, including 1 ounce of parsley stalks, 1/2 pound of minced onions, 2 sprigs of rosemary, as much thyme and 2 bay leaves, 2 ounces of minced shallots, and 1 crushed garlic clove. Preparation. Heat 1/2 pint of oil in a stew pan. Add the carrots and onions and fry them while stirring frequently. When they begin to brown, add the shallots, the garlic, and the faggot, then 1 pint of vinegar, 2 bottles of white wine, and 3 quarts of water. Cook this marinade for 20 minutes and add a further 2 ounces of salt, 1/2 ounce of peppercorns, and 4 ounces of brown sugar. 10 minutes afterwards, pass it through a strainer and let it cool before inserting the meats. N.B. In summer, the marinade very often decomposes because of the blood contained by the meat under treatment in it. The only means of averting this is to boil the marinade every 2 or 3 days at least. 169. Raw marinade for butcher's meat or venison. This marinade is prepared immediately before using. The meat to be treated is first salted and peppered on all sides. Then it's put in a receptacle just large enough to hold it and laid therein on a litter of aromatics, including minced carrots and onions, a few chopped shallots, parsley stalks, thyme, and bay, in proportion to the rest. Now, sprinkle the meat copiously with oil and half as much vinegar, cover the dish with oil paper, and put it somewhere in the cool. Remember to turn the meat over 3 or 4 times a day, covering it each time with a layer of vegetables. This marinade is very active and is admirably suited to all butcher's meat and venison, provided these be not allowed to remain in it for too long a time. It's very difficult to say how long the meat must stay in these marinades. The time varies according to the size and quality of the joints, and the taste of the consumer, etc. All that can be said is that 3 hours should be sufficient to marinade a cutlet or a scallop of roebuck, F2, and that for big joints such as saddle or leg, the time should not exceed 4 days. 170. Marinade for mutton, roebuck style. This is exactly the same as cooked marinade number 168. There need only be added 1 ounce of juniper berries, a few sprigs of rosemary, wild thyme and basil, 2 extra garlic cloves, and 1 quart less of water. 171. Marinade with red wine for mutton. By substituting red wine for white in the preceding formula, the quantity of the liquid equaling that of water, and by slightly increasing the quantity of aromatics, an excellent marinade for mutton is obtained, which in summer enables one to preserve meat otherwise perishable for some days. 172. Brine quantities required for 50 quarts. 56 pounds of grey salt, 6 pounds of saltpetre, 50 quarts of water, 3 1/2 pounds of brown sugar. Mode of procedure: put the salt and the water in a tinned copper pan and put it on an open fire. When the water boils, throw in a peeled potato, and if the latter float, add water until it begins to sink. If, on the contrary, the potato should sink immediately, reduce the liquid until it is able to buoy the tuber up. At this stage, the sugar and saltpetre are added. Let them dissolve, and the brine is removed from the fire and allowed to cool. It is then poured into the receptacle intended for it, which must be either of slate, stone, cement, or well-jointed tiles. It is well to place in the bottom of this reservoir a wooden lattice, whereon the meats to be salted may be laid, for were the immersed objects to lie directly on the bottom of the receptacle, the under parts would be entirely shielded from the brine. If the meats to be salted are of an appreciable size, they should be inoculated with brine by means of a special syringe. Without this measure, it would be impossible to salt regularly, as the sides would already be oversaturated before the centre had been properly reached. 8 days should be allowed for salting a piece of beef, or what size soever, above 8 or 10 pounds. Since the process of inoculation equalizes the salting, ox tongue intended for salting, besides having to be as Court-Bouillons and Marinades 69, fresh as possible, must be trimmed of almost all the cartilage of the throat and carefully beaten either with a beater or roller. Then it must be pricked on all sides with a string needle and immersed in the liquid, where it should be slightly weighted by some means or other in order to prevent its rising to the surface. A medium-sized tongue would need about 7 days' immersion in the brine. Although brine does not turn as easily as the cooked marinades, it would be well, especially in stormy weather, to watch it and occasionally boil it. But as the process of boiling invariably concentrates the brine, a little water should be added to it every time it is so treated, and the test of the potato, described above, should always be resorted to. End of section 8.
Section 9 of A Guide to Modern Cookery, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. A Guide to Modern Cookery, Part 1, by Auguste ESCOFFIER. Translated by James B. Herndon, Jr. Chapter 7, Part 1, Elementary Preparations. Before broaching the question of the numerous preparations which constitute the various soup, relevé, and entrée garnishes, it will be necessary to give the formulae for the elementary preparations, or what are technically called the mise en place. If the various operations which go to make the mise en place were not, at least summarily, discussed here, I should be compelled to repeat them in each formula for which they are required, that is to say, in almost every formula. I should thus resemble those bad operators who, having neglected their mise en place, are obliged to make it in the course of their work, and thereby not only run the risk of making it badly, but also of losing valuable time which might be used to better advantage. Elementary preparations consist of those things whereof one is constantly in need, which may be prepared in advance, and which are kept available for use at a moment's notice. 173. Anchovies. Fillets of. Whether they be for hors d'oeuvres or for culinary use, it is always best to have these handy. After having washed and well wiped them, in order to remove the white powder resulting from the little scales with which they are covered, they should be neatly trimmed to the shape of extended oblongs. Then detach the fillets from the bones by gentle pulling, divide each fillet lengthwise into 3 or 4 smaller fillets, put the latter into a small narrow dish or a little bowl, and cover them with oil. The fillets may also be kept whole with a view to rolling them into rings. 174. Anglais, for egg and bread crumbing. It is well to have this always ready for those dishes which are to be panes à l'anglaise, or, as many of the recipes direct, treated à l'anglaise. It is made of well whisked eggs, salt, pepper, and 1 dessertspoonful of oil per couple of eggs. Its uses. The solids to be panes à l'anglaise are dipped into the preparation described above, taking care that the latter coats them thoroughly, whereupon, according to the requirements, they are rolled either in breadcrumbs or in fine raspings. From this combination of egg with breadcrumbs or raspings there results a kind of coat which at the moment of contact with the hot fat is immediately converted into a resisting crust. In croquettes, this crust checks the escape into the fat of the substance it encloses, and this is more especially the case when the croquettes contain some reduced sauce, or are composed of raw meats or fish whose juices are thereby entirely retained. A solid prepared à l'anglaise and cooked in fat should always be put into the latter when this is very hot, so as to ensure the instantaneous solidification of the egg and breadcrumbs. N.B. Objects to be treated à l'anglaise are generally rolled in flour before being immersed in the anglaise, for the flour helps the foregoing to adhere to the object. The crust formed over the solid thus acquires a density which is indispensable. 174a. Aromatics. Aromatics play a very prominent part in cookery, and their combination with the condiments constitutes, as Grinaud de la Reynière said, the hidden soul of cooking. Their real object, in fact, is to throw the savour of dishes into relief, to intensify that savour, and to give each culinary preparation its particular stamp. They are all derived from the vegetable kingdom, but while some are used dry, others are used fresh. The first named should belong to the permanent kitchen stock. They are sage, basil, rosemary, sweet marjoram, thyme, and bay. Also to be included in the permanent stock are cinnamon, ginger, juniper berries, nutmeg, cloves, mace, and vanilla. The last named comprise those aromatic herbs used fresh, such as parsley, chervil, tarragon, pimpernel, and common savory, while under this head there may be also included bits of common and Seville orange rind and zests of lemon rind. 17b. Seasoning and condiments. Seasonings are divided into several classes, which comprise 1. Saline seasonings, salt, spice salt, saltpetre. 2. Acid seasonings, plain vinegar, or the same aromatized with tarragon, verjuice, lemon juice, and common or Seville orange juices. 3. Hot seasonings, peppercorns, ground or concassed pepper or mignonette, paprika, curry, cayenne, and compound spices. 4. Saccharine seasonings, sugar, and honey. Condiments likewise subdivided, the three classes being 1. The pungents, onions, shallots, garlic, chives, and horseradish. 2. Hot condiments, mustard, gherkins, capers, English sauces such as Worcester, Harvey, ketchup, Escoffier's sauces, etc. The wines used in reductions and braisings, the finishing elements of sauces and soups. 3. Fatty substances, most animal fats, butter, vegetable greases, edible oils, and coconut butter. Remarks. In cookery, it should be borne in mind that both excellence and eatableness depend entirely upon a judicious use and a rational blending of the aromatics, seasonings, and condiments. And, according as the latter have been used and apportioned, their action will be either beneficial or injurious to the health of the consumer. In the matter of seasoning, there can be no question of approximation or half measures. The quantities must be exact, allowing only of slight elasticity in respect of the various tastes to be satisfied. 175. Clarified butter. A certain quantity of clarified butter should always be kept ready and handy. To prepare this butter, put 1 pound to melt in a saucepan large enough to hold twice that amount. Place the saucepan on the side of the fire, over a moderate heat. Remove all the scum which rises to the surface, and when the butter looks quite clear and all foreign substances have dropped to the bottom, put the liquid carefully away and strain it through muslin. 176. Faggots. Bouquet garni. The name faggot is given to those little bunches of aromatics which, when the contrary is not stated, are generally composed, in order to weigh 1 ounce, of 8/10 ounce of parsley stalks and roots, 1/10 ounce of bay leaves, and 1/10 ounce of thyme. These various aromatics are put neatly together so that no sprig of the one sticks out beyond the others, and they are properly strung together. 177. Chervil. Chopped chervil. Clean the chervil and remove the stalks, wash, dry it well while tossing it, then chop it finely and put it aside on a plate in the cool, if it is not for immediate use. Concassed chervil. Proceed as above, except that, instead of chopping it, compress it between the fingers and slice it after the manner of a chaff cutter. Concassed and chopped chervil are, if possible, only prepared at the last moment. Chervil pluchés. The pluchés are greatly used in the finishing off of soups. They are, practically, the serrated portions only of the leaves, which are torn away in such a manner as to show no trace of the veinings. They are immersed in water and at the last moment withdrawn so as to be added, raw, to either soups or boiling consommes. 178. Raspings. Golden raspings are obtained by pounding and passing through a fine sieve bread crusts which have been previously well dried in the oven. White raspings are similarly prepared, except that very dry white crumb is used. 179. peeled, channeled, and zested lemons. Lemons are greatly used in cookery as dish and comestible garnish. When a whole lemon is used for marinades of fish, for the blancs, etc., it is well to peel it to the pulp, i.e., to remove the peel and the whole of the underlying white. The lemon is then cut into more or less large slices according to the use for which it is intended. The rind of a lemon thus peeled may be cut into bits and used in this form as the necessity arises. When cutting it up, flatten the rind inside uppermost on the table, and with a very sharp and flexible knife remove all the white, then slice the remaining peel, which constitutes what is called zest, into strips about 1 inch wide, and cut these laterally in fine julienne fashion. Scald the resulting bits for 5 minutes, cool them, drain them carefully, and put them aside until wanted. Sometimes, instead of cutting julienne fashion, the zest may be finely chopped, but the rest of the process remains the same. Lemons are channeled by means of a little knife, or a special instrument for the purpose, which excises parallel ribbons from the surface of the rind and lays the white bare. A lemon channeled in this way is cut in two, lengthwise with the core, its two extremities are removed, and the two halves are cut laterally into thin, regular slices to look like serrated half discs. The lemon may also be cut at right angles to the core. Fried fish, oysters, and certain game are generally garnished with lemon slices fashioned according to the taste of the cook, but the simplest and perhaps the best way is to cut the lemon through the center after having trimmed the two ends quite straight, and then to remove the rind roughly from the edge. For whatever purpose the lemon be intended, it should be, as far as possible, only prepared at the last moment. If it must be prepared beforehand, it would be well to keep it in a bowl of fresh water. 180. Shallots. Chopped shallots. Clean the shallots, and by means of a very sharp knife cut them lengthwise into thin slices. Let these cling together by not allowing the knife to cut quite through them, and this done, turn them half round and proceed in the same way at right angles to the other cuts. Finally, cut them laterally, and this will be found to produce very fine and regular small cubes. Ciseled shallots. The name ciseled shallots is often erroneously given to those shallots resulting from the above process. But ciseled shallots are merely laterally sliced, the result of which operation is a series of thin regular discs. Ciseled or chopped shallots should, when possible, only be prepared when required. If, however, they must be treated in advance, they should be kept somewhere in the cool until wanted. 81. Spices. Strictly speaking, spices include cinnamon, nutmeg, ginger, mace, and the many varieties of peppers and pimenta, cayenne, paprika, etc. These various condiments are found ready-made on the market, and they need only be kept in dry, airtight boxes in order to prevent the escape of their aroma. But there is another kind of preparation, in cookery, to which the name of spice or allspice is more especially given. Nowadays, several market varieties of this preparation exist, and vie with each other for custom, though in most cases they deserve it equally well. Formerly this was not so, and every chef had his own formula. The following is a recipe for the spice in question, which would be found useful if it had to be prepared at a moment's notice. Obtain the following very dry: 5 ounces of bay leaves, 3 ounces of thyme, half of it wild if possible, 3 ounces of coriander, 4 ounces of cinnamon, 6 ounces of nutmeg, 4 ounces of cloves, 3 ounces of ginger root, 3 ounces of mace, 10 ounces of mixed pepper, half black and half white, 1 ounce of cayenne. Put all these ingredients into a mortar and pound them until they are all able to pass through a very fine sieve. Put the resulting powder into an airtight box, which must be kept dry. Before being used, this spice is generally mixed with salt. No. 188. 182. Flour. For whatever use the flour is intended, it is always best to sift it. This is more particularly necessary in the case of flour used for coating objects to be fried, for the latter, being first dipped into milk, must of necessity let a few drops of that liquid fall into the flour they are rolled in. Lumps therefore form, which might adhere to the objects to be fried if the flour were not sifted. 183. Herb juice. This is to finish or intensify certain preparations. To prepare it, throw into a small saucepan of boiling water some parsley, chervil, and tarragon, and chive leaves, in equal quantities according to the amount of juice required. Set to boil for 2 minutes, drain, cool, press the herbs in a towel, twisting the latter, pound very finely, and extract the juice from the resulting paste by twisting a strong towel round it. Keep this juice in the cool. 184. Breadcrumbs. Thoroughly rub in a closed towel some stale bread crumb previously well broken up. Pass it through a fine sieve or colander, according as to whether it is required very fine or not, and put it aside in a convenient receptacle. 185. Chopped onion. Cut the onion finely, like the shallots, but if it is to be minced with a view to making it even finer, it should be freed of its pungent juice, which would cause it to blacken with exposure to the air. To accomplish this, put the onion in the corner of a towel, pour plenty of cold water over it, and twist the towel in order to express the water. By this means the onion remains quite white. 186. Turned or stoned olives. There are special instruments for stoning olives, but failing these, cut the fruit spirally from the stone with the point of a small knife. Keep the olives in slightly salted water. 187. Parsley. Chopped parsley. If parsley be properly chopped, no juice should be produced. If, on the contrary, the operation be performed badly, it amounts to a process of pounding, which, perforce, expresses the juice. In the latter case, the particles cohere, and they are sprinkled with difficulty over an object. To remedy this shortcoming, wash the choppings in fresh water, as in the case of the onion, pressing in a similar manner so as to expel the water. Concussed parsley is that kind which is roughly chopped. When a culinary preparation is dressed with concussed parsley, the latter should be added to it a few moments before serving, in order to undergo a slight cooking process, whereas chopped parsley may be strewn over a dish at the last moment. It should be remembered that parsley, when quite fresh and used in moderation, is an excellent thing, but should it have remained too long in the heat, it becomes quite insufferable. I cannot, therefore, too strongly urge the advisability of using it in the freshest possible state, and it would even be wiser to discard it entirely than to be forced to ignore this condition. Parsley sprays. These are chiefly used in garnishing dishes, and it is well for the purpose to make as much use as possible of the curled leaf kind after having removed the long stalks. Keep the sprays in fresh water until required. Fried parsley. This consists of the sprays well drained of water after washing and immersed for an instant in very hot fat. The moment it is fried, carefully drain it, salt it, and place it in a clean towel where it may get rid of any superfluous grease. It is used to dress fried viands. 188. Salt. Two kinds of salt are used in cooking, viz., gray or sea salt, and rock salt. Gray salt is used more especially for brines and in the preparation of ices, as its gray color does not allow of its being used indiscriminately. Be this as it may, many prefer it to rock salt for the salting of stock pots, roasts, and grills. For the last two purposes it is crushed with a roller, without being pounded, and the result should be such that every grain is distinctly perceptible to the touch. This salt, in melting over a roast or a grill, certainly imparts a supplementary flavour to the latter which could not be got with the use of rock salt. Rock salt. This is found on the market in the forms of cooking and table salt. If the kitchen is only supplied with cooking salt, the quantity required for several days should be dried, pounded in the mortar, and passed through a fine sieve, and then put aside in a dry place for use when wanted. Even table salt, as it reaches one from the purveyor, sometimes needs drying and passing through a sieve before being used. Spiced salt. This condiment, which serves an important purpose in the preparation of pies and galantines, is obtained from a mixture of 1 pound of table salt with 3 1/2 ounce of spices. Number 181. This kind of salt should be carefully kept in a very dry place. End of section 9.
Section 10 of A Guide to Modern Cookery, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. A Guide to Modern Cookery, Part 1 by Auguste ESCOFFIER. Translated by James B. Herndon, Jr. Chapter 7, Part 2, The Various Kinds of Garnishes for Soups, Relevees, and Entrees, Hot or Cold. Stuffings and forcemeats. 189. Various panadas for stuffings. Panadas are those preparations which go to make the leason of forcemeats, and which ensure their proper consistence when they are cooked. They are not necessary for every forcemeat. For the mousseline kind, which are the finest and lightest, do not require them. Nevertheless, they are useful for varying the taste and the uses of forcemeats, and I thought it advisable to introduce them here. The reader will thus be able to use either forcemeats with a panada base or mousseline forcemeats, in accordance with the requirements and his resources. 190a. Bread panada. Put 1/2 pound of the crumb of bread and 1/2 ounce of salt into 1/2 pint of boiling milk. When the crumb has absorbed all the milk, place the saucepan over a brisk fire and stir with a spatula until the paste has become so thick as not to cling any longer to the end of the spatula. Turn the contents of the saucepan into a buttered platter and lightly butter the surface of the panada in order to avoid its drying while it cools. 191b. Flour panada. Put into a small saucepan 1/2 pint of water, a little salt, and 2 ounces of butter. When the liquid boils, add 5 ounces of sifted flour thereto, stirring the while over a brisk fire until it reaches the consistence described in the case of bread panada. Use the same precautions with regard to cooling. 192c. Frangipan panada. Put into a stew pan 4 ounces of sifted flour, the yolks of 4 eggs, a little salt, pepper, and nutmeg. Now add by degrees 3 ounces of melted butter, and dilute with 1/2 pint of boiled milk. Pass through a strainer. Stir over the fire until the boil is reached. Set to cook for 5 minutes while gently wielding the whisk, and cool as in the preceding cases. 193. Chicken forcemeat with panada and butter. Remove the tendons from and cut into cubes 1 pound of chicken meat. Pound and add 1/3 ounce of salt, a little pepper and nutmeg. When the meat is well pounded, remove it from the mortar and place in its stead 1/2 pound of very cold panada. See number 190. Finely pound this panada, and then add 1/2 pound of butter thereto, taking care that the 2 ingredients mix thoroughly. Now put in the chicken meat, and wield the pestle vigorously until the whole mass is completely mixed. Finally, add consecutively 2 whole eggs and the yolks of 4, stirring incessantly the while, and seeing that each egg is only inserted when the one preceding it has become perfectly incorporated with the mass. Rub through a sieve, put the forcemeat into a basin, and smooth it with a wooden spoon. Test the forcemeat by poaching a small portion of it in salted boiling water. This test, which is indispensable, allows of rectifying the seasoning and the consistence, if necessary. If it be found that the forcemeat is too light, a little white of egg could be mingled with it. If, on the other hand, it should be too stiff, add a little softened butter. Nota bene. By substituting for chicken, veal, game, or fish, and so on, any kind of forcemeat may be made, for the quantities of the other ingredients remain the same, whatever the basic meat may be. 194. Chicken forcemeat with panada and cream, for fine quenelle. Finely pound 1 pound of chicken meat after having removed the tendons, and seasoned with 1/4 ounce of salt, a little pepper, and nutmeg. When the meat has been reduced to a fine paste, add, very gradually, 2 ounces of white of egg. Finish with 7 ounces of frangipan panada, number 192, and work vigorously with the pestle until the whole is amalgamated. Strain through a fine sieve. Put the forcemeat into a vegetable pan sufficiently large to allow of ultimately working it with ease, and place it on ice for a good hour. This done, stir the forcemeat, still on the ice, for a few seconds with a wooden spoon, then add in small quantities at a time 1 pint of raw cream. At this stage, complete the preparation by adding thereto 1/2 pint of whipped cream. It should then be found to be very white, smooth, and mellow. Test as directed in the preceding recipe, and add a little white of egg if it be too light, and a little cream if it be too stiff. Nota bene. This forcemeat may be prepared from all butcher's meats, game, or fish. 195. Fine chicken forcemeat, or mousseline. Remove the tendons from, trim, and cut into cubes 1 pound of chicken meat. Season with 1 ounce of salt, a little pepper, and nutmeg. Finely pound, and when it is reduced to a paste, gradually add the whites of 2 eggs, vigorously working with the pestle meanwhile. Strain through a fine sieve, put the forcemeat into a vegetable pan, stir it once more with the wooden spoon for a moment or two, and combine with it, gradually, 1 pint of thick, fresh cream, working with great caution and keeping the receptacle on ice. Remarks relative to mousseline forcemeat. This, like the preceding forcemeats, may be prepared from any kind of meat. The addition of the white of egg is not essential if the meats used already possess a certain quantity of albumin, but without the white of egg the forcemeat absorbs much less cream. This forcemeat is particularly suited to preparations with a shellfish base. Incomparably delicate results are obtained by the process, while it also furnishes ideal quenelle for the purpose of garnishing soup. In a word, it may be said of mousseline forcemeat that, whereas it can replace all other kinds, none of these can replace it. Nota bene. Mousseline forcemeats of all kinds, with meat, poultry, game, fish, or shellfish, may be made according to the principles and quantities given above. 196. Pork forcemeat for diverse uses. Remove the tendons of, and cut into large cubes, 2 pounds of fillet of pork, and the same weight of fresh, fat bacon. Season with 1 3/4 ounce of spiced salt, number 188. Chop the fillet and bacon up together or separately, pound them finely in the mortar, and finish with 2 eggs and 2 tablespoonfuls of brandy. This forcemeat is used for ordinary pies and terrine. Strictly speaking, it is sausage meat. The inclusion of eggs in this forcemeat really only obtains when it is used to stuff joints that are to be braised, such as stuffed breast of veal, or in the case of pies and terrine. The addition of the egg in these cases prevents the grease from melting too quickly, and thus averts the drying of the forcemeat. 197. Forcemeat for galantine, pies, and terrine. Remove the tendons from and cut into cubes 1 pound of fillet of veal and as much fillet of pork. Add to these 2 pounds of fresh fat bacon, also cut into cubes. Season with 3 ounces of spiced salt. Chop the 3 ingredients together or apart, and then finely pound them. Finish with 3 eggs and 3 tablespoonfuls of burnt brandy. Strain through a sieve and place in a basin. When about to serve this stuffing, add to it a little fumé corresponding with the meat that is to constitute the dish. For terrine, pies, and galantine of game, 1/4 or 1/5 of the forcemeat's weight of gratin stuffing, proper to the game under treatment, is added. 198. Veal forcemeat with fat or gaudy veau. Remove the tendons from and cut into cubes 1 pound of fillet of veal, also pare, that is, detach skin and filaments from 2 pounds of the very dry fat of kidneys of beef. First, chop these up separately, then combine and pound them in the mortar. Season with 1/2 ounce of salt, a little pepper, some nutmeg, and pound afresh until the veal and fat become a homogeneous mass. Now add 4 eggs consecutively and at intervals of a few minutes, without ceasing to pound, and taking care only to insert each egg after the preceding one has been properly mixed with the mass. Spread the forcemeat thus prepared on a dish and put the latter on ice until the next day. The next day, pound once more, and add little by little 14 ounces of very clean ice in small pieces, or, instead, an equal weight of iced water, adding this also very gradually. When the gaudy veau is properly moistened, poach a small portion of it in boiling water in order to test its consistence. If it be too firm, add some more ice to it. If, on the other hand, it seem too flimsy, add a little of the white of an egg. For the uses of gaudy veau and quenelle, see number 205. 199. Veal forcemeat with fat and cream. Chop finely and apart 1 pound of very white fillet of veal, with tendons removed, cut into cubes, and 1 pound of the fat of pared kidney of beef. Combine the veal and the fat in the mortar, and pound until the 2 ingredients form a fine and even paste. Season with 1/2 ounce of salt, a little pepper, and some nutmeg, and add consecutively 2 eggs and 2 yolks, after the manner of the preceding recipe, and without ceasing to pound. Strain through a sieve. Spread the forcemeat on a dish and keep it on ice until the next day. Next day, pound the forcemeat again for a few minutes, and add to it, little by little, 1½ pints of cream. Test as before, and rectify if necessary, either by adding cream or by thickening with the white of an egg. 200. Chicken forcemeat for galantine, pies, and terrine. The exact weight of the chicken meat used as the base of this forcemeat determines the quantities of its other ingredients. Thus, the weight of meat afforded by a fowl weighing 4 pounds is estimated at 20 ounces, after deducting the fillets, which are always reserved. Hence, the quantities for the forcemeat are regulated thus: chicken meat, 20 ounces, lean pork, 8 ounces, fillet of veal, 8 ounces, fresh fat bacon, 30 ounces, whole eggs 5, spiced salt 2 ounces, brandy 1/5 pint. Chop up, either together or apart, the chicken meat, the veal, the pork, and the bacon. Put all these into the mortar, pound them very finely with the seasoning, add the eggs consecutively, and last of all, pour in the brandy. Remarks. 1. The quantity of spiced salt varies, a few grams either way, according as to whether the atmosphere be dry or damp. 2. According to the purpose of the forcemeat, and with a view to giving it a finer flavor, one may, subject to the resources at one's disposal, add a little raw trimmings of foie gras to it, but the latter must not in any case exceed 1/5 of the forcemeat in weight. 3. As a rule, forcemeat should always be rubbed through a sieve so as to ensure its being fine and even. 4. Whether the foie gras be added or not, chicken forcemeat may always be completed with 2 or 3 ounces of chopped truffles per pound of its volume. 201. Game forcemeat for pies and terrine. This follows the same principles as the chicken forcemeat, i.e., the weight of the game meat determines the quantities of the other ingredients. The proportions are precisely the same as above as regards the veal, the pork, the bacon, and the seasoning. The procedure is also the same, while the appended remarks likewise apply. 202. Gratin forcemeat for ordinary hot raised pies. Put into a sauté pan containing 1 ounce of very hot butter, 1/2 pound of fresh fat bacon, cut into large cubes. Brown quickly and drain on a dish. Quickly brown in the same butter 1/2 pound of fillet of veal, cut like the bacon, and drain in the same way. Now rapidly brown 1/2 pound of pale calf's liver, also cut into large cubes. Put the veal and the bacon back into the sauté pan with the liver, add the necessary quantity of salt and pepper, 2 ounces of mushroom parings, 1 ounce of truffle parings, raw if possible, chopped shallots, a sprig of thyme, and a fragment of bay. Put the whole on the fire for 2 minutes, drain the bacon, the veal, and the liver, and put the gravy aside. Swill the sauté pan with 1/4 pint of Madeira. Pound the bacon, veal, and liver quickly and finely, while adding consecutively 6 ounces of butter, the yolks of 6 eggs, the gravy that has been put aside, 1/3 pint of cold reduced espagnole, and the Madeira used for swilling. Strain through a sieve, place in a tureen, and smooth with the wooden spoon. Nota bene. To make a gratin forcemeat with game, substitute for the veal that game meat which may happen to be required. 203. Pike forcemeat for quenelle à la lyonnaise. Forcemeats prepared with the flesh of the pike are extremely delicate. Subject to circumstances, they may be prepared according to any one of the 3 formulae, numbers 193, 194, 195. There is another excellent method of preparing this forcemeat, which I shall submit here, as it is specially used for the preparation of pike forcemeat à la lyonnaise. Pound in a mortar 1 pound of the meat of a pike, without the skin or bones. Combine with this 1/2 pound of stiff frangipan. Season with salt and nutmeg, pass through a sieve, and put back into the mortar. Vigorously work the forcemeat in order to make it cohere, and gradually add to it 1/2 pound of melted beef fat. The whole 1/2 pound, however, need not necessarily be beef fat. Beef marrow or butter may form part of it in the proportion of half the weight of the beef fat. When the forcemeat is very fine and smooth, withdraw it from the mortar and place it in a bowl surrounded with ice until wanted. 204. Special stuffings for fish. These preparations diverge slightly from the forcemeats given above, and they are of 2 kinds. They are used to stuff such fish as mackerel, herring, shad, and so on, to which they lend a condimentary touch that makes these fish more agreeable to the taste and certainly more digestible. First method. Put into a bowl 4 ounces of raw chopped milt, 2 ounces of breadcrumb, steeped in milk and well pressed, and 1½ ounce of the following fine herbs, mixed in equal quantities and finely chopped: chives, parsley, chevril, shallots, sweet basil, half a garlic clove, crushed, then 2 whole eggs, salt, pepper, and nutmeg. Chop up all these ingredients together so as to mix them thoroughly. Second method. Put into a bowl 4 ounces of breadcrumb, steeped in milk and well pressed, 1/2 ounce of onion, and 1/2 ounce of chopped shallots, slightly cooked in butter, and cold. 1 ounce of raw mushrooms, chopped and well pressed in a towel, a tablespoonful of chopped parsley, a piece of garlic the size of a pea, crushed, salt, pepper, and nutmeg, and 2 eggs. Mix it as above. 205. Forcemeat balls, or quenelles. Divers ways of molding and poaching them. Whatever be the required size or shape of quenelle, there are 4 ways of making them. 1. By rolling them. 2. By molding them with a spoon. 3. By forming them with a piping bag. 4. By molding them by hand into the shape of a kidney. 1. To roll quenelle, it is necessary to keep the forcemeat somewhat stiff, and therefore this process could not well apply to the mousseline forcemeats. Place 1/4 pound of forcemeat, when ready, on a floured board, and, with hands covered in flour, roll the preparation until it has lengthened itself into the form of a sausage, the thickness of which depends upon the required size of the intended quenelle. Cut up the sausage of forcemeat laterally with a floured knife, and roll each section with the finger ends until the length it assumes is thrice that of its diameter. The balls should be put aside on a floured tray as soon as they are made. The poaching of rolled quenelle. When all the forcemeat has been used up, the balls are gently tilted into a saucepan containing boiling salted water, so calculated in quantity as to allow of their not being too tightly squeezed. The saucepan is covered and kept on the side of the fire until all the balls have risen to the surface and are almost out of the water. They are then removed with a skimmer and placed in a bowl of cold water. At last, when they have properly cooled, They are carefully drained on a cloth and put aside on a dish until required. When the quenelle are needed for immediate use, it would be better not to cool them. To mold quenelle with a spoon. This method may be applied to all forcemeats, and allows of the balls being much softer, as the forcemeat need not be so stiff. First, butter the sauté pan or the tray, whereon the balls are to be laid by means of a brush, and let the butter cool. Put the sauté pan on the table in front and a little to the right of one. On the left, place the sauté pan or bowl containing the forcemeat, and on the further side of the buttered sauté pan there should be a receptacle containing hot water, into which the spoon used for molding is inserted. For ordinary quenelle, 2 coffee spoons are used, one of which is kept in the hot water as stated above. Now, with the other held in the left hand, take up a little of the forcemeat, just enough to fill the spoon. Withdraw the second spoon from the hot water and place it, with its convex side uppermost, on the other spoon. This smoothens the upper surface of the forcemeat. Now, with the help of the second spoon, remove the whole of the contents of the first spoon and overturn the second spoon on the spot in the tray or sauté pan which the ball is intended to occupy. The second spoon, being at once moist and hot, allows the forcemeat to leave it quite easily in the shape of a large olive. Renew this operation until the whole of the forcemeat has been used. The poaching of spoon-molded quenelle. When all the balls have been molded, place the tray on the side of the stove and pour enough boiling salted water over them to moisten them abundantly. Leave them to poach, and from time to time remove the tray. Then, when they have swollen sufficiently and seem soft and firm to the touch, drain them. If they are to be used at once, they should be placed directly in the sauce. If they have been prepared in advance, it would be well to cool them as directed under rolled quenelle. To form quenelle with a piping bag. This process is especially recommended for small, fine, and light forcemeat balls intended for soup garnish, for, besides being extremely quick, it allows of making them in any desirable size or shape. Butter a tray or sauté pan and leave it to cool. Put the forcemeat into a bag fitted with a pipe at its narrowest end. The pipe may be grooved or smooth, and its size must be in accordance with that intended for the proposed balls. Now squeeze out the latter, proceeding in the usual way and laying them very closely. The poaching of quenelle made by the above process with ordinary or mousseline forcemeat. These quenelle are poached in exactly the same way as the spoon-molded ones. The poaching of Godiveau quenelle, made with a piping bag. These quenelle or balls are laid on a piece of fine buttered paper, which in its turn is placed upon a buttered tray. The Godiveau must not be too stiff, and the balls are laid by means of the piping bag side by side and slightly touching one another. When the tray is covered, push it into a very moderate oven for a few minutes. The balls are poached when a thin dew of grease may be seen to glisten on their surfaces. On the appearance of this dew, withdraw them from the oven and overturn the tray, carefully, upon a marble slab, taking care that the tray does not press at all upon the balls, lest it crush them. When the latter are nearly cold, the paper which covers them is taken off with caution, and all that remains to be done is to put them carefully away on a dish until they are wanted. To mold forcemeat with the fingers. This excellent process is as expedient as that of the bag, and it produces beautifully shaped balls. Place on the edge of a table, in front of one, a saucepan, 3/4 full of boiling salted water, the handle of the receptacle being turned to the far side. Now take a piece of string 1 yard in length, double it over, and tie the free ends to a weight of 2 pounds, letting the 2 strands twist around each other. This done, there should be a loop at the end of the string. Put this loop round the handle of the saucepan, and draw the string diametrically across the latter, letting the weight pull the string slightly down on the side opposite to the handle. When this has been effected, the operator, with his left hand, takes some of the forcemeat, smoothing it with a spoon, and, placing the spoon near the string with his right first finger, he removes from its extremity a portion of the preparation about equal to the intended size of the balls. This portion of the forcemeat remaining suspended on his first finger, the operator now scrapes the latter across the string, and the ball falls beneath into the saucepan containing the water. When all the stuffing has been molded in this way, the saucepan is placed on the fire to complete the poaching of the balls, and the precautions indicated in the preceding processes are observed. End of section 10. Reading by Malone.
Section 11 of A Guide to Modern Cookery, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marian Cervassi. A Guide to Modern Cookery, Part 1. By Auguste ESCOFFIER. Translated by James B. Herndon, Jr. Chapter 8. The various garnishes for soups. Royales. 206. Ordinary Royale. Put 1 ounce of chervil into 1 pint of boiling consommé. Cover the saucepan and let infusion proceed away from the fire for 20 minutes. Now pour this infusion over 2 eggs and 6 yolks, beaten briskly in a basin, and mix with the whisk. Strain through muslin and carefully remove therefrom the froth that has formed. Pour into buttered molds. Poach in a bain-marie, as in the case of cream, and take great care that the water in the bain-marie does not boil. According to the way in which the royale is to be divided, it may be poached either in large or small charlotte molds, but the latter, large and small alike, must be well buttered. If the preparation be put into large molds, 35 or 40 minutes should be allowed for poaching. If, on the other hand, the molds are small, about 15 minutes would suffice. Always let the royale cool in the molds. 207. Deslignac or Cream Royal. Boil 1 pint of thin cream and pour it little by little over 1 egg and 6 yolks, well whisked in a basin. Season with a little salt and nutmeg. Strain through muslin, and for the poaching follow the directions given above. 208. Chicken Royale. Finely pound 3 ounces of cooked white chicken meat, and add thereto 3 tablespoonfuls of cold bechamel. Put this paste in a bowl, season with a little salt and a dash of nutmeg. Dilute with 1/5 pint of cream, and strain through tammy. Thicken this preparation with 1 egg and the yolk of 3. and poach in small or large molds in accordance with the procedure already described. 209. Game Royale. Finely pound 3 ounces of the cooked meat of that game which gives its name to the preparation, and add 3 tablespoonfuls of cold espagnole sauce and 1/5 pint of rich cream in small quantities at a time. Warm the seasoning with a very little cayenne, strain through tammy, thicken with 1 egg and 3 yolks, and poach as before. 210. Fish Royale. Stew in butter 4 ounces of fillet of sole cut into cubes, or the same quantity of any other fish suited to the nature of the intended soup. Cool, pound finely, and add little by little 2 tablespoonfuls of cold bechamel and 1/4 pint of cream. Season with salt and a pinch of nutmeg, and strain through tammy. Thicken by means of the yolks of 5 eggs, and poach in large or small molds. 211. Carrot or Cressy Royale. Stew gently in butter 5 ounces of the red part only of carrots. Cool, crush in a mortar, and gradually add 2 tablespoonfuls of bechamel and 1/5 pint of rich cream. Season with table salt and a pinch of castor sugar, and deepen the tint of the royale with a few drops of vegetable red. Strain through tammy, thicken with 1 egg and 4 yolks. Put into molds and poach. 212. Fresh Peas or Saint-Germain Royale. Cook 1/2 pound of fresh small peas in boiling water with a bunch of chervil and a few leaves of fresh mint. Pass through a sieve and dilute the resulting puree in a saucepan with 2/5 of its volume of the liquor it has been cooked in and 1/5 of cream. Add a little sugar, the necessary salt, 1 egg and 2 yolks. Pass through a fine strainer and poach in well buttered molds. 213. Various Royales. Royales may also be made with leeks, celery, etc., the procedure being as follows. Finely mince 6 or 7 ounces of the chosen vegetable. Stew the same gently and thoroughly in butter, and strain through tammy. Add to the resulting puree 3 tablespoonfuls of bechamel, 1/5 pint of cream, 2 eggs, and 4 yolks. Put into large or small molds and poach. Remarks. In order that these royales may have the required delicacy, I should urge the reader not to exceed the prescribed quantities of eggs and yolks, these being so calculated as to exactly produce the density required. 214. The dividing up of royales. When the poaching is done, take the mold or molds out of water and leave the royale to cool in them. Do not turn out the molds whilst the preparation is hot, as it would surely scatter. It only assumes the necessary solidity for being divided up by means of the aggregation and contraction of its various constituents during the cooling process. If the royale has been poached in small molds, slightly trim the cylinders of the royale, divide them up laterally into discs, and stamp them uniformly with a plain or indented fancy cutter. If the royale has been poached in large molds, withdraw it from these and place it on a serviette. Trim the tops, cut into 1/2-inch slices, and stamp with small fancy cutters of different shapes. These little divisions of royale must always be stamped very neatly and quite regularly. 215. Chiffonade. The name chiffonade is given to a mince of sorrel or lettuce intended as a complement for such soups as potage de sauté or le gemini, etc., or various clear consommes like julienne. To prepare chiffonade, first carefully shred the sorrel or lettuce and remove therefrom all the leaf ribs. Carefully wash the leaves and squeeze the latter tightly between the fingers of the left hand and the table. Now cut them into fine strips with a sharp knife. If the chiffonade be intended for a consommé, add it to the latter half an hour before dishing up. It is thus actually cooked in the soup itself. If, as in most often the case, it be intended for a thick soup, it is better to let it melt well into butter, to moisten it with a little consommé, and to let it boil for 10 minutes before adding it to the soup. Whatever the purpose be for which it is made, chiffonade should always be prepared with very tender sorrel or lettuce. 216. Directions for soup with pastes. Vermicelli and the various Italian pastes should measure about 3 ounces per quart of consommé. They should first be thrown into boiling salted water, where they are left to poach for 3 minutes, whereupon they are drained, cooled, and their cooking is completed in the consommé. The parboiling of these pastes is necessary in order to get rid of the little agglomerations of flour which adhere to them and which would otherwise make the consommé cloudy. Tapioca, sago, salep, etc., should also be apportioned at about 3 ounces per quart, but this is only an average, for the quality of this kind of products varies greatly, and it is best to choose the goods of an excellent maker, and in order to avoid surprises, to abide by that choice. These products need no parboiling, they are merely sprinkled into the boiling consommé while stirring the latter, and they are left to cook until the soup is quite clear. The boiling should be gentle, and the scum should be removed as often as it forms. The time allowed for cooking naturally varies in accordance with the quality of the goods, but the absolute transparency of the consommé is an infallible sign of its having been completed. Brazilian, Japanese, and other pearls are used in the same quantities, but they should poach for 30 minutes if required to be very transparent. 217. Threaded eggs. Beat up 3 eggs in a bowl, season with salt and pepper, and strain through a sieve. Now pour the eggs into a fine strainer, hold same over a saucepan containing some boiling consommé, and shift it about in such a wise as to let the egg fall in threads into the boiling liquid beneath, and thus immediately coagulate. Drain the egg threads very carefully lest they break. 218. Profiteroles for soups. These consist of little choux about the size of a large hazelnut, stuffed with some kinds of puree, such as that of foie gras with cream, or of chicken, or of vegetables, etc. 4 profiteroles should be allowed for each person. To make profiteroles, put a few tablespoonfuls of pâté à choux without sugar, No. 2374, into a piping bag fitted with a smooth pipe, whose orifice should be about 1/4 inch in diameter. Squeeze out portions of the preparation onto a tray so as to form balls about the size of a small hazelnut. Gild by means of beaten egg applied with a fine brush, and cook in a moderate oven. Do not take the profiteroles from the oven until they are quite dry. End of section 11. Recording by Marian Cervassi. Section 12 of A Guide to Modern Cookery, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marian Cervassi. A Guide to Modern Cookery, Part 1, by Auguste ESCOFFIER. Translated by James B. Herndon, Jr. Chapter 9. Garnishing Preparations for Relevees and Entrees. 219. Potato Croquettes. Cook quickly in salted water 2 pounds of peeled and quartered potatoes. As soon as they seem soft to the finger, drain them, place them in the front of the oven for a few minutes in order to dry them, and then tilt them into a sieve lying on a cloth, and press them through the former without rubbing. Place the puree in a sauté pan, season with salt, pepper, and nutmeg. Add 1 ounce of butter and dry, i.e., stir over a brisk fire until the puree becomes a consistent paste. Take off the fire, complete with the yolks of 3 eggs, well mixed with the rest, and turn the paste out onto a buttered dish, taking care to spread it in a rather thin layer, so as to precipitate its cooling. Butter the surface to prevent the preparations drying. To make croquettes, equal portions of this paste, i.e., portions weighing about 1 1/2 ounce of it, are rolled on a flour-dusted board into the shape of a cork, a ball, or a croix. These are now dipped into an anglaise, No. 174, and rolled in breadcrumbs or raspings, the latter being well patted on to the surface of the croquettes, lest they should fall into the frying fat. Let the patting also avail for finishing off the selected shape of the objects. These are then plunged into hot fat, where they should remain until they have acquired a fine golden color. 220. Dauphine potatoes. Prepare as above the required quantity of paste, and add thereto per pound 6 ounces of pâté à chaud, without sugar, No. 2374. Mix the two constituents thoroughly. Dauphine potatoes are molded in the shape of small cylinders, and they are treated à l'anglaise, like the croquettes. 221. Duchess potatoes. These are the same as the croquettes, though they are differently treated. They are made on a floured board in the shape of diminutive cottage loaves, little shuttle-shaped loaves, small quoits, and lozenges or rectangles. They are gilded with beaten egg, and when their shape is that of quoits, rectangles, or lozenges, they are streaked by means of a small knife. After this operation, which is to prevent the gilding from blistering, they are baked in the oven for a few minutes previous to being used in dressing the dishes they accompany. 222. Marquise potatoes. Take 1 pound of croquette paste and add thereto 6 ounces of very red reduced tomato puree. Pour this mixture into a bag fitted with a large grooved pipe, and squeeze it out upon a baking tray in shapes resembling large meringues. Slightly gild their surfaces with beaten egg, and put them into the oven for a few minutes before using them to dress the dish. 223. Ordinary or dry duxelles. The uses of duxelles are legion, and it is prepared thus: slightly fry 1 teaspoonful of onions in 1 tablespoonful of butter and oil mixed. Add to this 4 tablespoonfuls of mushroom stalks and parings, chopped and well pressed in a towel with the view of expelling their vegetable moisture. Stir over a brisk fire until the latter has completely evaporated. Season with salt, pepper, and nutmeg, and 1 coffee-spoonful of well-chopped parsley, mixing the whole thoroughly. Transfer to a bowl, cover with a piece of white buttered paper, and put aside until wanted. 224. Duxelles for stuffed vegetables, tomatoes, mushrooms, etc. Put 6 tablespoonfuls of dry duxelles into a small stewpan, and add thereto 3 tablespoonfuls of half-glazed sauce containing plenty of tomato, crushed garlic the size of a pea, and 2 tablespoonfuls of white wine. Set to simmer until the required degree of consistence is reached. Note well: a tablespoonful of fine fresh breadcrumbs may be added to the duxelles in order to thicken it. 225. Duxelles for garnishing small pies, onions, cucumbers, etc. To 4 tablespoonfuls of dried duxelles, add 4 tablespoonfuls of ordinary pork forced meat, No. 196. 226. Maintenon. Preparation used in stuffing preparations à la maintenon. Put 1 pint of bechamel into a vegetable pan with 1/2 pint of soubise No. 104, and reduce to 1/2 while stirring over a brisk fire. Thicken, away from the fire, by means of the yolks of 5 eggs, and add 4 tablespoonfuls of minced mushrooms, either cooked in the ordinary way or stewed in butter. 227. Matignon. This preparation serves chiefly for covering certain large joints of butcher's meat or fowl, to which it imparts an appropriate flavor. It is made as follows: finely mince 2 medium carrots, the red part only, 2 onions, and 2 sticks of celery taken from the heart. Add 1 tablespoonful of raw lean ham, cut paysanne fashion, a sprig of thyme, and half a leaf of bay crushed. Stew in butter, and finally swill the saucepan with 2 tablespoonfuls of Madeira. 228. Mirepoix. The purpose of mirepoix in culinary preparations is the same as that of matignon, but its mode of use is different. Its constituents are the same as those of the matignon, but instead of being minced, they are cut up into more or less fine dice, in accordance with the use for which the preparation is intended. Instead of the ham, fresh and slightly salted breast of pork may be used, while both the ham and the bacon may be excluded under certain circumstances. 229. Fine or Bordelaise Mirepoix. Coarse mirepoix, which are added to certain preparations in order to lend these the proper flavor, are generally made immediately before being used, but this is not so in the case of the finer mirepoix, which chiefly serves as an adjunct to crayfish and lobster. This is made in advance and as follows: cut into dice 4 ounces of the red part only of carrots, the same quantity of onion, and 1 ounce of parsley stalks. In order that the mirepoix may be still finer, these ingredients may now be chopped, but in this case it is advisable to thoroughly press them in a corner of a towel so as to squeeze out their vegetable moisture, the mere process of stewing not being sufficient for this purpose. Should this water be allowed to remain in the mirepoix, more particularly if the latter must be kept some time, it would probably give rise to mustiness or fermentation. Put the ingredients into a small stewpan with 1 1/2 ounce of butter and a little powdered thyme and bay, and stew until all are well cooked. This done, turn the preparation out into a small bowl, heap it together with the back of a fork, cover it with a piece of white buttered paper, and put aside until wanted. 230. Various salpicons. This term stands for a certain preparatory method applied to a series of preparations. Salpicons are simple or compound. Simple if they only contain one product, such as the meat of a fowl or of game, butcher's meat, foie gras, various fish, ham or tongue, mushrooms, truffles, etc. Compound if they consist of 2 or more of the above-mentioned ingredients, which may happen to combine suitably. The preparation method consists of cutting the various ingredients into dice. The series of preparations arises from the many possible combinations of the products, each particular combination bearing its own name. Thus, salpicons may be royal, financier, chasseur, parisienne, Montglau, etc. Of whichever kind, however, salpicons are always incorporated with a vehicular sauce which is in accordance with their constituents. 231. Batter for various fritters. Put into a bowl 1 pound of sifted flour, 1/4 ounce of salt, 1 tablespoonful of oil or melted butter, and the necessary quantity of barely lukewarm water. If the batter is to be used at once, mix the ingredients by turning them over and over without stirring with the spoon, for this would give the preparation an elasticity which would prevent its adhering to immersed solids. Should the batter be prepared beforehand, however, it may be stirred, since it loses its elasticity when left to stand any length of time. Before using it, Add the whites of 2 eggs whisked to a froth. 232. Batter for vegetables. Salsify, celery, etc. Put 1 pound of sifted flour into a bowl with 1/4 ounce of salt and 2 tablespoonfuls of oil or melted butter. Dilute with 1 egg and the necessary quantity of cold water. Keep this batter somewhat thin, do not stir it, and let it rest for a few hours before using. 233. Batter for fruit and flour fritters. Put 1 pound of flour into a bowl with 1/4 ounce of salt and 2 tablespoonfuls of oil or melted butter. Dilute gradually with 1/4 pint of beer and a little tepid water. When about to use the batter, mix therewith the whites of 2 eggs whisked to a froth. Note well, keep this batter thin, if anything, and above all, do not stir overmuch. 234. Batter for oven glazed fruit fritters. Mix 1 pound of flour with 2 tablespoonfuls of oil, a grain of salt, 2 eggs, added one after the other, the necessary quantity of water, and 1 ounce of sugar. Keep this preparation in a lukewarm place to let it ferment, and stir it with a wooden spoon before using it to immerse the solids. Remarks. Batter for fruit fritters may contain a few tablespoonfuls of brandy, in which case an equal quantity of the water must be suppressed. 235. Provençal. Preparation for stuffing cutlets à la Provençal. Put 1 pint of bechamel into a vegetable pan and reduce it until it has become quite dense. Thicken it with the yolks of 4 eggs and finish it away from the fire with a crushed piece of garlic as large as a pea and 1/4 pound of grated cheese. End of section 12. Recording by Marian Cervassi.
Section 13 of A Guide to Modern Cookery, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. A Guide to Modern Cookery, Part 1 by Auguste ESCOFFIER, translated by James B. Herndon, Jr. Chapter 10, Part 1, Leading Culinary Operations. 236. The preparation of soups. The nutritious liquids known under the name of soups are of comparatively recent origin. Indeed, as they are now served, they do not date any further back than the early years of the 19th century. The soups of old cookery were, really, complete dishes, wherein the meats and vegetables used in their preparation were assembled. They, moreover, suffered from the effects of the general confusion which reigned in the menus of those days. These menus seem to have depended in no wise, for their items, upon the progressive satisfaction of the consumer's appetites, and a long procession of dishes was far more characteristic of the meal than their judicious order and diversity. In this respect, as in so many others, Carême was the reformer, and if he were not, strictly speaking, the actual initiator of the changes which ushered in our present methods, he certainly had a large share in the establishment of the new theories. Nevertheless, it took his followers almost a century to bring soups to the perfection of today, for modern cookery has replaced those stodgy dishes of yore by comparatively simple and savory preparations, which are veritable wonders of delicacy and taste. Now, my attention has been called to the desirability of drawing up some sort of classification of soups, if only with the view of obviating the absurdity of placing such preparations as are indiscriminately called bisque, purée, coulis, or cream under the same head. Logically, each preparation should have its own special formula, and it is impossible to admit that one and the same can apply to all. It is generally admitted that the terms velouté and creams, whose introduction into the vocabulary of cookery is comparatively recent, are peculiarly well suited to supplant those of bisque and coulis, which are steadily becoming obsolete, as well as that too vulgar term, purée. Considerations of this kind naturally led me to a new classification of soups, and this I shall disclose later. I shall not make any lengthy attempt here to refute the arguments of certain autocrats of the dinner table, who, not so many years ago, urged the total abolition of soups. I shall only submit to their notice the following quotation from Grimaud de la Reynière, one of our most illustrious gastronomistes. Soup is to a dinner what the porch or gateway is to a building. That is to say, it must not only form the first portion thereof, but it must be so devised as to convey some idea of the whole to which it belongs, or, after the manner of an overture in a light opera, it should divulge what is to be the dominant phrase of the melody throughout. I am at one with Grimaud in this, and believe that soups have come to stay. Of all the items on a menu, soup is that which exacts the most delicate perfection and the strictest attention, for upon the first impression it gives to the diner, the success of the latter part of the meal largely depends. Soups should be served as hot as possible in very warm plates, especially in the case of consommés, when these have been preceded by cold hors d'oeuvres. Hors d'oeuvres are pointless in a dinner, and even when oysters stand as such, they should only be allowed at meals which include no soup. Those hors d'oeuvres which consist of various fish, smoked or in oil, and strongly seasoned salads, leave a disagreeable taste on the consumer's palate, and make the soup which follows seem flat and insipid if the latter be not served boiling hot. Classification of soups. This includes 1. Clear soups, 2. Thick soups, 3. Special soups of various kinds, 4. Classical vegetable soups, including some local preparations. 237. Clear soups. Clear soups, of whatever nature the base thereof may be, whether butcher's meat, poultry, game, fish, shellfish, or turtle, and so on, are made according to one method only. They are always clear consommé, to which has been added a slight garnish, in keeping with the nature of the consommé. 238. Thick soups. These are divided into 3 leading classes as follows. 1. The purée, coulis, or bisque. 2. Various veloutés. 3. Various creams. Remarks. Though the 3 preparations of the first class are practically the same, and generally speaking, the coulis and the bisque may be considered as purée of fowl, game, or shellfish, it is advisable to distinguish one from another by giving each a special name of its own. Thus the word purée is most suitably applied to any preparation with a vegetable base. The term coulis is best fitted to preparations having either poultry, game, or fish for a base, while bisque in spite of the fact that in former days it was applied indiscriminately to puree of shellfish, poultry, pigeons, etc., distinctly denotes a puree of shellfish, either lobster, crayfish, or shrimp, and so on. In short, it is imperative to avoid all ambiguities and to give everything its proper name, or, at least, that name which identifies it most correctly. 239. Puree. Farinaceous vegetables, such as haricot beans and lentils, and the floury ones, such as the potato, need no additional thickening ingredient, since the flour or fecula which they contain amply suffices for the leason of their puree. On the other hand, aqueous vegetables like carrots, pumpkins, turnips, celery, and herbs cannot dispense with a thickening ingredient, as their puree of themselves do not cohere in the least. Cohering or thickening elements, their quantities. In order to effect the coherence of vegetable puree, either rice, potato, or breadcrumb cut into dice and fried in butter may be used. The proportion of these per pound of vegetables should be respectively 3 ounces, 10 ounces, and 10 ounces. Breadcrumb dice, prepared as described above, were generally used in old cookery, and they lend a mellowness to a puree which is quite peculiar to them. The dilution of puree. Generally this is done by means of ordinary white consommé, though in certain cases, as for instance if the soup is a Lenten one, milk is used. The finishing. When the puree have been strained and brought to the required consistence, they should be boiled and stirred. Then they are placed on the side of the fire to simmer for 25 or 30 minutes. It is at this stage that they are purified by means of the careful removal of all the scum that forms on their surface. When dishing up, complete them away from the fire with 3 ounces of butter per quart of soup, and pass them once more through a strainer. Puree garnishes. These are usually either small fried crusts, small dice of potato fried in butter, a chiffonade, some kind of little brunoise, or, more generally, chevril pluche. 240. Coulis. Coulis have for their base either poultry, game, or fish. The thickening ingredients used are: for fowl, 2 or 3 ounces of rice or 3/4 pint of poultry velouté per pound of fowl. For game, 3 or 4 ounces of lentils or 3/4 pint of game espagnole per pound of game. For fish, a clear panada made up of French bread soaked in boiling salted milk. Use 5 ounces of bread and 1 good pint of milk per pound of fish. Having strained and made up the coulis, boil them while stirring, except in the case of fish coulis, which must not boil and must be served as soon as they are made. Then place them in a bain-marie and butter their surfaces, lest a skin should form. At the last moment, complete them with 2 or 3 ounces of butter per quart. The garnish of poultry or game coulis consists of either small dice of game or fowl fillets, which should be kept aside for the purpose. A fine julienne of these fillets, or small quenelle, made from the latter, raw. The garnish of fish coulis is generally fish fillets poached in butter and cut up into small dice or in julienne fashion. 241. Bisque. The invariable base of bisque is shellfish cooked in mirepoix. Their thickening ingredients are, or may be, rice, fish velouté, or crusts of bread fried in butter, the proportion being 3 ounces of rice, 10 ounces of bread crusts, or 3/4 pint of fish velouté per pound of shellfish cooked in mirepoix, number 228. When the soup is strained, treat it in precisely the same way as the coulis. The garnish consists of small dice of the meat from the shellfish used. These pieces should have been put aside from the first. 242. The velouté. These differ from the purée, coulis, and bisque in that their invariable thickening element is a velouté whose preparation is in harmony with the nature of the ingredients of the soup, these being either vegetables, poultry, game, fish, or shellfish. The preparation of the velouté. Allow 3 1/2 ounces of white roux per quart of diluent. This diluent should be ordinary consommé for a velouté of vegetables or herbs, chicken consommé for a poultry velouté, or very clear fish fumé for a fish or shellfish velouté. The procedure is exactly the same as that described under number 26 of the leading sauces. The apportionment of the ingredients. In general, the quantities of each constituent are in the following proportion. Velouté, 1/2. The purée of the substance which characterizes the soup, 1/4. The consommé used to bring the soup to its proper consistence, 1/4. In respect of finishing ingredients, use, for thickening, the yolks of 3 eggs and 1/5 pint of cream per quart of soup. Thus, for 4 quarts of poultry velouté, we arrive at the following quantities. Poultry velouté, 3 pints. Purée of fowl obtained from a cleaned and drawn hen, weighing about 3 pounds, 1 quart. Consommé for regulating consistence, 1 quart. Leason, 12 yolks, and 4/5 pint of cream. Rules relative to the preparation. If the velouté is to be of lettuce, chicory, celery, or mixed herbs, these ingredients are scalded for 5 minutes, drained, gently stewed in butter, and added to the prepared velouté in which their cooking is completed. If carrots, turnips, onions, and so on are to be treated, finely mince them, stew them in butter without allowing them to acquire any color, and add them to the velouté. If fowl be the base, cook it in the velouté. This done, withdraw it, remove the meat, finely pound same, and add it to the velouté, which is then rubbed through tammy. In the case of fish, the procedure is the same as for fowl. For game, roast or sauté the selected piece, bone it, finely pound the meat, and combine the latter with the velouté, which should then be rubbed through tammy. For shellfish, cook these in a mirepoix, finely pound them together with the latter, add to the velouté, and pass the whole through tammy. The completing of velouté. Having passed the soup through tammy, bring it to its proper degree of consistence with the necessary quantity of consommé. Boil while stirring and place in a bain-marie. At the last moment, finish the soup with the leason and 2 ounces of butter per quart of liquid. Garnish for velouté. In the case of vegetables, chiffonade, fine printanier, or brunoise. For fowl and game, the fillets of one or the other, poached and cut into small dice, or in julienne fashion. Add quenelle made with the raw fillets, or either fowl or game royale. For fish, small dice or fine julienne of fish fillets poached in butter. For shellfish, small dice of cooked shellfish meat put aside for the purpose. Remarks. In certain circumstances, these garnishes are increased by means of 3 tablespoonfuls of poached rice per quart of the soup. 243. The creams. Practically speaking, the preparation of the creams is the same as that of the velouté, but for the following exceptions. 1. In all circumstances, that is, whatever be the nature of the soup, velouté is substituted for clear béchamel. 2. The correct consistence of the soup is got by means of milk instead of consommé. 3. Creams do not require egg yolk leasons. 4. They are not buttered, but they are finished with 1/5 or 2/5 pint of fresh cream per quart. Creams allow of the same garnishes as the velouté. 244. Special soups and thickened consommé. These are of different kinds, though their preparation remains the same, and they do not lend themselves to the requirements of velouté or creams. I should quote as types of this class the Ambassador, à l'Américaine, D'Arblay, Faubonne, and so on. The same holds good with thickened consommé, such as Germigny, Coquelin, and so on. 245. Vegetable soups. These soups, of which the paysanne is the radical type, do not demand very great precision in the apportionment of the vegetables of which they are composed, but they need great care and attention notwithstanding. The vegetables, in the majority of cases, must undergo a long stewing in butter, an operation the object of which is to expel their vegetable moisture and to saturate them with butter. In respect of others which have a local character, the vegetables should be cooked with the diluent, without a preparatory stewing. 246. Foreign soups. In the course of Part 2 of this work I shall allude to certain soups which have a foreign origin, and whose use, although it may not be general, is yet sufficiently common. If only for the sake of novelty or variety, it is occasionally permissible to poach upon the preserves of foreign nations. But apart from this, there exist among the recipes of foreigners many which can but enrich their adopter, besides being generally appreciated. End of section 13. Reading by Malone. Section 14 of A Guide to Modern Cookery, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. A Guide to Modern Cookery, Part 1 by Auguste Escoffier, translated by James B. Herndon, Jr. Chapter 10, Part 2, Leading Culinary Operations. Braising, poaching, sauté, and poêling. Except for the roasts, grills, and fryings, which will be discussed later, all culinary operations dealing with meat are related to one of the 4 following methods: braising, poêling, poaching, and sauté. These 4 methods of cooking belong, however, to the sauces, and this explains how it is that the latter hold such a preeminent position in French cookery. Before devoting any attention to particular formulae, which will be given in the second part of this work, it seemed desirable to me to recapitulate in a general way the theory of each of these cooking methods. These theories are of paramount importance, since it is only with a complete knowledge of them that good results may be obtained by the culinary operator. 247. Ordinary Braisings. Of all the various culinary operations, braisings are the most expensive and the most difficult. Long and assiduous practice alone can teach the many difficulties that this mode of procedure entails, for it is one which demands extraordinary care and the most constant attention. Over and above the question of care and that of the quality of meat used, which latter consideration is neither more nor less important here than in any other cooking operation, there are also these conditions to be fulfilled in order that a good braising may be obtained, namely, that excellent stock should be used in moistening, and that the braising base be well prepared. Meats that are braised. Mutton and beef are braised in the ordinary way, but veal, lamb, and poultry are braised in a manner which I shall treat of later. Meat intended for braising need not, as in the case of roasts, be that of young beasts. The best for the purpose is that derived from an animal of 3 to 6 years of age, in the case of beef, and 1 to 2 years in the case of mutton. Good meat is rarely procured from animals more advanced than these in years, and even so, should it be used, it would not only be necessary to protract the time of cooking inordinately, but the resulting food would probably be fibrous and dry. Properly speaking, meat derived from old or ill-nourished beasts only answers 2 purposes in cookery, namely, the preparation of consommé and that of various kinds of stock. The larding of meats for braising. When the meat to be braised is ribs or fillet of beef, it is always interlarded, and consequently never dry if of decent quality. But this is not the case with the meat of the rumps or the leg of mutton. These meats are not sufficiently fat of themselves to allow of prolonged cooking without their becoming dry. For this reason, they are larded with square strips of bacon fat, which should be as long as the meat under treatment and about ½ an inch thick. These strips of fat are first seasoned with pepper, nutmeg, and spices, besprinkled with chopped parsley, and then marinated for 2 hours in a little brandy. They should be inserted into the meat equidistantly by means of special larding needles. The proportion of fat to the meat should be about 3 ounces per pound. To marinade braisings. Larded or not, the meats intended for braising gain considerably from being marinated for a few hours in the wines which are to supply their moistening, and the aromatics constituting the base of their liquor. Before doing this, season them with salt, pepper, and spices, rolling them over and over in these in order that they may absorb the seasoning thoroughly. Then place them in a receptacle just large enough to contain them, between 2 liters of aromatics, which will be detailed hereafter. Cover them with the wine which forms part of their braising liquor, and which is generally a white or red vin ordinaire. In the proportion of 1/4 pint per pound of meat, and leave them to marinade for about 6 hours, taking care to turn them over 3 or 4 times during that period. The aromatics, or base of the braising. These are thickly sliced and fried carrots and onions in the proportion of 1 ounce per pound of meat, 1 faggot, including 1 garlic clove, and 1 1/2 ounce of fresh blanched bacon rind. To fry, prepare, and cook braised meat. Having sufficiently marinated the meat, drain it on a sieve for half an hour, and wipe it dry with a clean piece of linen. Heat some clarified fat of white consommé in a thick saucepan of convenient size, or a braising pan, and when it is sufficiently hot, put the meat in the saucepan and let it acquire color on all sides. The object of this operation is to cause a contraction of the pores of the meat, thereby surrounding the latter with a species of cuirass, which prevents the inner juices from escaping too soon and converting the braising into a boiling process. The frying should therefore be a short or lengthy process according as to whether the amount of meat to be braised be small or large. Having properly fried the meat, withdraw it from the braising pan, cover it with slices of larding bacon, if it be lean, and string it. In the case of fillets and ribs of beef, this treatment may be dispensed with, as they are sufficiently well supplied with their own fat. Now pour the marinade prepared for the meat into the braising pan, and place the meat on a litter composed of the vegetables the marinade contained. Cover the pan and rapidly reduce the wine therein. When this has assumed the consistency of syrup, add sufficient brown stock to cover the meat, it being understood that the latter only just conveniently fills the pan. Cover the braising pan, set to boil, and then put it in a moderate oven. Let the meat cook until it may be deeply pricked with a braiding needle without any blood being drawn. At this stage, the first phase of braising, whereof the theory shall be given hereafter, comes to an end, and the meat is transferred to another clean utensil, just large enough to hold it. With respect to the cooking liquor, either of the 2 following modes of procedure may now be adopted. 1. If the liquor is required to be clear, it need only be strained over the meat, through muslin, while the braising pan should be placed in the oven, where the cooking may go on until completed, interrupting it only from time to time in order to baste the meat. This done, thicken the liquor with arrowroot, after the manner of an ordinary thickened gravy, No. 41. 2. If, on the contrary, a sauce be required, the liquor should be reduced to half before being put back on the meat, and it is restored to its former volume by means of 2/3 of its quantity of Espagnole sauce and 1/3 of tomato puree, or an equivalent quantity of fresh tomatoes. The cooking of the meat is completed in this sauce, and the basting should be carried on as before. When it is cooked, that is to say, when the point of a knife may be easily thrust into it without meeting with any resistance whatsoever, it should be carefully withdrawn from the sauce. The latter should be again strained through muslin, and then left to rest, with a view to letting the grease settle on the surface. Carefully remove this grease, and rectify the sauce with a little excellent stock, if it is too thick, or by reduction if it is too thin. The glazing of braised meat. Braised meat is glazed in order to make it more sightly, but this operation is by no means essential, and it is quite useless when the meat is cut up previous to being served. To glaze meat, place it as soon as cooked in the front of the oven. Sprinkle it slightly with its cooking liquor, gravy or sauce, and push it into the oven so that this liquor may dry. Being very gelatinous, the latter adheres to the meat, while its superfluous water evaporates, and thus coats the solid with a thin film of meat glaze. This operation is renewed 8 or 10 times, whereupon the meat is withdrawn from the oven, placed on a dish, and covered until it is served. Various remarks relative to braising. When a braised meat is to be accompanied by vegetables, as in the case of beef à la mode, these vegetables may either be cooked with the meat during the second braising phase, after they have been duly colored in butter with a little salt and sugar, or they may be cooked separately with a portion of the braising liquor. The first procedure is the better, but it lends itself less to a correct final dressing. It is therefore the operator's business to decide, according to the circumstances, which is the more suitable of the two. I pointed out above that the cooking of braised meat consists of 2 phases, and I shall now proceed to discuss each of these, so that the reader may thoroughly understand their processes. It has been seen that meat to be braised must in the first place be fried all over, and this more particularly when it is very thick. The object of this operation is to hold in the meat's juices, which would otherwise escape from the cut surfaces. Now this frying produces a kind of cuirasse around the flesh, which gradually thickens during the cooking process until it reaches the center. Under the influence of the heat of the surrounding liquor, the meat fibers contract and steadily drive the contained juices towards the center. Soon the heat reaches the center, where, after having effected a decomposition of the juices therein collected, the latter release the superfluous water they contain. This water quickly vaporizes, and by so doing distends and separates the tissues surrounding it. Thus, during this first phase, a concentration of juices takes place in the center of the meat. It will now be seen that they undergo an absolutely different process in the second. As shown, the disaggregation of the muscular tissue begins in the center of the meat, as soon as the temperature which reaches there is sufficiently intense to vaporize the collected juices. The tension of the vapor given off by the latter perforce increases by dint of finding no issue. It therefore exerts considerable pressure upon the tissues, though now its direction is the reverse of what it was in the first place, that is, from the center to the periphery. Gradually the tissues relax under the pressure, and the effects of cooking, and the work of disaggregation having gradually reached the fried surface, the latter also relaxes in its turn, and allows the constrained juices to escape and to mix with the sauce. At the same time, however, the latter begins to filter through the meat, and this it does in accordance with a well-known physical law, namely, capillarity. This stage of the braising demands the most attentive care. The braising liquor is found to be considerably reduced, and no longer covers the meat, for the operation is nearing its end. The bared meat would therefore dry very quickly if care were not taken to baste it constantly, and to turn it over and over, so that the whole of the muscular tissue is moistened and thoroughly saturated with the sauce. By this means the meat acquires that mellowness which is typical of braisings and distinguishes them from other preparations. I should be loath to dismiss this subject before pointing out 2 practices in the cooking of braisings, which are as common as they are absolutely wrong. The first of these is the passage of the braising base. Instead of laying the fried meat on a litter of aromatics, likewise fried beforehand, many operators place the meat, which they often omit to fry, on raw aromatics at the bottom of the braising pan. The whole is sprinkled with a little melted fat, and the aromatics are left to fry, on one side only, until they begin to burn on the bottom of the receptacle. If this operation were properly conducted, it might be tolerated, even though aromatics which are only fried on one side cannot exude the same savor as those which are fried all over. But 9 times out of 10 the frying is too lengthy a process. From neglect or absent-mindedness, the aromatics are left to burn on the bottom of the pan, and there results a bitterness which pervades and spoils the whole sauce. As a matter of fact, this process of passage is an absurd caricature of a method of preparing braisings which was very common in old cookery, the custom of which was not to prepare the braising liquor in advance, but to cook it and its ingredients simultaneously with the meat to be braised. This method, though excellent, was very expensive, the meats forming the base of the braising liquor, consisting of thick slices of raw ham or veal. The observance of economy, therefore, long ago compelled cooks to abandon this procedure, but routine has perpetuated the form of the latter without insisting upon the use of its constituents, which were undoubtedly its essential part. Routine has even, in certain cases, aggravated the first error by instituting a habit consisting of substituting bones for the meats formerly employed, an obviously ridiculous practice. In the production of ordinary consommé, No. 1, we saw that bones, even when taken from veal, as is customary in the case of braising liquor, require at the very least 10 to 12 hours of cooking before they can yield all their soluble properties. As a proof of this, it is interesting to note that if bones undergo only 5 or 6 hours of cooking, and are moistened afresh and cooked for a further 6 hours, the liquor of the second cooking yields more meat glaze than that of the first, though it must be admitted that, while the latter is more gelatinous, it has less savor. But this gelatinous property of bones is no less useful to braisings than is their savor, since it is the former that supplies the mellowness, which nothing can replace, and without which the sauce can have no quality. Since, therefore, the longest time that a braising can cook is from 4 to 6 hours, it follows that if bones be added therein, their properties will scarcely have begun disaggregating when the meat is cooked. They will, in fact, have yielded but an infinitesimal portion of these properties, wherefore their addition to the braising is, to say the least, quite useless. It now remains to be proved that the above method is bad from another point of view. I suppose I need not fear contradiction when I assert that, in order that a braising may be good, its sauce should be short and correspondingly substantial. Also, that the sauce obtained from a piece of meat moistened with a quart of liquid cannot be so good as that resulting from the moistening of a pint only. It is more particularly on this account that I advise a braising utensil, which can only just hold the meat, for since, in the first stage, the meat is only moistened with the braising liquor, the smaller the receptacle may be, the less liquor will it require, and the latter will, in consequence, be the tastier. Hence, if bones be added to the braising, the utensil must necessarily be larger, and a greater quantity of braising liquor must be used. but this liquor will not be nearly so savory as that obtained from the process I recommend. In fact, it will be but a rather strong broth, quite unfit for the impregnation of the meat, and the final result will be a tasteless lump of fiber instead of a succulent braising. I must apologize to the reader for my insistence with regard to these questions, but their importance is such that success is beyond reach in the matter of brown sauces and braisings, unless the above details have been thoroughly grasped. Moreover, the explanations given will afford considerable help in the understanding of operations which I shall give later. Therefore, it is to be hoped that the examination of the theories involved, however long this has been, will prove of use and assistance. 248. Braising of white meats. The braising of white meats, as it is now effected in modern cookery, is, strictly speaking, not braising at all, inasmuch as the cooking is stopped at the close of the first of the two phases which I mentioned when discussing brown braisings. True, old cookery did not understand braising in the way that the modern school does, and under the ancient regime large pieces, especially of veal, were frequently cooked until they could almost be scooped with a spoon. This practice has been generally, though mistakenly, eschewed, but its name survives. While braisings are made with the neck, the saddle, the loin, the fillets, the fricandeau, and the sweetbread of veal, young turkeys and fat pullets, and sometimes, though less frequently, relevé of lamb, hindquarters, or saddle. The procedure is the same for all these meats. The time of cooking alone varies in accordance with their size. The aromatics are the same as those of the brown braisings, but the frying of them is optional. The moistening liquor is brown veal stock, No. 9. Mode of procedure. Except for the veal sweetbread, which is always blanched before being braised, the meats or poultry to be treated may always be slightly stiffened and browned in butter on all sides. This is not essential in all cases, but I think that when they do undergo something of the kind, they dry less quickly. Now place them in a utensil just large enough to hold them and deep enough to keep the lid from touching them. Place the aromatics under them and moisten with a little veal stock. Set to boil on a moderate fire, and reduce the veal stock with the lid on. When this stock has assumed the consistence of a glaze, add a further similar quantity of fresh stock, and reduce as before. The third time, moisten the veal until it is half covered, and push the pan into a moderate oven. The meat needs constant basting while it cooks, in order to avoid its drying, and as the stock is very gelatinous, it forms a coating on the surface which resists the evaporation of the contained juices, for these, being insufficiently constrained by the slight frying the meat has undergone, tend to vaporize under the influence of the heat. It is for this reason that the stock must be reduced to a glaze before finally moistening. If the moistening were all done at once, the liquor would not be sufficiently dense to form the coating mentioned above, and the meat would consequently dry on being set to cook. Braised white meat is known to be cooked when, after having deeply pricked it with a braiding needle, it exudes an absolutely colorless liquid. This liquid denotes that the piece is cooked to the center, and as a result thereof, the blood has decomposed. There lies the great difference between brown braisings and white meat braisings. The latter are practically roasts, and they should not be made with any but young poultry or meats, very fat and tender, for they cannot go beyond their correct time of cooking, which equals that of roasts, without immediately losing all their quality. A quarter of an hour too much in the cooking of a kernel of veal weighing about 6 pounds is enough to make the meat dry and unpalatable, and to thoroughly spoil it, whereas a brown braising cannot be overcooked, provided it do not burn. White braised meats are generally glazed, and this process is especially recommended for larded pieces, which, though less common nowadays than formerly, can still claim many votaries. End of section 14. Reading by Malone. Section 15 of A Guide to Modern Cookery, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. A Guide to Modern Cookery, Part 1 by Auguste Escoffier. Translated by James B. Herndon, Jr. Chapter 10, Part 3, Leading Culinary Operations. 249. Poachings. However nonsensical it may sound, the best possible definition of a poaching is a boiling that does not boil. The term poach is extended to all slow processes of cooking which involve the use of a liquor, however small. Thus the term poach applies to the cooking of Court-Bouillons, of large pieces of turbot and salmon, as well as to fillets of sole cooked with a little fish fumé, to hot mousseline and mousse, cooked in molds, to quenelles, which are cooked in salted water, to eggs announced as poached, to creams, various royales, and so on. It will readily be seen that among so many different products, the time allowed for the cooking in each case must differ sometimes widely from the rest. The treatment of them all, however, is subject to this unalterable principle, namely, that the poaching liquor must not boil, though it should reach a degree of heat as approximate as possible to boiling point. Another principle is that large pieces of fish or poultry be set to boil in cold liquor, after which the latter is brought to the required temperature as rapidly as possible. The case may be the same with fillet of sole or poultry, which are poached almost dry. But all other preparations, whose mode of cooking is poaching, gain by being immersed in liquor which has reached the required temperature beforehand. Having regard to the multitudinous forms and kinds of products that are poached, it would be somewhat difficult to state here the details and peculiarities proper to each in the matter of poaching. I think, therefore, I should do better to leave these details to the respective recipes of each product, though it will now be necessary to disclose the way of poaching poultry, if only with a view to thoroughly acquainting the reader with the theory propounded above. Properly prepare the piece of poultry to be poached, and truss it with its feet folded back alongside of the breast. If it is to be stuffed, this should be done before trussing. If it is to be larded or studded, either with truffles, ham, or tongue, rub it when trussed on the fillet and legs with half a lemon, and dip the same portions of its body, namely those to be larded or studded, for a few moments in boiling white stock. The object of this operation is to slightly stiffen the skin, thus facilitating the larding or studding. The cooking of the piece of poultry. Having stuffed, larded, or studded it, if necessary, and having in any case trussed it, place it in a receptacle just large enough to hold it, and moisten with some excellent white stock previously prepared. Set to boil, skim, put the lid on, and continue the cooking at a low simmer. It is useless to work too quickly, as the operation would not be shortened a second by so doing. The only results would be 1. Too violent evaporation, which would reduce the liquor and disturb its limpidness. 2. The running of a considerable risk of bursting the piece of poultry, especially when the latter is stuffed. The fowl, or whatever it may be, is known to be cooked when, after pricking the thick of the leg close to the drumstick, the issuing liquid is white. Remarks. A. The need of poaching poultry in a receptacle just large enough to hold the piece is accounted for as follows. 1. The piece must be wholly immersed in the stock during the cooking process. 2. As the liquor used is afterwards served as an accompanying sauce to the dish, the less there is of it, the more saturated does it become with the juices of the meat, and consequently the better it is. B. 1. The white stock used in poaching should be prepared beforehand, and be very clear. 2. If the piece of poultry were set to cook with the products constituting the stock, even if these were more than liberally apportioned, the result would be bad, for inasmuch as a fowl, for example, can only take 1 1/2 hours at the most to cook, and the time required for extracting the nutritious and aromatic principles from the constituents of the stock would be at least 6 hours, it follows that the fowl would be cooking in little more than hot water, and the resulting sauce would be quite devoid of savor. 250. Poêlings. Poêlings are, practically speaking, roasts, for the cooking periods of each are the same, except that the former are cooked entirely or almost entirely with butter. They represent a simplified process of old cookery, which consisted in enveloping the object to be treated, after frying it, in a thick coating of matignon. It was then wrapped with thin slices of pork fat, covered with buttered paper, placed in the oven or on a spit, and basted with melted butter while it cooked. This done, its grease was drained away, and the vegetables of the matignon were inserted in the braising pan wherein the piece had cooked, or in a saucepan, and were moistened with excellent Madeira or highly seasoned stock. Then, when the liquor had thoroughly absorbed the aroma of the vegetables, it was strained, and its grease was removed just before dishing up. This excellent method is worthy of continued use in the case of large pieces of poultry. Preparation of poêled meats. Place in the bottom of a deep and thick receptacle, just large enough to hold the piece to be poêled, a layer of raw matignon, number 227. The meat or piece of poultry is placed on the vegetables after it has been well seasoned, and is copiously sprinkled with melted butter. Cover the utensil, and push it into an oven whose heat is not too fierce. Set it to cook gently in this way, after the manner of a stew, and frequently sprinkle with melted butter. When the meats or the pieces of poultry are cooked, the utensil is uncovered, so that the former may acquire a fine color. when they are transferred to a dish which should be kept covered until taken to the table. Now add to the vegetables, which must not be burned, a sufficient quantity of brown veal stock, No. 9, transparent and highly seasoned. Set the whole to boil gently for 10 minutes. Strain through a serviette. Carefully remove all grease from the boiling stock, and send it to the table in a sauce boat at the same time as the meat or poultry, which, by the by, is generally garnished. Remarks on poêlings. It is of paramount importance that these be not moistened during the process of cooking, for in that case their savour would be the same as that of braised white meats. Nevertheless, an exception may be made in the case of such feathered game as pheasants, partridges, and quails, to which is added, when nearly cooked, a small quantity of burnt brandy. It is also very important that the vegetables should not have their grease removed before their moistening stock is added to them. The butter used in the cooking absorbs a large proportion of the savour of both the vegetables and the meat under treatment, and to make good this loss, it is essential that the moistening stock remain at least 10 minutes in contact with the butter. At the end of this time it may be removed without in the least impairing the aroma of the stock. Special boilings, known as en casserole or en cocotte. The preparations of butcher's meats, of poultry or game, known as en casserole or en cocotte, are actually poêlings cooked in special earthenware utensils and served in the same. Generally, preparations known as en casserole are simply cooked in butter, without the addition of vegetables. When the cooking is done, the piece under treatment is withdrawn for a moment, and some excellent brown veal stock, No. 9, is poured into the utensil. This is left to simmer for a few minutes. The superfluous butter is then removed, the piece is returned to the earthenware utensil, and it is kept hot, without being allowed to boil, until it is dished up. For preparations termed en cocotte, the procedure is the same, except that the piece is garnished with such vegetables as mushrooms, the bottoms of artichokes, small onions, carrots, turnips, and so on, which are either turned or regularly pared, and half cooked in butter before being used. One should endeavour to use only fresh vegetables, and these should be added to the piece constituting the dish in such wise as to complete their cooking with it. The earthenware utensils used for this purpose improve with use, provided they be cleaned with clean fresh water, without any soda or soap. If new utensils have to be used, these should be filled with water, which is set to boil, and they should then undergo at least 12 hours soaking. For the prescribed time this water should be kept gently boiling, and then the utensil should be well wiped and soaked anew in fresh water before being used. 251. The sauté. What characterizes the process we call sauté is that the object treated is cooked dry, that is to say, solely by means of a fatty substance such as butter, oil, or grease. Sautés are made with cut-up fowl or game, or with butcher's meat suitably divided up for the purpose. All products treated in this way must be frizzled, that is to say, they must be put into the fat when it is very hot, in order that a hardened coating may form around them, which will keep their juices within. This is more particularly desirable for red meats such as beef and mutton. The cooking of fowl sauté must, after the meats have been frizzled, be completed on the stove or, with lid off, in the oven, where they should be basted with butter, after the manner of a roast. The pieces are withdrawn from the utensil with a view to swilling the latter, after which, if they be put back into the sauce or accompanying garnish, they should only remain therein a few moments or just sufficiently long to become properly warm. The procedure is the same for game sauté. Sautés of butcher's meats, red meats, such as tournedos, kernels, cutlets, fillets, and noisettes, are always effected on the stove. The meats are frizzled and cooked with a small quantity of clarified butter. The thinner and smaller they are, the more rapidly should the frizzling process be effected. When blood appears on the surface of their raw side, they should be turned over. When drops of blood begin to bedew the other side, they are known to be cooked. The swilling of the utensil obtains in all sauté. After having withdrawn the treated product from the saucepan, remove the grease and pour the condimentary liquid, a wine, that forms part of the accompanying sauce, into the saucepan. Set to boil, so that the solidified gravy lying on the bottom may dissolve, and add the sauce, or simply add the swilling liquid to the prepared sauce or accompanying garnish of the sauté. The utensil used must always be just large enough to hold the objects to be treated. If it is too large, the parts left uncovered by the treated meats burn, and swilling is then impossible, whence there results a loss of the solidified gravy, which is an important constituent in the sauce. Sautés of white butcher's meats, such as veal and lamb, must also be frizzled in hot fat, but their cooking must be completed gently on the other side of the fire, and in many cases with lid on. Preparations of a mixed nature, which partly resemble sauté and partly braisings, are also called sauté. Stews, however, is their most suitable name. These dishes are made from beef, veal, lamb, game, and so on, and they are to be found in Part 2, under the headings Estouffade, Goulas, Sauté, Chausseur, Marengo, Bourgeoise, Navarin, Civet, and so on. In the first stage of their preparation, these meats are cut up small and fried like those of the sauté. In the second, slow cooking with sauce or garnish makes them akin to the braised meats. End of section 15. Reading by Malone. Section 16 of A Guide to Modern Cookery, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. A Guide to Modern Cookery, Part 1, by Auguste Escoffier. Translated by James B. Herndon, Jr. Chapter 10, Part 4, Leading Culinary Operations. 3. Roasts, grills, fryings. Roasts. Of the two usual methods of roasting, the spit will always be used in preference to the oven, if only on account of the conditions under which the operation is effected, and whatever be the kind of fuel used, wood, coal, or gas. The reason of this preference is clear if it be remembered that, in spite of every possible precaution during the progress of an oven roast, it is impossible to avoid an accumulation of vapor around the cooking object in a closed oven, and this steam is more particularly objectionable inasmuch as it is excessive in the case of delicately flavored meats, which latter are almost, if not entirely, impaired thereby. The spitted roast, on the contrary, cooks in the oven in a dry atmosphere, and by this means retains its own peculiar flavor. Hence the unquestionable superiority of spitted roasts over the oven kind, especially in respect of small feathered game. In certain circumstances and places there is no choice of means, and, nolens volens, the oven has to be used. But in this case at least, all possible precautions should be observed in order to counteract the effects of the steam above mentioned. 252. Larding bacon for roasts. Poultry and game to be roasted ought generally to be partly covered with a large thin slice of larding bacon, especially those pieces of game which, in special cases, are larded. The object and use of these slices are not only to shield the fillet of fowl and game from the severe heat of the fire, but also to prevent these from drying while the legs, which the heat takes much longer to penetrate than the other parts, are cooking. The slices of bacon should therefore completely cover the breasts of fowl and game, and they should be tied on to the latter by means of string. In some cases, roasts of butcher's meat are covered with layers of veal or beef fat, the object of which is similar to that of the bacon prescribed above. 253. Spitted roasts. The whole theory of roasts on the spit might be condensed as follows. In the case of butcher's meat, calculate the intensity of the heat used according to the piece to be roasted, the latter's size and quality, and the time it has hung. Experience, however, is the best guide, for any theory, whatever be its exactness, can only give the leading principles and general rules, and cannot pretend to supply the place of the practised eye and the accuracy which are the result of experience alone. Nevertheless, I do not say with brillat Savoury that a roaster is born and not made. I merely state that one may become a good roaster with application, observation, care, and a little aptitude. The three following rules will be found to cover all the necessary directions for spitted roasts. 1. All red meats containing a large quantity of juice should be properly set, and then, according to their size, made to undergo the action of a fire capable of radiating a very penetrating heat with little or no flame. 2. In the case of white meats, whose cooking should be thorough, the fire ought to be so regulated as to allow the roast to cook and color simultaneously. 3. With small game, the fuel should be wood, but whatever fuel be used, the fire ought to be made up in such wise as to produce more flame than glowing embers. 254. Oven roasts. The degree of heat used for each roast must be regulated according to the nature and size of the latter, after the manner of spitted roasts. An oven roast, in the first place, should always be placed on a meat stand, and this should be of such a height that at no given moment during the cooking process the meat may come into contact with the juices and fat which have drained from it into the utensil beneath. Failing a proper stand, a spit resting upon the edges of the utensil may be used. No liquid of any kind, gravy or water, need be put in the baking pan. The addition of any liquid is rather prejudicial than otherwise, since by producing vapor which hangs over the roast, it transforms the latter into a stew. Remarks. Whether spitted or in the oven, a roast must always be frequently basted with a fatty substance, but never with any other liquid. 255. The gravy of roasts. The real and most natural gravy for roasts is made from the swilling of the baking or dripping pan, even if water be used as the diluent, since the contents of these utensils represent a portion of the essential principles of the roast fallen from it in the process of cooking. But to obtain this result, neither the utensils nor the gravy ought to have burned. The latter should merely have solidified, and for this reason a roast cooked in a very fierce oven ought to be laid on a pan only just large enough to hold it, so that the fat may not burn. The swilling can in any case only produce a very small quantity of gravy. Consequently, when it happens that a greater quantity is required, the need is met beforehand by preparing a stock made from bones and trimmings of a similar nature to the roast for which the gravy is required. The procedure for this is as follows. Place the bones and trimmings in a pan with a little fat and literally roast them. Then transfer them to a saucepan. Moisten so as to cover with a tepid, slightly salted water, and add thereto the swillings of the pan wherein they were roasted. Boil, skim, and set to cook gently for 3 or 4 hours, according to the nature of the products used. This done, almost entirely remove the grease, strain through muslin, and put aside for the purpose of swilling the dripping or baking pan of the roast. Swilling. Having removed the roast from the spit or oven, take off a portion of the grease from the baking or dripping pan, and pour into it the required quantity of prepared gravy. Reduce the whole by half, strain through muslin, and almost entirely remove grease. It is a mistake to remove all the grease from and to clarify the gravy of roasts. Treated thus, they are certainly clearer and more sightly, but a large proportion of their savor is lost, and it should be borne in mind that the gravy of a roast is not a consommé. In the matter of roast feathered game, the accompanying gravy is supplied by the swilling of the utensil, either with water or a small quantity of brandy. This is a certain means of obtaining a gravy whose savor is precisely that of the game, but occasionally veal gravy is used, as its flavor is neutral, and it therefore cannot impair the particular flavor of the reduced game gravy lying on the bottom of the utensil. The use of stock prepared from the bones and trimmings of game, similar to that constituting the dish, is also common. 256. The dressing and accompaniments of roasts. As a rule, a roast ought not to wait. It ought only to leave the spit or oven in order to be served. All roasts should be placed on very hot dishes, slightly besprinkled with fresh butter, and surrounded by bunches of watercress. This is optional. The gravy is invariably served separately. Roasts of butcher's meat and poultry are dished up as simply as possible. Small roasted game may be dished up on fried slices of breadcrumb mashed with a gratin stuffing, No. 202. When lemons accompany a roast, they should be served separately, pieces of lemon that have once served to garnish a dish must not be used, for they have mostly been tainted by grease. The medieval custom of dishing game with the plumage has been abandoned. Roast feathered game à l'anglaise is dished up with or without potato chips, and the three adjuncts are gravy, breadcrumbs, and bread sauce. In northern countries, game roasts are always accompanied either by slightly sugared stewed apples or by cherry or apricot jam. 257. Grills. Those culinary preparations effected by means of grilling belong to the order called cooking by concentration, and indeed, in almost all cases, the great object of these operations, I might even say the greatest object, is the concentration in the center of the juices and essences which represent most essentially the nutritive principles of the products cooked. A grill, which is, in short, but a roast on an open fire, stands, in my opinion, as the remote starting point, the very genesis of our art. It was the primeval notion of our forefathers' infantile brains. It was progress born of an instinctive desire to eat with greater pleasure, and it was the first culinary method ever employed. A little later, and following naturally, as it were, upon this first attempt, the spit was born of the grill. Gradually, intelligence supplanted rude instinct. Reason began to deduce effects from supposed causes, and thus cooking was launched forth upon that high road along which it has not yet ceased steadily to advance. Fuel for grills. That mostly used, and certainly the best for the purpose, is live coal or small pieces of charcoal. Whatever fuel be used, however, it is essential that it produce no smoke, even though the grill fire be ventilated by powerful blowers which draw the smoke off. More especially is this necessary, though I admit the contingency is rare, when artificial ventilation has to be effected owing to the fire's burning in the open without the usual help of systematic draughts. For if smoke occasioned by foreign substances, or by the falling of the fat itself onto the glowing embers, were not immediately carried away, either artificially or by a convenient draught, the grills would most surely acquire a very disagreeable taste therefrom. The bed of charcoal. The arrangement of the bed of charcoal under the grill is of some importance, and it must not only be regulated according to the size and kind of the products to be grilled, but also in such wise as to allow of the production of more or less heat under given circumstances. The bed should therefore be set in equal layers in the center, but varying in thickness according as to whether the fire has to be more or less fierce. It should also be slightly raised on those sides which are in contact with the air, in order that the whole burning surface may radiate equal degrees of heat. The grill must always be placed over the glowing fuel in advance, and it should be very hot when the objects to be grilled are placed upon it. Otherwise they would stick to the bars and would probably be spoiled when turned. Grills classified. Grills may be divided into 4 classes, of which each demands particular care. They are 1. Red meat grills, beef and mutton. 2. White meat grills, veal, lamb, poultry. 3. Fish. 4. Grills coated with butter and breadcrumbs. 258. Red meat grills. I submit as a principle that the golden rule in grills is to strictly observe the correct degree of heat which is proper to each treated object, never forgetting that the larger and richer in nutrition the piece of meat, the quicker and more thorough must be its initial setting. I have already explained, under braisings, the part played by and the use of rissoling or setting, but it is necessary to revert to this question and its bearing upon grills. If large pieces of meat, beef or mutton, are in question, the better their quality and the richer they are in juices, the more resisting must be the rissoled coating they receive. The pressure of the contained juices upon the rissoled coating of this meat will be proportionately great or small according to whether the latter be rich or poor, and this pressure will gradually increase with the waxing heat. If the grill fire be so regulated as to ensure the progressive penetration of heat into the cooking object, this is what happens. The heat, striking that surface of the meat which is in direct communication with the fire, penetrates the tissues and spreads stratiformly through the body, driving the latter's juices in front of it. When these reach the opposite rissoled or set side of the meat, they are checked, and thereupon, absorbing the incoming heat, affect the cooking of the inner parts. Of course, if the piece of meat under treatment is very thick, the fierceness of the fire should be proportionately abated the moment the initial process of rissoling or setting of the meat's surface has been effected, the object being to allow the heat to penetrate the cooking body more regularly. If the fierceness of the fire were maintained, the rissoled coating on the meat would probably char, and the resulting thickness of carbon would so successfully resist the passage of any heat into the interior that in the end, while the meat would probably be found to be completely burnt on the outside, the inside would be quite raw. If somewhat thinner pieces are in question, a quick rissoling of their surfaces over a fierce fire and a few minutes of subsequent cooking will be all they need. No alteration in the intensity of the fire need be sought in this case. Examples: a rump steak or Chateaubriand, in order to be properly cooked, should first have its outsides rissoled on a very fierce fire, with a view to preserving its juices, after which cooking may proceed over a moderate fire, so as to allow of the gradual penetration of the heat into the center of the body. Small pieces, such as tournedos, small fillets, noisettes, chops, may, after the preliminary process of outside rissoling, be cooked over the same degree of heat as affected the latter, because the thickness of meat to be penetrated is less. The care of grills while cooking. Before placing the meats on the grill, baste them slightly with clarified butter, and repeat this operation frequently during the cooking process, so as to avoid the possible drying of the rissoled surfaces. Grilled red meat should always be turned by means of special tongs, and great care should be observed that its surface be not torn or pierced, lest the object of the preliminary precautions be defeated and the contained juices escape. Time of cooking. This, in the case of red meats, is arrived at by the following test. If, on touching the meat with one's finger, the former resist any pressure, it is sufficiently cooked. If it give, it is clear that in the center, at least, the reverse is the case. The most certain sign, however, that cooking has been completed is the appearance of little beads of blood upon the rissoled surface of the meat. 259. White meat grills. That superficial ristling, which is so necessary in the case of red meats, is not at all so in the case of white, for in the latter there can be no question of the concentration of juices, since these are only present in the form of albumen, that is to say, in the form of juices in the making, so to speak, which is peculiar to veal and lamb. For this kind of grills, keep a moderate fire, so that the cooking and coloring of the meat may take place simultaneously. White meat grills should be fairly often basted by means of a brush with clarified butter while cooking, lest their outsides dry. They are known to be cooked when the juice issuing from them is quite white. 260. Fish grills. Use a moderate fire with these, and only grill after having copiously sprinkled them with clarified butter or oil. Sprinkle them similarly while cooking. A grilled fish is cooked when the bones are easily separated from the meat. Except for the fatty kind, such as mackerel, red mullet, or herrings, always roll fish to be grilled in flour before sprinkling them with melted butter. The object of so doing is to give them a golden external crust, which, besides making them more sightly, keeps them from drying. 261. The grilling of products coated with butter and breadcrumbs. These grills generally consist of only small objects. They must be effected on a very moderate fire, with the view of enabling them to cook and acquire color simultaneously. They should also be frequently besprinkled with clarified butter, and turned with care so as not to break their coating, the object of which is to withhold their contained juices. End of section 16. Reading by Malone.
Section 17 of A Guide to Modern Cookery, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. A Guide to Modern Cookery, Part 1 by Auguste ESCOFFIER. Translated by James B. Herndon, Jr. Chapter 10, Part 5, Leading Culinary Operations. 262. Fryings. Frying is one of the principal cooking processes, for the number of preparations that are accomplished by its means is very considerable. Its procedure is governed by stringent laws and rules which it is best not to break, lest the double danger of failure and impairment of material be incurred. The former is easily averted if one is familiar with the process and pays proper attention to it, while the latter is obviated by precautions which have every raison d'être, and the neglect of which only leads to trouble. The question of the kind of utensil to employ is not so immaterial as some would think, for very often accidents result from the mere disregard of the importance of this matter. Very often imprudence and bluster on the part of the operator may be the cause of imperfections, the greatest care being needed in the handling of utensils containing overheated fat. Utensils used in frying should be made of copper or other resisting material. They should be in one piece, oval or round in shape, and sufficiently large and deep to allow, while only half filled with fat, of the objects being properly affected by the latter. The necessity of this condition is obvious, seeing that if the utensil contains too much fat the slightest jerking of it on the stove would spill some of the liquid and the operator would probably be badly burnt. Finally, utensils with vertical sides are preferable to those with the slanting kind. More especially is this so in large kitchens where, the work involving much frying, capacious receptacles are required. 263. Frying fat, its preparation. Any animal or vegetable grease is suitable for frying, provided it be quite pure and possess a resisting force allowing it to reach a very high temperature without burning. But for frying on a large scale, the use of cooked and clarified fats, such as the fat of pot-au-feu and roasts, should be avoided. A frying medium is only perfect when it is able to meet the demands of a protracted operation, and consists of fresh or raw fats, chosen with care and thoroughly purified by cooking. Under no circumstance may butter be used for frying on a large scale, seeing that, even when thoroughly purified, it can only reach a comparatively low degree of heat. It may be used only for small occasional fryings. The fat of kidney of beef generally forms the base of the grease intended for frying on a large scale. It is preferable to all others on account of its cheapness and the great length of time it can be worked, provided it receives the proper care. Veal fat yields a finer frying medium, but its resistance is small, and it must, moreover, always be strengthened with the fat of beef. Mutton fat should be deliberately discarded, for, if it happen to be that of an old beast, it smells of tallow, and, if it be that of a young one, it causes the hot grease to foam and to overflow down the sides of the utensil, this leading to serious accidents. Pork fat is also used for frying, either alone or combined with some other kind. In brief, the fat of kidney of beef is that which is best suited to fryings on a large scale. Ordinary household frying, which does not demand a very resisting grease, may well be effected by means of the above, combined with an equal quantity of veal fat, or a mixture composed of the fat of kidney of beef, veal, and pork, in the proportions of 1/2, 1/4, and 1/4 respectively. The grease used for frying ought not only to be melted down, but also thoroughly cooked, so that it may be quite pure. If insufficiently cooked, it foams on first being used, and so demands all kinds of extra precautions, which only cease to be necessary when constant heating at last rectifies it. Moreover, if it be not quite pure, it easily penetrates immersed solids and makes them indigestible. All grease used in frying should first be cut into pieces and then put in the saucepan with 1 pint of water per every 10 pounds. The object of the water is to assist in the melting, and this it does by filtering into the grease, vaporizing, and thereby causing the latter to swell. So long as the water has not completely evaporated, the grease only undergoes the action of liquefaction, i.e., the dissolution of its molecules, but its thorough cooking process, ending with its purification, only begins when all the water is gone. The grease is cooked when 1. The membranes which enveloped it alone remain intact and are converted into greaves. 2. It gives off smoke, which has a distinct smell. At this stage it has reached such a high temperature that it is best to remove it from the fire for about 10 minutes, so that it may cool. Then it must be strained through a sieve or a coarse towel, which must be tightly twisted. 264. The varying degrees of heat reached by the frying medium and their application. The temperature reached by a frying medium depends upon the latter's constituents and its purity. The various degrees may be classified as moderately hot, hot, very hot. The expression boiling hot is unsuitable, seeing that fat never boils. Butter, an occasional frying medium, cannot overreach 248 degrees Fahrenheit without burning, whereas if it be thoroughly purified it can attain from 269 degrees to 275 degrees Fahrenheit, a temperature which is clearly below what would be needed for work on a large scale. Animal greases used in ordinary frying reach from 275 degrees to 284 degrees Fahrenheit when moderately hot, 320 degrees Fahrenheit when hot, and 356 degrees Fahrenheit when very hot. In the last case they smoke slightly. Pork fat, lard, when used alone, reaches 392 degrees Fahrenheit without burning. Very pure goose dripping withstands 428 degrees Fahrenheit, and finally vegetable fats may reach, without burning, 482 degrees Fahrenheit in the case of cocoa nut butter, 518 degrees Fahrenheit with ordinary oils, and 554 degrees in the case of olive oil. The temperature of ordinary frying fat may be tested thus. It is moderately hot when, after throwing a sprig of parsley or a crust of bread into it, it begins to bubble immediately. It is hot if it crackles when a slightly moist object is thrust into it. It is very hot when it gives off a thin white smoke perceptible to the smell. The first temperature, moderately hot, is used 1. For all products containing vegetable water, the complete evaporation of which is necessary. 2. For fish whose volume exacts a cooking process by means of penetration previous to that with concentration. In the first degree of heat with which it is used, the frying fat therefore only effects a kind of preparatory operation. The second temperature, hot, is used for all products which have previously undergone an initial cooking process in the first temperature, either for evaporation or penetration, and its object is either to finish them or to cover them with a crimped coating. It is also applicable to these products upon which the frying fat must act immediately by concentration, that is to say, by forming a set coating around them which prevents the escape of the contained substances. Objects treated with this temperature are all those panes à l'anglaise, or covered with batter, such as various croquettes, croquemquis, cutlets, and collops à la Villeroy, fritters of all kinds, fried creams, etc. In this case, the frying medium acts by a setting, which in certain cases is exceedingly necessary. 1. If the objects in question are panes à l'anglaise, i.e., dipped into beaten eggs and rolled in breadcrumbs, the sudden contact of the hot grease converts this coating of egg and breadcrumbs into a resisting crust, which prevents the escape of the substances and the liquefied sauce contained within. If these objects were plunged in a fat that was not sufficiently hot, the coating of eggs and breadcrumbs would not only imbibe the frying medium, but it would run the risk of breaking, thereby allowing the escape of the very substances it was intended to withhold. 2. The same holds with objects treated with batter. Hence the absolute necessity of ensuring that setting, which means that the covering of batter solidifies immediately. As the substance constituting these various dishes are cooked in advance, it follows that their second heating and the colouring of the coating, egg and breadcrumbs or batter, take place at the same time and in a few minutes. The third temperature, very hot, is used 1. For all objects that need a sharp and firm setting. 2. For all small objects, the setting of which is of supreme importance, and whose cooking is effected in a few minutes, as in the case of whitebait. 265. Frying medium for fish. Every frying medium used for work on a large scale, which has acquired a two-decided colouring through repeated use, may serve in the preparation of fish, even until its whole strength is exhausted. Oil is best suited to the frying of fish, especially the very small kind, owing to the tremendous heat it can withstand without burning, for this heat guarantees that setting which is so indispensable. Except in this case, however, the temperature of the frying medium should be regulated strictly in accordance with the size of the fish to be fried, in order that its cooking and colouring may be effected simultaneous. Except nonants and whitebait, which are simply rolled in flour, fish to be fried are previously steeped in a slightly salted milk, then rolled in flour. From this combination of milk and flour there results a crisp coating which withholds the particular principles that the fish exudes while cooking. When finished, fried fish are drained, dried, slightly salted, and dished on a serviette or on paper, with a garnish of fried parsley sprays and the sections of channeled lemon. 266. The quantity of the frying medium. This should always be in proportion to the quantity or size of the objects to be fried, bearing in mind that these must always be entirely submerged. Without necessarily exaggerating, the quantity should invariably be rather in excess of the requirements, and for this reason, viz., the greater amount of the fat, the higher will be the temperature reached, and the less need one fear of sudden cooling of the fat when the objects to be treated are immersed. This sudden cooling is often the cause of great trouble, unless one be working over a fire of such fierceness that the fat can be returned in a few seconds to the temperature it was at before the objects were immersed. 267. The care of the frying medium. Every time a frying fat is used, it should, after having been melted, be strained through a towel, for the majority of objects which it has served to cook must have left some particles behind them which might prove prejudicial to the objects that are to follow. Objects that are panées always leave some raspings, for instance, which in time assume the form of black powder, while those that have been treated with flour likewise drop some of their coating, which, in accumulating, produces a muddy precipitate on the bottom of the utensil. Not only do these foreign substances disturb the clearness of the fat and render it liable to burn, but they are exceedingly detrimental to the objects that are treated later. Therefore, always strain the fat whenever it is used, in the first place because the proper treatment of the objects demands it, and secondly, because its very existence as a serviceable medium depends upon this measure. 268. Gratins. This culinary operation plays a sufficiently important part in the work to warrant my detailing at least its leading points. The various kinds of the order gratins are the 1. Complete gratin, 2. The rapid gratin, 3. The light gratin, 4. Glazing, which is a form of rapid gratin. 269. Complete gratin. This is the first example of the series. It is that whose preparation is the longest and most tiresome, for its principal constituent, whatever this is, must be completely cooked. Its cooking must moreover be coincident with the reduction of the sauce, which is the base of the gratin, and with the formation of the gratin proper, i.e., the crimped crust which forms on the surface and is the result of the combination of the sauce with the raspings and the butter under the direct influence of the heat. In the preparation of complete gratin, two things must be taken into account: 1. The nature and size of the object to be treated, and 2. The degree of heat which must be used in order that the cooking of the object, the reduction of the sauce, and the formation of the gratin may be effected simultaneously. The base of complete gratin is most invariably ordinary or Lenten duxelle sauce, No. 223, in accordance with the requirements. The object to be treated with the gratin is laid on a buttered dish, surrounded with slices of raw mushrooms and chopped shallots, and covered with the duxelle sauce. The surface is then sprinkled with raspings and copiously moistened with melted butter. Should the piece be large, the amount of sauce used will be proportionally greater, and the reverse of course applies to medium or smaller sizes. Take note of the following remarks in the making of complete gratins. 1. If too much sauce were used in proportion to the size of the object, the latter would cook in the gratin form before the sauce could reach the correct degree of consistence by means of reduction. Hence it would be necessary to reduce the sauce still further on the stove, and thereby give rise to steam which would soften the coating of the gratin. 2. If the sauce used were insufficient, it would be reduced before the cooking of the object had been effected, and, more sauce having to be added, the resulting gratin would be uneven. 3. The larger the piece, and consequently the longer it takes to cook, the more moderate should be the heat used. Conversely, the smaller it is, the fiercer the fire should be. When withdrawing the gratin from the oven, squeeze a few drops of lemon juice over it, and besprinkle it with chopped parsley. 270. Rapid gratin. Proceed as above with duxelle sauce, but the products treated with it, viz., meat, fish, or vegetable, are always cooked and warmed in advance. All that is required, therefore, is to effect the formation of the gratin as quickly as possible. To do this, cover the object under treatment with the necessary quantity of salt, besprinkle with raspings and butter, and set the gratin to form in a fierce oven. 271. Light gratin. This is proper to farinaceous products, such as macaroni, lasagnas, noodles, gnocchi, etc., and consists of a combination of grated cheese, raspings, and butter. In this case, again, the only end in view is the formation of the gratin coating, which must be evenly coloured, and is the result of the cheese melting. A moderate heat is all that is wanted for this kind of gratin. Also considered as light gratins are those which serve as the complement of stuffed vegetables, such as tomatoes, mushrooms, eggplant, and cucumber. With these, the gratin is composed of raspings sprinkled with butter or oil, and it is placed in more or less fierce heat according to whether the vegetables have already been cooked or partially cooked, or are quite raw. 273. Glazings. These are of two kinds. They either consist of a heavily buttered sauce, or they form from the sprinkling of cheese upon the sauce with which the object to be glazed is covered. In the first case, after having poured sauce over the object to be treated, place the dish on another dish containing a little water. This is to prevent the sauce decomposing and boiling. The greater the quantity of butter used, the more intense will be the heat required, in order that a slight golden film may form almost instantaneously. In the second case, the sauce used is always a Mornay, No. 91. Cover the object under treatment with the sauce, besprinkle with grated cheese and melted butter, and place in fairly intense heat, so that a slight golden crust may form almost immediately, this crust being the result of the combined cheese and butter. 273. Blanchings. The essentially unsuitable term blanchings is applied in the culinary technology of France to three classes of operations which entirely differ one from the other in the end they have in view. 1. The blanching of meats. 2. The blanching, or better, the parboiling of certain vegetables. 3. The blanching of certain other vegetables, which in reality amounts to a process of cooking. The blanching of meats obtained mostly in the case of calf's head and foot, and the sweetbread of veal, sheep's and lamb's trotters, and lamb's sweetbread. These meats are first set to soak in cold running water until they have quite got rid of the blood with which they are naturally saturated. They are then placed on the fire in a saucepan containing enough cold water to abundantly cover them, and the water is gradually brought to a boil. For calf's head or feet, boiling may last for 15 or 20 minutes. Veal sweetbread must not boil for more than 10 or 12 minutes, while lamb sweetbread is withdrawn the moment boil is reached. As soon as blanched, the meats are cooled in plenty of fresh water before undergoing their final treatment. The blanching of cocks' combs is exceptional in this, namely, that after the combs have been cleansed of blood, that is to say, soaked in cold water, they are placed on the fire in cold water, the temperature of which must be carefully kept below 113 degrees Fahrenheit. When this degree is approached, take the saucepan off the fire and rub each comb with a cloth, dusted with table salt, in order to remove the skins, then cool the combs with fresh water before cooking them. Many people use the blanching process with means intended for blanquette or fricassee. I regard this procedure as quite erroneous, as also the preliminary soaking in cold water. If the meats or pieces of poultry intended for the above mentioned preparations be of good quality, and no others should be used, they need only be set to cook in cold water, or cold stock, and gradually brought to the boil, being stirred repeatedly the while. The scum formed should be carefully removed, and, in this way, perfectly white meats and stock, with all their savour, are obtained. As to meats or pieces of poultry of an inferior quality, no soaking and no blanching can make good their defects. Whichever way they are treated, they remain dry, grey, and savourless. It is therefore simpler and better to use only the finest quality goods. An excellent proof of the futility of soaking and blanching meats intended for fricassees and blanquettes lies in the fact that these very meats, if of good quality, are always perfectly white when they are braised, poêled, or roasted, notwithstanding the fact that these three operations are less calculated to preserve their whiteness than the kind of treatment they are subjected to in the case of blanquettes and fricassees. Mere routine alone can account for this practice of soaking and blanching meats, a practice that is absolutely condemned by common sense. The term blanching is wrongly applied to cooking of green vegetables, such as French beans, green beans, Brussels sprouts, spinach, etc. The cooking of these, which is effected by means of boiling salt water, ought really to be termed à l'anglaise. All the details of the procedure, however, will be given when I deal with the vegetables to which the latter apply. Lastly, under the name of blanching, there exists another operation which consists in partly cooking certain vegetables in plenty of water, in order to rid them of any bitter or pungent flavour they may possess. The time allowed for this blanching varies according to the age of the vegetables, but when the latter are young and in season, it amounts to little more than a mere scalding. Blanching is chiefly resorted to for lettuce, chicory, endives, celery, artichokes, cabbages, and the green vegetables, carrots, turnips, and small onions when they are out of season. In respect of vegetable marrows, cucumbers, and chow chow, blanching is often left to the definite cooking process, which should then come under the head of the à l'anglaise cooking. After the process of blanching, the vegetables I have just enumerated are always cooled, that is to say, steeped in cold water until they are barely lukewarm. They are then left to drain on a sieve previous to undergoing the final cooking process to which they are best suited, this generally being braising. End of section 17.